Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hobert said, "It turns out your wife had a child before the marriage, and fearing you would harm the child, she kept the truth hidden." He briefly explained the child's origins, and Mr. Barron smiled bitterly. "I've wronged Penny. The lack of children was really my fault." He had suspected this for a while, but today he confirmed that it was indeed his own issue. Hobert continued, "Mr. Barron, I've discussed divorce with your wife. She said that as long as you don't harm her child, she is willing to propose the divorce." Ultimately, Penny hadn't really betrayed the marriage, as the child was born before the wedding. However, her concealment had indeed made their marriage unhappy. Barron chuckled. "Lawyer Hobert, I'm not some rude villager. How could I possibly vent my anger on a child?" He added, "My previous conditions remain unchanged. Let's just end this matter." Meanwhile, Penny was extremely nervous in the carriage, fearing for Benny's safety and dreading the sight of Mr. Barron's angry eyes. At that moment, she regretted believing the young lawyer so easily. Penny's father was even more anxious, gripping his axe clumsily, feeling it was foolish to bring it along. However, seeing his daughter's helpless expression gave him strength. After what felt like a long wait, they finally saw Mr. Barron walking briskly toward them, holding Benny. At this moment, the father and daughter felt relieved. What was meant to happen had finally arrived. When they saw Hobert waving to them, they got out of the carriage somewhat awkwardly. "Penny," Mr. Barron called out loudly. "You should have told me sooner." "I'm sorry, Barron," Penny said, looking down. All right, let's part amicably," Mr. Barron said. "While we don't yet hate each other, let's end it here." Hobert took on the role of the villain. "The condition is that you must propose the divorce. Otherwise, I will pursue the matter of your deception against Mr. Barron." Penny covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry for hiding this from you for so long." She regretted the concealment, realizing she should have known that Mr. Barron wouldn't be angry over a child. Or perhaps Mr. Barron wouldn't have married her at all, saving her from the fear she felt for the past 3 years. Mr. Barron smiled. "I will give you the wool processing workshop, so you and your child will have a stable income." The situation was finally resolved, and Mr. Barron found that he felt less burdened than before. His promise left Penny and her father somewhat at a loss. Mr. Barron waved his hand, said nothing more, and slowly returned to the farmstead. Hobert said, "Madam, I don't know if you remember Benny's biological father, but such a man who would abandon his child isn't worth your time." He took out the prepared divorce agreement. "Now you believe it, right? No one will harm your child. Mr. Barron has even thought of a future income source for you both. Come, sign your name and personally end this marriage." Penny wiped her tears. "You are a trustworthy gentleman and a responsible lawyer." Holding Benny, she signed the divorce agreement. Penny's father felt completely relieved, believing this was the best outcome. After receiving Penny's signature, Hobert took the 3 of them back. Once they returned to the village, the old man asked Hobert to wait outside for a moment. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Hobert saw the old man come out with a crumpled handful of silver coins. "Mr. Hobert, thank you very much today." Hobert interrupted with a smile. "Old man, if you really want to thank me, just give me 2 pumpkins." Though he only facilitated communication, it was the most effective kind, protecting his client's interests and leaving a way out for Penny and her child. The yard was filled with pumpkins, and without waiting for the old man to respond, Hobert grabbed 2 and loaded them into the carriage. "Goodbye, old man." The old man stood helplessly at the gate, and after a while he sighed, "Goodbye." By the time the carriage had left, they were already far away. Upon returning to the law firm, Barton called Hobert to his office. "Mr. Barron's steward just came by. He said he expressed Mr. Barron's gratitude for your diligence and has settled the 10-pound fee, so you will receive 1 pound as payment." He smiled. "How does it feel?" "A bit of a letdown, isn't it? Most of the cases we encounter at this law firm are trivial matters like this." Hobert smiled. The good news is that I don't have to pay taxes on this payment. Also, the fee is actually £10 plus 2 pumpkins. The pumpkins are a tip. You should take one home too. Oh, we can have pumpkin pie tonight, Barton said with a smile. Hobert chose to accept rather than complain, and his composure reassured Barton. Sometimes he even wondered if this was really a university student who hadn't yet graduated. The soul within Hobert wasn't a novice in the workplace. His previous job had far more pressure. Sometimes he even had to freely work overtime on Sundays. As the day drew to a close, Hobert finally received a letter from the mercenary club. A buyer hoped to trade jewelry and gold with him at noon the next day. Hobert calculated the time and wrote to Mr. Robin, inviting them to come in the afternoon to discuss the case. That evening, Christian's family enjoyed pumpkin porridge while listening to Hobert recount the origins of the pumpkins. After hearing his story, his adoptive mother, Melissa, remarked, "Hobert, your handling of this matter, while it didn't maximize your client's interests, certainly cared for the mother and child in a vulnerable position." Christian smiled as well, saying, "Things in life are often the hardest to handle. Your kindness and wisdom were evident in how you dealt with this matter." Hobert smiled. "I just feel that the world should have more beauty." Christian raised his glass to this great ideal. In the southern continent, there are no small towns. Elder Calvin took the characteristic from Elliot, reflecting on the fact that the Balk family in the southern continent hadn't gained any new Beyonder characteristics in nearly 9 years. Calvin gazed at the Beyonder characteristic in his hand for a few seconds before addressing Elliot. "Your achievements are enough for you to advance to the sequence 7 left by your father." "Uncle Calvin, what is the potion for sequence 7 called?" "Briber." The black cherry that seemed to be pulsing in Calvin's hand was the hope of the Balk family. With it, the Balk family could avoid producing another madman in the future. Their family possessed a sealed artifact capable of separating Beyonder characteristics, which was the key to their continued survival. Once a characteristic was reclaimed, it would be separated again and passed on to the next generation. Typically, Beyonder characteristics are inherited by direct descendants. For instance, the characteristic Elliot carried came from his father, who had passed away when Elliot was 7. When Elliot's father died, he was at sequence 7. This meant Elliot could only inherit the potions from sequence 9 to sequence 7 for free. If he wanted to advance further, he'd have to find his own way. Alternatively, he could wait for an unclaimed Beyonder characteristic, but Elliot wasn't hopeful about that since such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Elliot had long completed the acting for barbarian and had digested the potion. With Calvin's help, he immediately consumed the Bribor potion. Hobert's orderly influence on Elliot was still effective, so after taking the potion, Elliot didn't experience any severe adverse reactions. In his heart, Elliot praised the Creator, knowing that for the next 6 months, he wouldn't need to worry about mad ravings and losing control. After consulting Calvin on how others had acted as Bribor, Elliot bid him farewell. Watching Elliot leave, Calvin felt somewhat dazed. He thought that Elliot had been a bit too fortunate lately. While Calvin was lost in thought, Harvey Hayden, who had returned from a mission with Elliot, came to report on the mission as usual. But after seeing Elliot walk away, he immediately reported, "Elder Calvin, I have something important to report." On the night Elliot received the barbarian characteristic, he acted a little out of the ordinary. Calvin immediately took this seriously. "Tell me in detail." On Saturday morning, Hobert, carrying the jewelry and gold looted from Haman's hideout, went to the club for a transaction. After verifying the goods, the other party offered a price of £1,300. They tried to argue that Hobert should accept the £1,300 offer, but they had picked the wrong opponent. After some friendly negotiation, they settled at £1,380. Hobert's asking price of £1,500 was indeed inflated. The ideal price was between £1,350 and £1,400. Had the other party not been so boastful, like a combative rooster trying to reason with Hobert, the deal might have been closed at £1,350. Aside from the jewelry and gold, they had also found more than £600 in cash at the time. Hobert and Zio each took £316. Including the transaction just concluded, Hobert now had a total of £1,696 in dirty money. Hobert originally wanted to keep the extra £96 as his commission and give the rest of the money to Mr. Robin and his cousin. However, his previous life experience told him that this approach was inappropriate. It would cheapen his labor and efforts. He might earn Mr. Robin's temporary gratitude, but not the respect of others. So, Hobert first pocketed the £96, then divided the remaining £1,600 in two. He planned to count his commission in front of Mr. Robin, teaching him a lesson. That afternoon, Mr. Robin and his cousin arrived as scheduled. Hobert received them in a small reception room. After some investigation and using certain special methods, I finally found Mr. Zachary and Mr. Heyman. Neither Mr. Robin nor his cousin had held out much hope, so when Hobert dropped such heavy news right at the start, they both stood up excitedly. After some friendly negotiation with them, I retrieved the money that was stolen from you. Hobert placed a small suitcase on the table. But you must understand, this money was recovered through special means, so please don't publicize it. Mr. Robin nodded repeatedly, staring at the suitcase. When Hobert finally opened it, they saw 2 stacks of notes made up of £5 and £10 bills. What followed was the sound of excited counting. They counted multiple times, their emotions shifting from disbelief to excitement, and eventually to tears of joy. After a while, Mr. Robin finally steadied himself. "Lawyer, your skills far exceeded our expectations." Hobert smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. Now it's time to fulfill your end of the bargain." Though Mr. Robin was reluctant, he still counted out £160 and handed it to Hobert. His cousin grumbled, "Don't most lawyers charge 15%? But he also painfully handed over £160. Hobert took the money and said, "I hope you both remember this lesson. This city is more like a dark forest, full of traps laid by hunters. Don't always dream of becoming rich overnight. It's the easiest way to fall into a trap." He then returned £80 to Mr. Robin and his cousin. "This time, I'll only take a 10% commission. If there's a next time, I'll charge the full 20%. Don't complain about the high commission, then, because it will be your own doing." Mr. Robin and his cousin were overjoyed, even feeling like they had earned an extra £80. Hobert sighed at how the culture in loan wasn't as profound as he had thought. In the modern era, such tactics were common, and few would fall for them anymore. Yet in loan, they worked surprisingly well. In any case, Mr. Robin's case was finally closed with a perfect ending. To prevent any unexpected incidents, Hobert asked the firm's coachman to drive Mr. Robin and his cousin to the bank. Since this wasn't part of the coachman's usual duties, Hobert generously gave him 5 soldi as an outdoor subsidy. Afterward, Hobert went to his rented room and gathered all his cash. The commission for Mr. Robin's case was £160, plus the £96 of extra loot and the £47, 13 soldi, and 8 pence he already had. Now his cash totaled £303, 13 soldi, and 8 pence. With the secret's supplicant characteristic and the income from the mutated eyeball, Hobert estimated he could get around 180 more, bringing his total savings to nearly £500, a sum larger than most middle-class families had in savings. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy to suddenly have so much money. He went to a restaurant and ordered several portions of specialty desi pie, then bought a fruitcake and some desserts from a bakery. Returning home, Hobert told his family that he had received a commission that day and wanted to share the feast with them. Donna remarked, "Ever since Hobert started working, dinners have been much more interesting." Taryn, gobbling down desserts, added, "And Hobert seems much more cheerful now." Hobert smiled. "That's because I've found my value, so naturally, I'm different from before." This served as his explanation for why he had been acting less like Hobert. When he first arrived in this world, he had to carefully act as Hobert every day. On Sunday, Hobert finally got to sleep in. He didn't leave the house until after 10 a.m., planning to sell the secret's supplicant characteristic. Hobert first went to 192 Blanca Street, where he used the bestowed ritual to extract the beyonder characteristic of the secret's supplicant from the nation of disorder. Afterward, he brought the beyonder characteristic to the mercenary club. Like last week, he practiced shooting for a while and then had lunch in the club's restaurant. People in the restaurant were discussing the recent surprise attack in the southern continent, but it seemed like they only knew of the victory with no details on the outcome. At 1 p.m., Hobert followed his plan and attended the Beyonder gathering at the Underground Theater. Unlike last time, Hobert didn't sit in the corner but chose a seat near the front. After the elder with the golden mask arrived, he didn't rush into making any deals, waiting instead for those looking for teammates to speak. This time, Hobert was much closer to the elder in the golden mask and felt the pressure emanating from him, a sensation that resembled a beyonder on the arbiter pathway. It was highly likely that this elder was a member of the lone royal family or a high-ranking noble. After all, the lone royal family had strict control over their beyonder characteristics, making it impossible for a wild high-sequence arbiter to exist. If one did, they'd surely be hunted down, and that person wouldn't have the leisure to preside over a gathering here. To Hobert's surprise, the person who had sought teammates for an excavation last week appeared again at the gathering. We've encountered new complications. This ruin is more difficult to excavate than we thought. We lost 2 teammates and still haven't found any leads. Therefore, we're asking for higher-level beyonders to join the excavation. As for how we'll divide the spoils from the ruin, we could discuss that in person. By the way, does anyone know Rex Heller? Hobert froze. How did his original body's biological father get brought into this? At this moment, a middle-aged retired officer spoke up. Commander Rex was a legendary figure in the Southern Continent Corps more than 20 years ago, but he's been dead for 21 years. Why are you asking about him now? The person looking for high-level Beyonder teammates was surprised. We saw a message left by Rex in the ruins. We thought he was from the 4th epoch. The retired officer continued. I suggest you collaborate with Commander Christian. Commander Christian was Commander Rex's best friend, and I'm sure he'd be interested in the ruin. His eldest son is also attending this gathering. This gentleman here. The officer pointed at Hobert, and many people turned to look at him. Hobert politely stood up and said to the officer, I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. How do you know I'm his eldest son? Because there's a family portrait on the commander's desk, the officer replied. I've seen your photo in it. The person looking for teammates immediately asked Hobert, Sir, would you like to join the excavation? I can guarantee your safety. Hobert, of course, understood the implication and directly replied, I'm sorry, I can't make decisions on behalf of my father, but I can pass along your request. This is my address. The person quickly wrote down an address and handed it to Hobert. If the commander is interested in collaborating, please inform me, and I'll come to visit immediately. Hobert glanced at the address, noting the name Jacob Otto below it, and put away the slip of paper. No problem. The gathering continued, and after most people had made their trade requests, Hobert stood up and loudly said, I have an item I obtained near a Beyonder's corpse. According to a friend's evaluation, it comes from a secret supplicant. Does anyone need it? He deliberately avoided mentioning the term Beyonder characteristic, pretending to be unaware of the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. Following the gathering's rules, Hobert repeated his statement in a loud voice and then stood waiting. If no one approached him within half a minute, the trade would be considered failed and Hobert would sit down immediately. Others would then have the chance to initiate their trades. Hobert only had to wait a few seconds before a man in his 30s, a military officer, stood up and said, Name your price. 320 pounds, Hobert immediately replied. The man shook his head. My friend, or should I say Commander Christian's son, the item you're holding is a Beyonder characteristic. Normally, a Sequence 9 characteristic is indeed worth that much, and some sought-after ones can sell for over 400 pounds. But I don't think anyone here wants to become a secret supplicant. I plan to buy it to have someone craft a Beyonder item from it, because this characteristic grants high intuition and greatly improves the success rate of ritualistic magic. 280 pounds is a fair price. Hobert countered. How about 290 pounds? That way, you won't lose out, and we can become friends. All right, the man agreed. The man immediately counted out 290 pounds in cash, and Hobert handed over the Beyonder characteristic. After verifying it, the trade was complete. With so much cash on hand, Hobert considered going to the bank to open an account and deposit the money. After the gathering, Hobert sat in the lounge and wrote a letter to Zio, arranging to meet her at the law firm the next day to split the spoils. Once home, Hobert took 10 pounds from the 290 pounds as a commission for selling the Beyonder characteristic, setting aside the remaining 280 pounds. After dinner, Hobert informed Christian of the team request from the gathering. Christian only gave a faint "got it" and said nothing further. A new week began. As agreed, Zio arrived at the law firm where Hobert worked. However, Furs was still a bit uneasy, so she accompanied Zio. Hobert found a reception room and first took out 80 pounds in cash. This is from the sale of the mutated eyeball. Then he took out 280 pounds. This is from selling the Beyonder characteristic. I took a 5-pound and 10-pound commission from each transaction for the risk I took in fencing them. I hope Miss Zio doesn't mind. Seeing the 2 stacks of cash, Zio couldn't help but show a delighted expression. Not at all. So I get 180 pounds. Hobert split the cash evenly. I hope we can work together again in the future. Zio replied, "We definitely will." With this, she was one step closer to affording the sheriff potion formula. Furs thought to herself, he actually split the spoils equally with Zio. Seems like he's a reliable friend after all. During the investigation of Zachary and Haman, Zio had indeed contributed less than Hobert. After Zio put away the money, she glanced at her friend and hesitantly asked, "Hobert, if, just hypothetically, I wanted to consult you about some mysticism knowledge, what would your fee be?" Hobert was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "We're members of the Justice League, so we should help each other. I'm heading to the countryside soon to gather some intel, and a reliable companion would be more than welcome. If you want mysticism knowledge, as long as it's within my scope of knowledge, I'll explain it in detail. The only payment I ask is that Miss Zio accompany me on my intel gathering trip." Zio immediately agreed, "No problem. We'll discuss what we want to ask you later." After sending off Zio and Furs, Hobert sat in his office reading through documents. He was preparing for tomorrow's task, which was the second assignment from Mr. Barton. The client this time was also in the outskirts, but this time in the western suburbs. After lunch, Hobert went out again to visit a client. He arrived at his rented apartment and spent some time in the Nation of Disorder, researching the spirit necklace. Around 2:50 p.m., he was ready to attend the Tarot Club meeting. At precisely 3 p.m., boundless gray fog engulfed his vision, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the majestic hall. As usual, Justice Audrey greeted everyone warmly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." She then presented 3 pages of the diary she had purchased at Mr. A's gathering to the Fool Klein to repay her previous debt. After Klein finished reading the 3 pages, Hobert said, "Mr. Fool, I've also collected 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. I hope this will repay your warning regarding the curse on my family." During his first meeting, Hobert received a critical clue from Klein's warning, and it soon proved to be correct. Klein felt a sense of satisfaction. With the growing number of members, it was easier to obtain more diary pages, each a treasure trove of knowledge and wealth. Additionally, the Emperor seemed to understand gratitude, as he was thankful for the prior warning. Klein responded with a solemn, Hobert picked up the pen that had suddenly appeared before him and presented 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. These pages were based on diary entries he had seen previously, but Hobert had added his own fabricated entry in Roselle's style. June 12th. I discovered a great secret, and only I know it. I found an effective way to treat losing control. Though it doesn't sound like mysticism, the essence of mysticism is that anything is possible. The method is to recite the name of the Creator. He will use his powerful forces of order to restore someone in the early stages of losing control to normalcy. I've discreetly inquired, and no one knows who the creator is, he must be a truly hidden entity. I've already tested this on a guinea pig, and there were no negative effects. The creator seems eager to help those on the verge of losing control. Could this also be a form of acting? His honorific name is the creator in the shadow of order. You are the beginning and end of all order. You are the great ruler of the clock of order. Ha! Now I won't have to worry about losing control again. Hobert did this to subtly tell Klein his honorific name through Roselle's diary. With the endorsement of the emperor, it would seem more credible. Later, Hobert planned to remind Klein that old Neil was in the early stages of losing control. After Klein confirmed Neil's condition and recited the name of the creator, Hobert would gladly assist. As for 0-08, its influence was limited to events within a single city. Since it was in Tingen, it couldn't affect Hobert, who was in Backlund. Even if Klein recited the creator's name and caught the attention of 0-08, it could at most trace the connection to the Nation of Disorder. It wouldn't be able to find Hobert, who was hiding behind the Nation of Disorder. After all, that was a Sefirah. What sealed artifact could have a higher rank than a Sefirah? To make the diary appear more authentic, Hobert carefully placed the fabricated entry among Roselle's early writings, which further boosted the credibility of the creator. Since Roselle had recited the creator's name in his early years and lived without any adverse effects, this suggested that the creator was trustworthy, at least not an evil god. As for who Roselle used for the experiment, it was something that happened over 100 years ago in the Intis Republic. With Klein's current resources, it would be impossible to verify. Even if an investigation revealed no such incident, the diary repeatedly emphasized the secrecy of the matter. Moreover, Hobert was taking advantage of Klein's current lack of knowledge about the existence of outer gods, which further increased the possibility that Klein might recite the creator's name. Hobert guessed that with Klein's caution, he wouldn't recite the creator's name unless absolutely necessary. But given Hobert's current capabilities, this was the best he could do. At least, he could say he did his best for old Neil. When Klein saw the entry, he pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. He hadn't expected such a powerful entity to be interested in helping Beyonders treat their loss of control. Was the entity acting? Although Roselle had tested it, it was best not to take the risk. After all, no one could guarantee that the creator would always be so willing to help. Nevertheless, Klein committed the honorific name to memory. If a companion showed signs of imminent loss of control and all other options were exhausted, he might give it a try. After reading the diary, he said, "You may proceed." Hobert then asked Alger, "Mr. Hangman, have you made any progress on my reward?" "You have 3 options," Alger smiled, pleased to showcase his connections. The first is a somewhat gaudy pocket watch. When worn, it grants you excellent balance, makes your movements highly agile, and allows you to turn paper into razor-sharp blades. There's also a chance that you can sense danger a second or 2 before it happens, thanks to its spiritual properties. The downside is, if worn for more than 2 hours at a time, you'll start laughing uncontrollably. The laughter will only stop once at least 5 people have seen you laughing. If you can't gather 5 audience members, you'll laugh to death. Hobert struggled not to glance at Mr. Fool. At this moment, the mysterious Mr. Fool likely didn't know that these were clearly the abilities of a clown. He frowned slightly, finding the negative effects daunting. The consequences were almost on par with those of a sealed artifact. If you went alone into a jungle, desert, or the open sea, you'd be laughing your way to death. Even in Backlund, these negative effects would be a major headache. Would he have to wake Christian and the others in the middle of the night just to watch him laugh? That would be incredibly irritating. Before the gathering, Hobert had already decided what type of Beyonder item he wanted. During his investigation of Heyman and Zachary, his lack of combat power and agility had been painfully obvious. So, he needed a Beyonder item that could enhance his combat prowess. While the pocket watch's abilities were appealing, its side effects made Hobert hesitate. Seeing Hobert's disinterest in the pocket watch, Alger continued, "The second option is a white cane. Using it grants you strength and speed beyond your natural abilities, and each attack with it builds up power. Once enough power is accumulated, you can unleash a strike with 3 times your normal strength. Moreover, it allows those who can't swim to become proficient in swimming and diving. Alger continued, the negative effect of the white cane is that it makes one prone to anger, often leading to irrational decisions driven by that anger. However, if you make an effort to control yourself, the negative effect can generally be avoided. Hobert speculated that the beyonder properties of the cane likely came from the pathway of the sailor, specifically from Sequence 8, Folk of Rage. While the abilities of the cane were appealing to Hobert, the negative effect left him dissatisfied. One had to remember, an irrational choice could be fatal in many situations. Seeing that the Emperor was still not satisfied, Alger spoke for a third time. The third option is a silver ring. Once you wear it, you will become an expert in combat. The negative effect is that the wearer will become overly cautious to the point of appearing paranoid. This negative effect can be mitigated by ignoring the cautionary thoughts triggered by the ring, but it takes time to discern which thoughts are genuinely cautious and which are caused by the ring. Hobert massaged his forehead. To him, the negative effects of all 3 Beyonder items were significant, which suggested that the wild artisan collaborating with the hangman was quite mediocre. This thought occurred to Hobert after experiencing the negative effects of the spirit necklace. For other Beyonders, these negative effects were likely acceptable. After all, gaining a new ability always came with a price. After much consideration, Hobert finally said, I'll take the ring. Caution is better than anger. Alger nodded. All right, how should I get it to you? At this point, the Fool hadn't yet set up a Fool's courier service, but Hobert already had a plan. You can send it to 388 Empress Avenue, Backlund, and address it to private. This address belonged to a mercenary club. Hobert planned to have a steward receive the package, which he would then collect himself. From yesterday's gathering, Hobert had surmised that the mercenary club was likely affiliated with and supported by the lone royal family. Even if other members of the Tarot Club found this address, the special nature of the club would make it difficult for them to uncover his identity. Even if someone managed to investigate the club, they would probably assume Hobert was military personnel, as the club's core members were a team of mercenaries composed of retired officers. Audrey straightened up her seat. She was very familiar with Empress Avenue. It was lined with properties owned by the nobles of the Lone Kingdom. Could it be that the Emperor was of noble descent? Had she ever crossed paths with him at party? Why, then, did she have no memory of the owner of 388? Hearing such a specific address, Alger also planned to ask his friends in Backlund to investigate the Emperor's identity. However, he figured the Emperor wouldn't expose himself so easily. No problem, Alger said. Luckily, I heard that a military airship headed to Backlund is stopping to refuel on my island. If all goes well, you'll have it in 2 to 3 days. With the transaction completed, the information exchange began. Hobert spoke first. I've recently met a merchant who sells Beyonder materials. If anyone needs such materials, I can act as a broker and only charge a basic fee. Also, during my dealings with this merchant, I learned that in Tingen City, there's an elderly official Beyonder who has been purchasing materials related to life alchemy. The merchant said this individual seems to be a mystery prior, preparing for some kind of dark ritual, and that their condition appears to be deteriorating. If anyone is in Tingen City, be careful. If you have the right channels, you might want to alert the local official Beyonders. As Hobert said this, he tried hard not to look at the Fool's reaction. Thanks to the mist obscuring everything, no one could see the Fool's current expression, but Hobert knew that the Fool was surely listening intently. Finally, Hobert sighed. Losing control is the norm for Beyonders. Even official Beyonders can't escape this fate. Alger turned to the Emperor and said, This is what I can understand. Logically, the higher-ups of the church can't all be idiots, right? Plus, they've had thousands of years of accumulated experience. The 7 major churches should all know about the acting method, so why don't they disclose it within their ranks? It would effectively prevent their own people from losing control. Hobert smiled. Hangman, you don't need to pro me like this. Yes, Just as you've guessed, it's the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility. Alger immediately looked at the fool, seemingly seeking confirmation. But the great fool could only offer a wry smile. That's exactly what confuses me. However, the mention of the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility does inspire me with a new line of thought. Seeing that the fool didn't correct the Emperor, Alger chuckled. Emperor, I wasn't testing you. I simply wasn't certain of my guess. Audrey felt that ever since the Emperor joined, the Tarot Club's information exchange had suddenly become much more advanced. However, this only exposed her own lack of knowledge about mysticism. She wanted to join the conversation. Mr. Emperor, what exactly is the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility? Hobert smiled. Miss Justice, it seems you still owe me some compensation from last time. Indeed, Audrey replied. Including the reward for this explanation. How about £600? Hobert nearly choked on his own saliva. Young lady, do you have money burning a hole in your pocket? £600, just like that. Have you forgotten? At A's gathering, I haggled with one of the giant bishop's men for ages, and it was only worth £150. He thought back to his battle with Zio, where they had risked their lives, only for his fortune to reach about £500. And now, because of Justice's curiosity, his wealth was about to double. However, Hobert realized that while the beyonder characteristics indestructibility might be common knowledge to him, it was indeed worth a lot to someone like Audrey, a noble woman who couldn't access official beyonder circles. The clever use of abilities like overcoming one's past self was one thing, but the beyonder characteristics indestructibility was high in knowledge. Seeing Hobert deep in thought, Audrey quickly added, if you think the price is too low, we can negotiate. The price is just right. Hobert began to explain, this knowledge has always been monopolized by the churches and secret organizations, but it's a vital law in the beyonder world. And despite its importance, it's quite simple to explain. Beyonder characteristics do not disappear. They don't diminish. They simply transfer from one vessel to another. For example, the ring that the Hanged Man is sending me possesses beyonder abilities because it holds the beyonder characteristics of a warrior or melee scholar. Once I wear it, I can use a portion of those beyonder abilities. Audrey seemed to suddenly grasp something. Then does that mean beyonders are also vessels? Hobert smiled and said, Miss Justice is quite clever. If one day you defeat a beyonder opponent, and there's no danger, don't rush to leave, because the beyonder characteristic that their body exudes will be your spoils of war. So, beyonder characteristics can also serve as the main ingredient for potions? As she said this, Audrey suddenly covered her mouth, taking a while to regain her composure. Only then did Hobert continue. Exactly. Due to the existence of the law of indestructibility of beyonder characteristics, all easily accessible beyonder materials are already beyonder characteristics and now reside within the bodies of the church's higher-ups. If the acting method were made public and potions were digested too quickly, it would certainly lead to fierce competition within the church, especially between superiors and subordinates, who could become as hostile as enemies. Of course, this also involves knowledge of two other laws. Miss Justice, although this knowledge is extremely important in the beyonder world, you won't need it for now. When you do, we can trade for it. Audrey responded with an "oh," thinking that the law of indestructibility of beyonder characteristics sounded rather advanced, at least more so than the information the Hanged Man had previously shared. Back then, I gave him £1,000 so easily. In comparison, the Emperor is far more generous. What she didn't know was that the £1,000 the Hanged Man received would be used to buy the silver ring traded with the Emperor, ultimately ending up back in the Emperor's pocket. After hearing the Emperor's words, Alger was momentarily stunned before asking, So, there are 3 laws regarding beyonder characteristics? Audrey felt secretly pleased. So this vital knowledge, you only know a third of it. Yes, Hobert smiled and asked, Mr. Hanged Man, do you want to initiate a new trade? Klein almost facepalmed. How much does the Emperor actually know about beyonder knowledge? How can he sell new information at every meeting? Alger hesitated for a few seconds before dejectedly saying, "Forget it. Maybe next time." He didn't have enough money right now to pay the Emperor. Audrey asked, "Mr. Emperor, how should I send the money to you?" Hobert thought for a moment and said, "Send it to 388 Empress Avenue. Write private on the outside of the package." "All right." Hobert continued sharing free information. "There are many members of the Aurora Order in Backlund. If anyone present is in Backlund, please be cautious when attending Beyonder gatherings, as there could very well be Aurora Order lunatics there." Behind the gray fog, Klein's expression turned serious. He had just killed a member of the Aurora Order, so when he heard the mention of the Aurora Order, he immediately paid close attention. Audrey was also highly attentive, considering that she was in Backlund and had just attended a Beyonder gathering a few days ago. However, Hobert didn't continue further, as mentioning Heyman or Hillman could potentially expose himself, especially since Audrey knew Zio. After the exchange session ended, the gathering officially concluded. Back in reality, Hobert stared at the ceiling in a daze for a while before getting up from bed. He took a hired carriage to the Mercenary Club, first instructing the attendant to collect packages for private, and then collected some bullets to practice shooting at the range. Audrey took a carriage to Empress Avenue, instructing the driver to slow down when passing by number 388. Inside the carriage, Audrey carefully observed the situation at number 388. The lawn was well maintained, suggesting that the owner of this residence was in a good financial state. Wait, why were there so many people in military uniforms coming and going? Oh, that explains why Mr. Emperor knew that Lone wouldn't retaliate against the Fasak Empire. He was born into a military family. Once I know the general background, things will be easier. Audrey instructed, "Head to Viscount Learson's residence." The Learson family had long served the military, and they were on good terms with the Hall family. Audrey was quite close with Viscount Learson's youngest son, Kantz, so she could ask him about number 388. Fortunately, Kantz was at home and warmly received Audrey. However, after learning of Audrey's intentions, he smiled helplessly. "Audrey, the place you're referring to is the Mercenary Club. You'd best not dig too deeply, as that could cause you some trouble." Audrey asked, "What kind of people typically participate in this club?" "Retired officers, children of military families, nobles with military experience, and, of course, some merchants to handle the sale of spoils." Audrey recalled Mr. Emperor's attire and quickly ruled out retired officers and merchants. He must be a noble with military experience or a child from a military family. A strong, energetic, and sunny image formed in Audrey's mind. "As far as I know," Kantz hesitated slightly before saying, "there are many royal members in the club as well. The military uses the club to issue tasks unsuitable for official channels, including some secret missions. So, you'd better not inquire too much about it." "I won't dig around," Audrey replied. "So this club is quite high-end?" "Yes, it's one of the most exclusive clubs in the country." Audrey thought, "Mr. Emperor is even more impressive than I imagined." She decided to stop probing further, as Kant's words suggested that it could indeed lead to trouble. "Kantz, I have a package to deliver to the Mercenary Club. Could you ask a servant to help me send it?" Audrey believed her approach was quite clever. Even if Mr. Emperor tracked the servant, all he'd find was Viscount Learson's family. And Viscount Learson only had 2 sons, no daughters. It would surely leave Mr. Emperor surprised. Above the gray fog, after the gathering ended, Klein didn't leave immediately. He pulled out the yellow crystal pendant on his wrist and silently chanted, "Old Neil's condition has a problem. Old Neil's condition has a problem." After chanting 7 times, the pendant rotated clockwise, but the movement was small. There really is a problem, but it doesn't seem too serious. At this moment, Klein suddenly remembered that the first time he opened his spirit vision after consuming the potion, he had seen a strange eye behind Old Neil. After a bit of thought, Klein decided, "I'll tell Captain about this. He's experienced and will know what to do." Klein then silently chanted, "The Creator is evil. The Creator is evil." After chanting 7 times, the pendant remained completely still. There are too few conditions to divine, Or perhaps the creator is at too high a level for effective divination, even in the gray fog. Klein suspected both reasons, so he tried another divination. Reciting the creator's honorific name in the real world is dangerous for me. Reciting the creator's honorific name in the real world is dangerous for me. After chanting 7 times, the pendant began to rotate counterclockwise, indicating that there was no danger. Klein smiled to himself and said, "Just as Roselle once remarked, this is an astounding secret. If any of my colleagues show signs of losing control and there's no other solution, I could try reciting the creator's honorific name." With that, Klein left the gray fog and immediately took a carriage to 36 Zutland Street. As usual, he chatted with Roseanne briefly, learning that old Neil was currently on guard duty in the weapons room. Entering the captain's office, Dunn Smith, with his prominent nose, gray eyes, and slightly receding hairline, asked, "Is something the matter again?" Klein twitched his lips slightly. "Captain, why did you have to add the word again?" After carefully closing the door, Klein said, "Captain, something's wrong with old Neil." Klein lied, claiming that he had recently noticed old Neil's absent-mindedness. That afternoon, he suddenly recalled the vision he had during his first activation of spirit vision and conducted a divination. The result confirmed that something was indeed wrong with old Neil, though it didn't seem too serious yet. Dunn was silent for a second or two before saying, "Old Neil is on duty at the armory. In a moment, I'll pull him into a dream and examine his condition. If it's not urgent, we'll send a telegraph immediately and request help from the experts at the cathedral. If it's critical, I'll control old Neil, and you'll perform ritual magic to pray for the goddess's power to resolve the issue." Klein, feeling a bit nervous, responded, "Captain, I've never performed such a complex ritual before. It's just like the ritual for communing with spirits or praying for power. You only need to modify the incantation accordingly." Dunn smiled. "You're now a member of the Nighthawks. Your teammates need your power to get through this." Klein smiled bitterly. "Captain, saying it like that just makes me feel more pressure." However, Dunn's warm smile gave Klein great encouragement. "I'll do my best to complete the ritual." Dunn nodded. "Go prepare." Just as Klein reached the door, feeling slightly anxious, Dunn called out, "Oh, I almost forgot. For this type of ritual, you'll need materials with rich spirituality. Ordinary deep sleep flowers and nightshade won't suffice. Go write a requisition form and head to the back of Cheney's Gate to get some summer leaf grass and sleepless flower powder." "Understood," Klein replied, his nerves easing. Dunn added, "Wait, one more thing. Bring Leonard from the lounge to join us on this mission." Klein nodded. "Captain, I'll also have Mrs. Roseanne and Mrs. Oriana leave early. Ask Fry to close the lounge ahead of time and station him at the hall to answer the door if the police come." "Is that correct, Captain?" Dunn seemed surprised for a second or two before replying, "Yes, exactly what I was about to say." After leaving the office, Klein first dismissed the clerical staff, informed Leonard and Fry, and then wrote the requisition form. With Dunn's signature, he obtained the materials from Lorata, who was on duty at Cheney's Gate. After all this, Klein nervously held the spiritual materials in his hand and waited in the underground passage. 7 or 8 minutes later, the captain and Leonard came down together. The three of them silently made their way to the armory. Dunn signaled to his teammates and opened the door. Inside, old Neil was resting his chin on his hands, seemingly dozing off. When the door opened, he woke up suddenly and said, "Is there an operation today? You all came together. Here for weapons." While speaking, old Neil yawned, his eyelids heavy. He immediately realized something was wrong. "Dunn, you..." Before he could finish, old Neil slumped back in his chair, fast asleep. Dunn, too, leaned against the door, eyes closed and head bowed. Leonard calmly said to Klein, "I suggest you begin setting up the ritual, just in case." "All right." Klein finally understood why the captain brought Leonard. It was to ensure he wouldn't miss the critical moment due to his lack of experience. The captain is as reliable as ever. With Leonard's help, Klein moved a table in front of old Neil and began drawing symbols and lighting candles. The symbol he drew was, of course, the symbol of the Evernight goddess. Although the creator had Roselle's endorsement, unless absolutely necessary, Klein wasn't going to pray to an unknown entity. Klein was lighting the second candle when the captain suddenly spoke. "Prepare the ritual quickly. Old Neil's condition has worsened." Klein was briefly stunned. The scene before him shattered like a broken mirror, revealing that he was only just lighting the first candle, with the second still unlit. He immediately realized that the captain had pulled him into a dream earlier. Klein quickly lit the remaining candles, realizing that old Neil's loss of control was far more severe than expected. At that moment, old Neil, who was supposedly fast asleep, lifted his head. His eyes were still closed, but on his forehead, a cold, emotionless, and indifferent eye slowly opened. The sight of that, I sent a shiver down Klein's spine. He quickly averted his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. Although Dunn was controlling old Neil, the latter moved stiffly like a sleepwalker, rising from his chair. His target was the makeshift altar on the table. Clearly, the out-of-control part of old Neil's consciousness had sensed the danger and was trying to destroy the altar. Leonard began chanting, "Once upon a time, if I recall correctly, my life was a banquet. At that banquet, all hearts were open and all wines overflowed." Klein immediately felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, losing the will to take the next step. He shook his head to dispel the tranquility and laziness invading his mind, then quickly burned the summer leaf grass and sleepless flower powder. With Leonard's assistance, Dunn regained control, and old Neil slowly sat back down. The eye on his forehead gradually closed. But almost instantly, another cold, emotionless eye appeared on old Neil's cheek, slowly opening. Before it could fully open, Klein quickly recited in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the Evernight goddess's favor. I pray for you to eliminate the uncontrolled elements within this Nighthawk member, restoring the stability of his beyonder powers." The eye on old Neil's cheek fully opened, gazing indifferently at everything as if the actions of the three Nighthawks had nothing to do with it. Once Klein finished the incantation, a tremendous, terrifying, and mysterious power descended within the spiritual wall. Whoa! A violent wind suddenly howled around the altar, but strangely, an unprecedented sense of calm pervaded the armory. The emotionless eye on old Neil's face showed fear for the first time. It was forced out of old Neil's body by the immense invisible power, but before it could escape into the shadows, the overwhelming force captured and crushed it. Both Klein and Leonard seemed to hear a piercing shriek filled with unwillingness. The fierce winds subsided, and peace returned to the armory. "Cough, cough, cough." Old Neil woke up, coughing. "Are you trying to break my old bones?" Using spirit vision, Klein examined old Neil again. He looked weak, but the eye hiding behind him was gone. He exhaled in relief, offering praise to the goddess and silently thanking Mr. Emperor. After completing everything, Klein looked toward the captain. He remembered that there was something important he needed to remind Dunn about, but at that moment, his head throbbed. The ritual had drained too much of his spirituality, and now he needed rest. In the outskirts of Tingen, in a house with dark red chimneys and lush green lawns, a pale hand held a quill, writing in an ordinary notebook. Klein actually detected that old Neil was on the verge of losing control. The story has been rewritten again. The quill pen brushed lightly across the page, writing, "Dunn Smith was secretly tainted by the Antigonus family's notebook, and later, after entering Hanas Vincent's dream and seeing the clear image of the true creator, the corruption Dunn Smith suffered began to gradually spread. The Averni." The pale hand quickly lifted the pen. The quill pen had almost written Evernight Goddess. After all, the quill was just a sealed artifact, and if it involved the Evernight Goddess in the story, it would definitely catch her attention. Ince Zangwill, who wielded the pen, would surely meet a tragic end in Tingen City. The pale hand crossed out the word Evernight and continued writing. Klein's ritual was a great success, But due to his spiritual depletion, he didn't have time to inform Dunsmith about old Neil's ongoing ritual. Over time, Klein continually forgot to mention it to his colleagues due to various reasons, believing it wasn't that important. By the time he had the chance to explain, it was already too late. Old Neil's ongoing ritual would push him to the brink of losing control once again. Maybe in 3 weeks, maybe in 4. He would return to the edge of madness. His eventual breakdown was inevitable, as his ritual attracted certain gazes. As long as his ritual continued, the corruption would persist, and so would the risk of losing control. His breakdown would deal a psychological blow to Dunn Smith and exacerbate the secret pollution already affecting Dunn, leading him to actions Zangwill anticipated. What's puzzling is, how did Klein realize old Neil was on the verge of losing control? His fate took a strange turn here. Could it be because he obtained? The pale hand quickly lifted the pen again. He had a premonition that if he allowed the quill to continue writing, things would spiral out of control. He quickly closed the notebook. This unexpected story had come to a temporary halt. Inside, as he looked out at the lawn with his one eye. Why is it that the stories in Tingeon City are always disrupted by uncontrollable forces? Especially this Klein. Why does he keep messing up the carefully crafted stories? On Tuesday morning, Hobert gathered the relevant materials and took the law firm's carriage to visit the client, Mr. Polly, in the western suburbs. Mr. Polly was a man in his 50s with thinning hair, wrinkled skin, and a pipe in his mouth, giving him a stern appearance. "I'm going to ruin the Ailey family. I swear, I'll make them pay," Mr. Polly muttered through his pipe. "Last night, yes, just last night, the giant dog he keeps in the basement escaped again and made a mess of my flower bed. But that old scoundrel Ailey still insists he doesn't own a dog, let alone a giant one." After listening to Mr. Polly rant for a while, Hobert understood the gist. Mr. Polly and the Ailey family were neighbors, but they did not get along. The root of their disagreement was religious. Mr. Polly's family worshipped the Evernight goddess, while the Aileys followed the Lord of Storms. They had been neighbors for over a decade, and they had quarreled for just as long. Recently, however, Ailey had allegedly been keeping a giant dog in his basement. The dog occasionally escaped and wreaked havoc in Polly's garden, even killing several chickens. Yet Mr. Ailey adamantly denied ever owning a dog. Frustrated, Mr. Polly reached out to a friend to find a lawyer, and thus, Hobert became involved. Hobert asked, "Have any neighbors seen this giant dog? Would they be willing to testify for you?" "They've seen it. The Wolf family across the street and the Allens on the left both saw it, and they're willing to testify for me," Polly replied. "Go ahead, take Ailey to court, Hobert. Let him see how serious I am." Hobert smiled and said, "Mr. Polly, I'm just a lawyer, not a judge." He added, "Before going to the magistrate's court, I'll first have a conversation with Mr. Ailey. If he's willing to compensate you for your losses, it will save everyone trouble. But if he insists on going to court, we'll be ready for that as well." Mr. Polly nodded. "All right, lawyer, I'll follow your lead." In truth, he wasn't keen on going to court, as it would be too much hassle. Hobert asked, "How much compensation are you seeking for Mr. Ailey?" £100. "Lawyer, I wanted to pay me £100. That amount is too high. A judge would never accept it," Hobert replied. "I recommend asking for £10 in compensation and an additional £10 for legal fees." £20 was a sum a small landowner could handle. If Ailey had to pay £100, he would indeed be ruined. Mr. Polly trembled slightly with his pipe in hand. "Goddess, you're charging £10 for legal fees. Didn't your friend explain our rates?" Hobert smiled. "This is already the lowest fee." All right, as long as Ailey is paying." After settling the details, the two signed a contract. Hobert then asked Mr. Polly to take him to visit the Will and Allen families. As Polly had said, both families were willing to testify, having also seen the giant dog and been frightened by it. Finally, Hobert went alone to visit Mr. Ailey. Ailey was at home, and when Hobert explained the reason for his visit, Ailey shouted from the doorway, "I've said it 100 times. That old fool Polly must be going blind. We've never owned a dog. Fine, if he wants to sue, I'm ready." His voice was loud enough for Mr. Polly, on the other side of the fence, to hear clearly. "Old fool. We used to argue, but I still thought you were a man. Now you're just a clown refusing to admit the truth." Their argument prompted a series of barks, and by the sound of it, the dog wasn't small. Mr. Polly's words made Ailey flush red. As the two men prepared to escalate the confrontation, Hobert quickly interjected. "Mr. Ailey, may I take a look at your basement? The neighbors have all seen it. The giant dog escaped from your basement." "Fine, fine," Ailey replied. "Lawyer, I trust you. But let me tell you, representing Polly is going to be the stain on your career." As he spoke, Ailey led Hobert to the outside door of the basement. The barking grew louder, but when Ailey opened the door, there was nothing inside, just farming tools and miscellaneous items, with no trace of any animal. Wait, Hobert felt a familiar, twisted sensation, much like the feeling when using the power of the lawyer pathway in the Nation of Disorder. Hobert's first thought was the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. If he was right, this seemingly ordinary case must conceal a mystical item or a beyonder from the lawyer pathway. When handling Mr. Barron's case earlier, based on what Penny told him about the country lawyer, he was 100% certain that they were a beyonder from the lawyer pathway. Hobert smiled helplessly. "I should have realized earlier. The Nation of Disorder is a key element for both the lawyer and arbiter pathways to become a great old one. It's like a massive magnet, drawing the beyonder characteristics from these two pathways toward me." He then reflected on himself. "Over the past month, I still haven't fully transitioned my mindset from the modern era to the beyonder world. My past life experiences are useful, but in this extraordinary world, its rules are what truly matter." Seeing Hobert lost in thought, Aerie smiled smugly. "So, Mr. Lawyer, as I said before, we've never owned a dog." Hobert asked, "Then where did the barking we heard come from?" "The Henry family, who live behind us, own a dog," Aerie said. "I think their dog must have gotten loose, first coming to my yard, then to that old geezer Polly's yard. As for why Polly swore that the dog came from my basement, I believe it's because his old eyes played tricks on him. Plus, he doesn't dare confront the Henrys, so he cowardly pushed the blame onto me." After leaving the basement, Aerie pointed to the predominantly dark-colored house behind his own. "That's the Henrys' house." The house gave off a deathly atmosphere. The curtains and door drapes were tightly shut, as though it had been uninhabited for a long time. Aerie explained, "It seems one of Henry's children has a rare illness. Their complexion is pale, and they're afraid of sunlight, so their house is always sealed off like this. Henry is a fabric merchant, stern-faced, and not easy to get along with. The neighbors don't like dealing with him. Oh, and speaking of which, it seems they haven't left their house in a few days." As Hobert left Aerie's backyard and approached the Henry household, sure enough, he heard barking coming from basement. Hobert knocked on the garden gate, but no one answered. So, he opened it and knocked on the front door. After waiting for about half a minute, he finally heard footsteps inside. The person inside seemed to drag their feet across the floor, and a hoarse voice asked, "Who is it?" Hobert briefly introduced himself and explained his reason for coming. "May I take a look at the dog you're keeping in the basement?" The hoarse voice responded, "We all have a severe flu. If you don't want to catch it, come back in a few days." After a moment of thought, Hobert replied, "All right, I'll return later this week. I hope you all recover soon." Back at Mr. Polly's house, upon hearing that Aerie didn't have a dog but the Henrys did, and that the barking came from their basement, Polly shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, I may be old, but my eyes aren't that bad yet. Besides, I'm not the only one who saw it. Everyone saw the big dog coming out of Aerie's basement." Hobert glanced out the window, noting that Aerie's and Henry's basements were only separated by a narrow country lane. "Perhaps there's another explanation." He smiled. "Let's talk about Mr. Henry, shall we?" "Oh, Henry's not someone to mess with," Polly said as he filled his pipe. "Last year, a thief snuck into their house, and Henry beat him so badly, he was left only able to mutter, 'He's dead, he's dead.' They moved here when I was a kid. I even attended the funeral of old Henry, Mr. Henry's father, young Henry's grandfather. They used to be a friendly family, but ever since young Henry fell ill 3 years ago, they've become strange. Listening to Polly's ramblings yielded little useful information. However, Hobert was certain that the Henrys weren't ordinary fabric merchants. He decided that after receiving compensation from the hangman, he would investigate further. After informing Mr. Polly that he'd return in a few days, Hobert took his leave. Upon returning to his law office, Hobert received a letter from the Mercenary Club, informing him that since yesterday evening, the private had received 2 packages. Hobert didn't expect the hangman's package to arrive so quickly, but after thinking it over, he understood. The package must have come back with the mercenaries returning from the southern continent, and one of them had delivered it to the club. After lunch, Hobert headed out again to visit a client. He didn't rush to collect the package, but instead sat in the club's lounge for a while, sipping the club's provided tea. From the conversations around him, he learned that a group of mercenaries who had ambushed Beyonders from the Fasak Empire in the southern continent had returned by airship. Many people already knew the details of the battle. 2 sequence 5s, 6 sequence 6s, 17 sequence 7s, and several sequence 8s and 9s were taken down. It was also said that the spoils included Beyonder characteristics, many mystical items, and even 2 sealed artifacts. It was easy to imagine that this weekend's Beyonder gathering would feature several participants selling their spoils. Hobert calculated his current wealth, which had reached nearly 1,100 pounds. If there was a suitable mystical item, he'd definitely make a move. After 2 cups of tea, he finally went to the front desk to retrieve the private's package. Instead of leaving immediately, Hobert requested a small meeting room, where, after closing the door, he opened the first package. Inside was 600 pounds in cash. Hobert happily counted the money, then took out his wallet. Wait, his wallet was already full. He had to stuff the cash into his inner pocket. At that moment, Hobert felt nostalgic for the days of online payments. Money in a phone wouldn't make him a target for thieves or criminals. The other package contained a dark ring box. Hobert held the ring in his palm and, feeling no discomfort, slipped it onto his index finger. The moment he put it on, his mind was filled with a dozen techniques for using a cane to attack enemies, as well as how to coordinate his footwork with his strikes and defenses in battle. Hobert smiled slightly. This was exactly the ability he needed. He glanced at the packaging on the table. It had to be destroyed to prevent anyone from tracing his identity. Should he tear it into pieces? No, what if someone picks up the pieces and puts them back together? But how should he destroy it? Fire? What if that starts a fire? Or, wait, Hobert suddenly realized that his concerns were a side effect of the ring. Hobert first bought a military-grade telescope from the Mercenary Club, then wrote a letter to Miss Zio, asking if she still wanted to consult him about Beyonder knowledge. Whether she wanted to or not, he requested her to meet him at the law office the next morning. After sending the letter with the help of a servant, Hobert prepared to head home early to avoid missing dinner in 3 hours. When he arrived at the club's entrance, he began pondering whether stepping down with his left or right foot would be safer. As he was choosing a mode of transportation, he worried about whether the hired carriage might overturn or if the coachman could be a psychopathic killer. Bad rating. Hobert thought to himself after getting into the hired carriage. I should give the hangman a bad review. Is this caution? This is more like paranoia. However, Hobert had not yet taken off the ring. He wanted to quickly adapt to the negative effects of the ring, ideally being able to distinguish real caution from the ring's side effects as soon as the cautious thoughts arose. Thus, at dinner, Hobert hesitated whether to pick up the sharp knife. While going up the stairs, he again contemplated which leg to step with first, and when closing the door, he turned back several times to ensure his clothes weren't caught. Back in his room, physically and mentally exhausted, Hobert sighed. Indeed, acquiring new abilities always comes with a price. The next day, Hobert arrived at the law office at 7 o'clock, 2 hours early, to avoid missing his meeting with Zio, which might disrupt his plans for the next few days. This was an hour earlier than usual, and the office door wasn't even open yet. Looking at the tightly closed door and having missed breakfast, Hobert felt an urge to return the ring. However, after sitting on the office steps and reflecting, Hobert suddenly realized that his previous impulse to argue with others had disappeared. After all, arguing often leads to fights, and being cautious means it's better to stay quiet. Thinking this way, he found that the ring's negative effects weren't entirely useless. All right, I'll keep it, he thought, and then came a naming phase. Hobert suspected that the Beyonder characteristic used to make the ring likely came from a warrior pathway pugilist or a mystery prior pathway melee scholar. The latter seemed more probable because the ring's negative effect likely originated from the Beyonder characteristics provider. Typically, Beyonders of the warrior pathway weren't this overly cautious. A comical image appeared in Hobert's mind. A warrior on the battlefield hesitating whether or not to fire his gun. What if the gun backfires? What if I hurt the enemy? What if the bullet damages the plants? Hobert first bought a military-grade telescope from the Mercenary Club, then wrote a letter to Miss Zio, asking if she still wanted to consult him about Beyonder knowledge. Whether she wanted to or not, he requested her to meet him at the law office the next morning. After sending the letter with the help of a servant, Hobert prepared to head home early to avoid missing dinner in 3 hours. When he arrived at the club's entrance, he began pondering whether stepping down with his left or right foot would be safer. As he was choosing a mode of transportation, he worried about whether the hired carriage might overturn or if the coachman could be a psychopathic killer. Bad rating. Hobert thought to himself after getting into the hired carriage. I should give a hangman a bad review. Is this caution? This is more like paranoia. However, Hobert had not yet taken off the ring. He wanted to quickly adapt to the negative effects of the ring, ideally being able to distinguish real caution from the ring's side effects as soon as the cautious thoughts arose. Thus, at dinner, Hobert hesitated whether to pick up the sharp knife. While going up the stairs, he again contemplated which leg to step with first, and when closing the door, he turned back several times to ensure his clothes weren't caught. Back in his room, physically and mentally exhausted, Hobert sighed. Indeed, acquiring new abilities always comes with a price. The next day, Hobert arrived at the law office at 7 o'clock, 2 hours early, to avoid missing his meeting with Zio, which might disrupt his plans for the next few days. This was an hour earlier than usual, and the office door wasn't even open yet. Looking at the tightly closed door and having missed breakfast, Hobert felt an urge to return the ring. However, after sitting on the office steps and reflecting, Hobert suddenly realized that his previous impulse to argue with others had disappeared. After all, arguing often leads to fights, and being cautious means it's better to stay quiet. Thinking this way, he found that the ring's negative effects weren't entirely useless. All right, I'll keep it, he thought, and then came the naming phase. Hobert suspected that the Beyonder characteristic used to make the ring likely came from a warrior pathway pugilist or a mystery prior pathway melee scholar. The latter seemed more probable because the ring's negative effect likely originated from the Beyonder characteristics provider. Typically, Beyonders of the warrior pathway weren't this overly cautious. A comical image appeared in Hobert's mind. A warrior on the battlefield hesitating whether or not to fire his gun. What if the gun backfires? What if I hurt the enemy? What if the bullet damages the plants? While the warrior hesitates in the trench, the enemy has already taken the position. This image was absurd just thinking about it. On the other hand, mystery prior, who know a lot of ritual magic and knowledge, tend to revere the Beyonder world and often become extremely cautious. So, the ring's Beyonder characteristic was more likely from a melee scholar. Hobert thought, since the ring can make me an expert fighter, I'll just call it the combat ring. Then Hobert wondered if he could use his Beyonder abilities to counteract the ring's negative effects. More specifically, he thought about twisting the cautious thoughts induced by the ring. Since this was a confrontation with its negative effects, whether the twisting succeeded or not, he could generally tell which cautious thoughts were real and which stemmed from the negative effects. It was a great idea, so Hobert gathered his spirituality and began resisting the ring. He soon found this method very effective. He could easily distinguish the negative effects, and, with his twist, no longer had to hesitate over trivial things like which leg to step with first. However, with more complex caution, the effect of the twisting was limited. Hobert's hesitation was still noticeable, but he could now differentiate which thoughts were caused by the combat ring's negative effects, giving him a clear target in fighting against his overly cautious mindset. Around 9 o'clock, Zio and Furs arrived at the law office, and Hobert received them in a small meeting room. Hobert dragged his chair a little further from Furs, always feeling like she might stretch out her hand and open a door on him. To be cautious, he thought it was better to keep his distance from her. Wait, no, that's the combat ring's negative effect, he realized, and under Zio and Furs' slightly confused gazes, Hobert awkwardly dragged his chair back to its original position. Zio asked with some concern, "Hobert, are your legs cramping?" No, Hobert said with a bitter smile. "I just felt the floor was a bit uneven." He quickly changed the topic. "Have you decided on what kind of beyonder knowledge you want from me? As I mentioned before, it would be best if we start the operation this afternoon. If you haven't decided yet, you can choose to let me owe you an answer or explanation, or I can pay you some money." Zio said, "We've decided." She glanced at her friend Furs. "I have a friend." Furs cleared her throat and said, "Yes, I'm asking on behalf of a friend. Well, during the appearance of a blood moon, she hears maddening ravings." "Why is that?" Hobert, of course, knew the backstory and immediately exposed it. "Your friend is a beyonder of the apprentice pathway, right?" Furs froze for a moment. "Why, yes." Hobert continued, knowingly. "Does her surname happen to be Abraham?" "No." In the fourth epoch, the Abraham family had mastered relatively complete potion formulas for the apprentice pathway, Hobert explained. But ever since their ancestor, Bethel Abraham, disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors, the family's beyonders have seemed cursed, hearing maddening ravings on blood moon nights. "I suspect your friend consumed a beyonder characteristic left behind by an Abraham family member without proper treatment. So even though she isn't a member of the Abraham family, she's still affected by their curse." Zio quickly asked, "That's right. Your description is just like how our mutual friend described her experience. Is there a solution?" "There are two solutions," Hobert said. Zio was thrilled. She hadn't expected that the problem that had been giving them such headaches and left them clueless could be solved by Hobert in two ways. "But both methods are difficult," Hobert added. "The first is to find a suitable mystical item to extract your friend's beyonder characteristic, treat it, and then let her consume the characteristic again. To my knowledge, the Abraham family used to cultivate many non-family apprentice pathway beyonders. As long as the characteristic is treated and the person isn't a member of the Abraham family, they won't suffer from the family curse." Comment. Hobert's suggestion left Zio and Furs baffled. Lacking sufficient knowledge about the beyonders, they couldn't quite grasp the feasibility of Hobert's method. Hobert continued, "From what I know, this method is incredibly painful and carries a high risk of losing control. So, unless absolutely necessary or if you're entirely confident, don't try it." The reason he mentioned this method first was to showcase his expertise. Essentially, he was bluffing. He added, "The second method is to wait and see. Rely on your friend's luck." "Luck?" Furs asked, "What do you mean?" Hobert smiled. "Once you become a beyonder, your fate undergoes a massive transformation. All your problems will eventually be answered by the arrangement of fate. Don't think I'm being superstitious. The field of mysticism is inherently filled with complex and obscure matters." Furs frowned, unsatisfied with this answer. Zio asked directly, "Could you be a bit more specific?" "The curse is a cry for help." Hobert clarified further. "From what I know, a mysterious entity has recently taken an interest in this plea for help. This is your friend's opportunity. Don't try to manipulate fate. Just let it unfold naturally." For Hobert, letting events play out according to the original storyline was most advantageous, as it allowed him to maintain his omniscient perspective. Hobert's words managed to quiet both Zio and Furs, leaving them deep in thought. After a dozen seconds of silence, Furs finally asked, "So, you're saying the best course of action is to do nothing?" Hobert smiled. "Exactly. Pay close attention to everything around you, and you'll eventually find some hints from fate. For example, Audrey placing the fool's honorable name in Viscount Glance's library. And, Audrey placing the fool's honorable name in Viscount Glance's library again." Hobert added, Perhaps, when things seem most uncontrollable, that's when fate is about to shift. Zio scratched her head. Hobert, is fate really that magical? Hobert shrugged. The fate of a Beyonder is indeed that magical. All right, I hope you won't worry too much about fate's arrangement. For us low-sequence Beyonders, we can only accept the arrangement of fate. The more you dwell on it, the more fate fluctuates, and it just causes unnecessary trouble. It was only then that Zio and Furs realized that Hobert seemed to be talking about some advanced mysticism knowledge they had never heard of or thought about before. However, it felt like Hobert had only described a portion of this mysticism knowledge. They hadn't seen the whole picture. Hobert asked, "Are you satisfied with my answer?" "Very satisfied," Furs quickly replied. "This has given our friend a lot of insights. At the very least, she now understands the source of the curse and won't feel so lost and confused anymore." Hobert nodded. "Now, let's talk about the next steps. Last week, while working on a case, I came across a villager who seemed to be a Beyonder. I'm curious where he got his potion formula from, so I want to investigate." Seeing the puzzled looks on Zio and Fur's faces, Hobert smiled and explained, "Let me give you both some free knowledge. The Beyonder characteristics within the three of us can be traced back to the fourth epoch. Following the historical threads, the potion formulas for those on Zio's pathway are primarily held by the royal families of Lone and the Phaenopotter Kingdom. The potion formulas for Fur's pathway are mainly controlled by the Theosophy Order and the Abraham family, or Beyonders associated with them. I suspect that after the disappearance of Abraham's ancestors in the fourth epoch, the family suffered attacks from other factions, causing significant losses without a powerful protector. The Theosophy Order, which formed in the early fifth epoch, likely obtained the Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas of the apprentice pathway from their plunder of the Abraham family. As for the Beyonder characteristics of my own pathway, they should theoretically be in the hands of 3 or 4 Beyonder families. But the historical threads became unclear after the War of the Four Emperors. Does that make sense? Zio nodded repeatedly, but from her expression, it was clear she didn't fully understand. After some thought, Furs said, "So, if we trace the factions that control most of the Beyonders on our respective pathways, we could use that as a clue to obtain the next potion formula." Her eyes lit up. "Mr. Hobert, the information you've shared is incredibly valuable to us. Is this really free?" She had been unable to find the Trickmaster potion formula at the Beyonder gatherings and was almost ready to give up. But Hobert's words today gave her new hope. Hobert smiled. "Of course it's free. Do you think I was joking when I said that, by forming the Justice League, we're here to support each other? Wake up, girl. Free things are often the most expensive. Now that you know where to find the potion formula, won't you want to know more about the Theosophy Order? Will you need to take action? Can you and Zio obtain the formula on your own? And if not, will you seek help?" Hobert realized today that he was quite the marketing genius. Zio, finally understanding, let out a belated "oh." Hobert continued, "The villager I mentioned, who seems to be a Beyonder, appears to be on the same sequence as me, so I'm curious about the source of his potion formula." Zio asked, "When do we take action?" Hobert glanced at his pocket watch. "It's not even 9:30 yet. Let's each make preparations. And how about we meet at Backlund Bridge at 1 p.m.? Sound good?" After seeing Zio and Furs off, Hobert returned to his rented room and summoned the spirit medium necklace from the Nation of Disorder. This time, Hobert held the initiative, unlike the previous investigation, where the clues vanished quickly, leaving no time to prepare. Now that he had time, he was determined to bring his best equipment, just in case there was a need for spiritual communication. After putting on the necklace, Hobert activated spirit vision, and the world before him changed entirely. Everything became a misty gray, with only the living beings outside on the street still colored. He envied those with high spiritual intuition, as they could see a person's health and general emotional state just by using spirit vision. Shutting off spirit vision, Hobert gave in to his cautious side, deciding to leave early so as not to be late for the agreed meeting time. After having lunch at his law office, he took a carriage to Backlund Bridge. As expected, Furs had managed to pull herself out of the embrace of her armchair to join her friend for the action. Thus, the three young people took a rented carriage and headed to the outskirts of Backlund. To avoid drawing attention, Hobert, Zio, and Furs got off the carriage early and left the main road, walking through the fields until they reached the countryside villa of Upton. Zio found a good vantage point for surveillance. The three hid near their observation post, with Hobert using binoculars to look at the villa. In the yard, a man in his 40s was chopping wood, likely Upton's butler. Through the window, they could see shadows moving in a room on the second floor, which should be Upton himself. However, despite watching for a long time, Upton did not come out. Hobert checked his pocket watch. It was only around 4 p.m., and he whispered, "We'll move after dark." Furs took the binoculars from Hobert, keeping watch over the distant farmyard. "Life here seems so peaceful. I dream of living like this. If only it weren't for the whispers under the full moon, she would have saved up to buy such a small estate and spend every summer in peace." Hobert smiled and said, "Dreams are only valuable when they remain dreams." Furs sighed. Emperor Roselle may have said something wise, but that's because all his dreams came true. I wouldn't know what it feels like to have my dreams fulfilled. Hobert chuckled. All right. All the famous quotes come from Emperor Roselle. As the three of them chatted, the sun gradually set and night descended. At around 7 p.m., after having a simple meal in the wilderness, Hobert handed masks to Zio and Furs. "Don't reveal your voice, habitual movements, or anything else that could give you away. Upton might have ties with some secret Beyonder organizations." After preparing, the three approached Upton's farm under the cover of darkness. Though this place still belonged to Backlund, it was in a very remote area with no nightlife to speak of. The nearby village had long since gone dark, leaving only one light shining on the second floor of Upton's villa. Standing before the yard's wall, Furs kept watch outside, while Hobert and Zio agilely jumped over the wall and into the yard. Earlier that afternoon, Hobert had mentioned he had acquired a Beyonder item that made him more agile. As partners, it was essential to inform one another about such things to avoid misunderstandings during operations. However, Hobert hadn't told Zio about the spirit necklace. While he trusted her, one always needed a few trump cards. The two of them swiftly climbed up to the second-floor window where the light was on. Inside, the dim light illuminated only half of the room, and they saw the figure of Upton lying in bed, as if he'd forgotten to blow out the oil lamp before falling asleep. Hobert signaled Zio with his eyes, and they pushed the window open together and jumped inside. According to the intel Hobert had gathered, Upton was likely a lawyer or, at most, a barbarian. Even if they couldn't subdue him, both Hobert and Zio were confident they could easily escape. So Hobert suppressed many cautious thoughts and chose to take the most direct approach to get the information he needed. As soon as they entered the room, Hobert sensed something off. The air was unnaturally cold. While it was late August in Backlund and the evenings could be cool, it shouldn't have been this cold. Zio also realized something was wrong and didn't recklessly advance. She stayed by the window, guarding their escape route. Though she might not always be the sharpest thinker, Zio was extremely reliable in action. Suddenly, Hobert's spirituality was stirred. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw a figure with an unnaturally long face and disheveled hair standing not far from them. Hobert took a step back and immediately realized that the figure was a spirit. Though not aggressive, its appearance was certainly terrifying. The spirit necklace gave him the ability to identify a spirit's weaknesses. Combined with his lawyer ability to detect vulnerabilities, Hobert instantly realized that this spirit was afraid of fire, which was why it stayed in the farthest corner from the oil lamp. Hobert stepped forward, grabbed the oil lamp, and hurled it at the spirit. Crash! The oil lamp shattered, and flames spread along the spilled oil, igniting the floor. Whoosh! With a howl, the spirit swiftly fled the room. At the moment the oil lamp hit the floor, a figure rushed out from the dark corner. In the firelight, they could see it was a young man with evident nervousness on his face. He swung a fist toward Hobert's head, but Hobert easily dodged. After activating spirit vision earlier, Hobert had glanced at the bed and hadn't detected any living aura there. Instead, he sensed a person's aura in the darkness of the room, and he had guessed that Upton was hiding there. Thus, he had been prepared for Upton's ambush. But Hobert found it odd that Upton was so guarded. When Upton's punch missed, he followed up with a series of attacks, each blow carrying tremendous force. However, Hobert skillfully used his cane to counter Upton's strikes, holding his own in the fight. It was as if he instinctively knew how to attack his opponent and how to dodge each blow, moving like a natural-born fighter. At the same time, Hobert realized that Upton had consumed the barbarian potion. His strength was astonishing, and several times Hobert's cane was nearly knocked from his hands. The lawyer pathway wasn't supposed to be this strong. However, Hobert soon noticed that, while Upton's attacks were powerful, they were somewhat slow. At this moment, Zio joined the fight, and Upton lost the ability to retaliate. Yet, he sneered, "Did the Tamara family really send two nobodies like you to kill me? How naive." Upton's face suddenly turned pale, and Hobert abruptly saw that the door to the room had opened. But beyond the door was a strange, indescribable world, a place of chaos without up or down, filled with vast amounts of information. One could see every detail of that world, with nothing obstructing their view. Hobert and Zio both felt a wave of dizziness and nausea as they stared. The spirit world. Hobert realized what he was seeing. The spirit world, while low-sequence beyonders could sense the spirit world, and some with heightened spirituality could even receive revelations from it, they could not yet directly touch or enter it. As the door to the spirit world opened, a humanoid monster emerged, with long arms and a tongue, lacking eyes and ears. Hobert and Zio's spirituality immediately screamed of the incoming danger. The spirit with long arms and tongue moved incredibly fast, and Hobert realized there was no time to escape. However, the spirit necklace and the lawyer abilities quickly revealed that this spirit had a weakness: fear of water. Water. There was water on the table over there, but it was too late. The spirit had already raised its long arm, which transformed into a scythe, resembling the grim reaper ready to claim a life. Hopeful. In a panic, Hobert spat at the spirit. What happened next was a rather comical sight through Hobert's spiritual vision. The terrifying spirit carefully avoided the spit on the ground. It looked as if it were cautiously avoiding a landmine. Although Zio and Upton couldn't see this through their spiritual vision, their instincts told them that the threat had suddenly paused. Upton, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Damn, this is the first time I've seen holy water like this." By this point, the spirit had circled around Hobert's spit, and Hobert hurriedly spat again. The spirit circled around once more, and Hobert spat again. Thus, what had been a dangerous battle turned into a bizarre scene of Zio and Upton watching Hobert continuously spitting on the ground. Soon, Hobert's mouth was dry, and he shouted to Zio, "Spit toward 2 o'clock." Zio quickly realized that the spit could repel this invisible threat. However, although she was usually quite bold, she was still a young woman with some sense of decorum. Hobert, out of options, gathered the last bit of saliva and spat towards the long-armed spirit, once again halting its advance. "Hurry, I'm out." Finally, Zio spat in the 2 o'clock direction, and Hobert took the opportunity to rush over, grab the glass of water on the table, and splash the remaining water at the long-armed spirit. Whoosh! With a shrill howl, the long-armed spirit vanished. Upton, gathering the last of his spirituality, said, "It's not over yet." Freed from the battle, Hobert finally had the chance to pull out his gun and point it at Upton, dry-mouthed and hoarse as he shouted, "We're not from the damn Tamara family. If you use another sealed or mystical item, I'll shoot you dead." Upton, having expended a lot of spirituality, was even paler than before, gasping for breath. He asked, "Then who are you?" Hobert commanded, "Raise your hands." Not wanting to die, Upton quickly complied. Zio, in sync with Hobert, began searching Upton and found a strand of glowing hair on his arm. It was a sealed artifact. Hobert handed Zio a pair of gloves he had prepared in advance. Don't touch the hair directly. Zio nodded, put on the gloves, and carefully removed the glowing strand of hair, placing it on the table. Hobert, once again holding a gun in one hand while rummaging through his coat pockets for vials with the other, asked, "Have you ever heard of spirit communication?" "Why, yes," Upton replied, sensing something bad. "Apologies," Hobert said sincerely. "Interrogating you is too troublesome, and I'd have to figure out whether you're telling the truth or not. So, I'll use spirit communication to get the answers I need. But you're still a living being, and spirit communication will completely mess up your thoughts and logic. After I get the answers, you'll have the intelligence of a 2- or 3-year-old. For that, I deeply apologize." Upton turned deathly pale. Wait. You haven't even asked me anything yet. How do you know I won't tell the truth?" From Upton's reaction, it seemed he wasn't a very experienced beyonder, because if he had known about spirit communication or had been properly informed, he would have realized that Hobert's words were only half true. Given Hobert's current spirituality and mental strength, he wouldn't dare use spirit communication on a living person, as the overwhelming amount of information from the other person's spirituality would severely impact his mental state. The result would likely be 2 new lunatics in the world. "All right then," Hobert said. "I'll ask the first question. Where did you get your potion formula and the main ingredients? You saw earlier that I can communicate with the spirit world to defeat the spirit you summoned. I can also use divination, and if you lie, I'll immediately resort to spirit communication." Upton hurriedly replied, "My potion formula and the main ingredients come from the Tamara family. I swear I'm telling the truth." Hobert hadn't tried using the spirit necklace for divination before, but theoretically, since the necklace enhanced the wearer's spiritual intuition, it could also assist with basic divination. Of course, Hobert couldn't perform complex divination like a seer, but he could manage simple yes-no answers. He closed his eyes and silently repeated in his mind, "Upton is lying. Upton is lying." After repeating this 7 times, Hobert stood his cane upright and lightly let go. If the cane fell forward, Upton was lying. If it fell backward, Upton was telling the truth. Hobert saw the cane fall backward and smiled. "Very good. Let's hope you continue to tell the truth. Second question, what are the abilities of the sealed artifact you just used? What are its negative effects? And where did it come from?" Having been frightened by Hobert's divination, Upton gave up on lying entirely. "This sealed artifact is called the astrologer's hair. My father said it came from a runaway astrologer. It has 2 abilities. One is a vague sense of danger that will happen within 6 hours. The other is opening a door to the spirit world. Behind that door, there might be nothing, but more often, a mysterious spirit with unknown abilities and intent appears, attacking both allies and enemies indiscriminately. The negative effects are that the wearer is easily noticed by certain entities in the spirit world. After using it for more than an hour, the wearer will merge into the spirit world and never return to the real world." Hobert thought to himself, no wonder he knew we were coming to attack him. It's due to this sealed artifact's ability. But its abilities and negative effects sound like it's practically a suicide-type sealed artifact. A spirit that attacks everyone. Attention from certain entities in the spirit world, never being able to return to reality. Both the abilities and the negative effects are terrifying. Upton continued, "This sealed artifact was taken by my father from the Tamara family." Hobert was taken aback. "What's your family's relationship with the Tamara family? It seemed like they were both enemies and capable of taking sealed artifacts from them." Upton smiled bitterly. "I'm part of the Tamara family, but ever since I was a child, my father has been trying to sever ties with them." "Why sever ties?" "My father said that the high-sequence members of the family seemed to be affected by some kind of mysterious corruption." Hobert suddenly recalled that the Tamara family was one of the 5 great families that supported Tudor in founding his empire, with a long and storied history. It seemed they possessed the potion formulas for the lawyer and arbiter pathways. Due to a past marriage alliance with the Abraham family, they also held part of the apprentice pathways potion formulas and beyonder characteristics. However, After the fall of the Tudor Empire, members of this family rarely appeared in the public eye. Even Hobert, who had thoroughly studied the original work, only vaguely remembered the general situation of this family and could not recall the specifics. This indicated that the family had indeed appeared very infrequently. In Hobert's impression, if one traced the lawyer pathways beyond her characteristics back to the Fourth Epoch, they were essentially held by three families: the Solomon family, the Tudor family, and the Trunsois family. The Tamara family never produced a Black Emperor or Justiciar, suggesting that at most, they only possessed sequence 2 beyonder characteristics during the Fourth Epoch. However, after the fall of the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor, things became unclear. Most beyonder families gained sequence 1 characteristics through the downfall of their former masters. For instance, Blood Emperor Tudor and Night Emperor Trunsoist obtained the sequence 1 characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway after assisting the Seven Gods in defeating Solomon, thus ushering in the era of dual governance. To Hobert, the Tamara family was shrouded in fog, its strength and stance unknown. Moreover, had their high-sequence beyonders been secretly contaminated? Hobert asked. What kind of contamination? Upton replied, I don't know. My father didn't tell me. Maybe he didn't know either. In any case, my father always said that the Tamara family had become unrecognizable and that I should rather die than return to it. Hobert's spirituality suddenly issued a warning, indicating that the topic should not be pursued or discussed further. He quickly changed the subject. You don't seem to be in great shape. This was apparent from the other's aura. Upton smiled bitterly. Yes, ever since I took the barbarian potion last year, my condition has been poor. My mother told me that it's because I hadn't fully controlled the lawyer beyonder abilities before forcing my promotion. He added, sorrowfully, my mother died after failing to forcibly advance to the rank of astrologer. Clearly, their family had no understanding of the concepts of acting and digesting. Hobert was puzzled. You've already left the Tamara family? Why take such a risk to forcibly advance? Upton sighed. My father's plan to leave the family was discovered early. Fortunately, his prior preparations allowed us to escape the pursuit of the family members. But my father said that the preparations he made would only hide us for 10 years. After that, since we carry the blood of the Tamara family, the family members skilled in divination would immediately find us. My father tried to seek refuge with other factions to avoid the family's pursuit, but they were more interested in obtaining the sealed artifact and information about the Tamara family than my father possessed, leading to even greater disasters. My father lost the immensely powerful sealed artifact, was gravely injured, and after shaking off the pursuers with my mother and me, he soon passed away. My mother and I didn't dare contact any other factions. We could only try to enhance our power through promotion, but it was too late. My father died, my mother died, and I'm barely able to control the barbarian potion. If I try to advance again, I'll immediately lose control. As Upton spoke, his eyes reddened. It's been 10 years now. Maybe next week, maybe next month, but family members will certainly come for me. Having also lost his father at a young age, Zio felt some sympathy for Upton. Don't think about advancing anymore. Just run. Hobert also said, my companion is right. Staying here is a dead end. I'm unwilling. Upton's eyes burned with fire. We only wanted to live a free life. Ever since I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a merchant, traveling while doing business and seeing the world. Why? Why do I have to live so miserably, like a fugitive? Hobert holstered his gun and said, how many people in this world can truly control their own fate? He gestured to Zio, and the two began to retreat toward the window, ready to leave. Suddenly, Upton called out to them, wait, can you help me escape the family's pursuit? Hobert chuckled. It's just the two of us. Do you really expect us to take on the entire Tamara family? No, Upton said. My father once said that, based on the family's usual methods, the pursuers would likely consist of 1 sequence 6, 2 sequence 7s, maybe 2 sequence 8s, and a sealed artifact. If you can defeat them, I can use the method my father taught me to hide myself for another 10 years. Hobert twitched his lips. Do we look like we can handle a sequence 6? Upton replied, You both are likely sequence 9 or sequence 8, but you have sealed artifacts or magical items on you. I suspect you belong to some organization. I'd like to ask your organization for help. I can give you the astrologer's hair. Hobert shook his head. Keep it for yourself. I'd like to live a few more years. Having learned the source of Upton's potion formulas and the current state of the Tamara family, Hobert's goal had already been achieved. As for the astrologer's hair, carrying such a dangerous sealed artifact was courting death. I can also give you the potion formulas for lawyer, barbarian, and briber, Upton quickly added, as well as those for apprentice, trickmaster, and astrologer. His father's previous experiences had made him extra cautious, but I've hidden these formulas using a special method. Even if you use spirit channeling on me, you'd only get the formulas for lawyer and barbarian. Hearing the mention of trickmaster, Zio's eyes lit up. This was exactly the potion formula that a friend of hers had been searching for. Meanwhile, Hobert marveled at how deep the foundations of a Beyonder family ran. Even a down-and-out family member still had a sealed artifact and so many potion formulas. He calculated in his mind. If he could get Christian to take action, it would be relatively easy to deal with a sequence 6. That way, he could obtain the potion formula for briber and also likely acquire its Beyonder characteristic. Thinking of this, Hobert finally said, If my superior is willing to help you, I'll come back to visit you. With that, Hobert and Zio jumped out of the window. Upton sat weakly on a chair, repeatedly chewing on one word. Superior? Superior? Before Hobert left, he intentionally said those words for Upton to hear. It was to intimidate Upton, as well as to deter any future members of the Tamara family who might kill Upton and attempt mediumship. Of course, it was also a way to convey a message to Upton. You guessed it right, I do have an organization backing me, one that can solve your problems. Hobert met up with Zio and Furs, who had been waiting outside, and the three of them returned to the fields. Once they confirmed no one was following them, Zio whispered excitedly, Furs, we actually found a clue to the Trickmaster potion formula. They found a hidden place to rest, and Zio recounted their recent encounter. In the darkness, Furs glanced at Hobert. He was more powerful, mysterious, and strange than she had imagined. Could this be the turning point of fate you mentioned? Hobert smiled helplessly. Maybe. Miss, this is a clue that wasn't in the original story. Even I don't know what will happen next. He paused for a few seconds and then said to Zio, After all, this means going against a Beyonder family, and I can't make that decision alone. But if we decide to help Upton, I'll let you know. Zio nodded. I understand. After resting for a few more minutes, they walked several kilometers and finally found a rental carriage. As they entered the southern district of Backlund, the area became brightly lit once again, reflecting the vibrant nightlife of this metropolis. When they were about a kilometer away from their rental home, Zio and Furs got off the carriage. Hobert returned home by carriage, arriving past 10 p.m. He had left a note in the morning, saying he might return late, so only the butler was waiting for him. Everyone else had gone to bed. Hobert drank 3 glasses of water before heading to his room. He first removed his spirit necklace and combat ring. Carrying both magical items had drained a lot of his spirituality. Lying on his bed, Hobert didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he began reflecting on the day's events. It was only when he saw the entrance to the spirit world and that long-armed spirit that Hobert realized his actions had been somewhat reckless. The main reason was that he had underestimated his opponent. When he learned Upton was alone on the farm, he assumed he was dealing with a wild Beyonder who had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. If Upton had been a member of a Beyonder family, it would have been highly risky for him to live alone in such a place. Typically, if only one family member remained, they would likely seek refuge with relatives or have relatives come live with them. This not only helps prevent losing control, but also protects against threats from hostile families or enemies. Although no one could have anticipated Upton's unique situation, Hobert still felt that his actions were rash. In the future, He vowed to gather more information before acting in similar situations. He then thought of the Henry family they had met through the door yesterday. They likely had close ties to the lawyer pathway. This was inevitable due to the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. People or objects aligned with the lawyer pathway would naturally gravitate toward Hobert, who held the nation of disorder. Fortunately, Hobert was still only sequence 9, and the power that the nation of disorder could project through him was extremely limited. Most of the entities gravitating toward him were of low sequence. Of course, there was also the chance of encountering mid or high sequence beyonders or sealed artifacts. These powerful entities generally wouldn't pay much attention to a sequence 9. After all, Hobert did have backing, and being the eldest son of the commander provided him with a lot of protection. Moreover, up until now, the powerful individuals couldn't sense the Sefirah-level aura of the nation of disorder from Hobert. At this point, Hobert realized that constantly viewing the law of convergence in a negative light wasn't productive. This law had brought him many benefits. For example, Furs had been searching for the Trickmaster potion formula for years, but Hobert had stumbled upon a clue to the Briber potion formula while working on his third case. This made the test set by his biological father much less difficult. Of course, this was contingent on Christian's willingness to help, which would make things significantly easier. In this light, the law of convergence was a positive force, providing Hobert with more opportunities to obtain potion formulas and corresponding beyonder characteristics. Although this did imply some level of danger, as long as he acted cautiously, most risks could be mitigated. The beyonder world was inherently dangerous, and some threats were unavoidable, no matter how much one tried to avoid them. With the combat ring and spirit necklace, Hobert believed he had the ability to contend with some Sequence 8 beyonders and escape from Sequence 7 enemies. As for facing higher Sequence beyonders, there was no shame in admitting defeat or relying on his background when necessary. Finally, Hobert concluded in his mind, don't let laws and rules become a burden, but actively use them to your advantage. Suddenly, that familiar, exhilarating feeling surged through him again. Hobert realized that he had somehow digested almost a third of his potion. So, this is what it means to be a lawyer, to work with the rules, and to know how to actively exploit them. This must be a core part of the acting method. Hobert recalled how, during his previous digestion, it had been a clash of contracts between spirits. Adhering to the spirit of contracts was only the most basic requirement for a lawyer. The essence of a lawyer lies in manipulating the law, in other words, the rules. The rapid digestion of his potion excited Hobert so much that he couldn't sleep for half the night. Only in the early hours did he finally calm his emotions and drift off to sleep. In a small town on the southern continent, the town boasted a scenic little hill where the Balk family's council hall and the patriarch's residence were situated halfway up. As the first rays of sunlight hit the hill, 8 elders of the family gathered in the council hall. Today, they were set to discuss a crucial issue regarding the Balk family's future direction. As the local power in General Anthony's territory, they had already learned about the Fasak Empire Beyonders being ambushed by a group of mercenaries. This had created a power vacuum within General Anthony's territory. If the Balk family wished to continue supporting the Fasak Empire's rule here, they had the opportunity to fill part of that vacuum. The 8 elders took their seats amid polite small talk, though there were actually 9 chairs in the hall. The patriarch's seat had been empty for the past year. This wasn't because the Balk family lacked a patriarch. Rather, the patriarch's condition had worsened. He was constantly battling madness and a curse, leaving most of the day-to-day affairs to the 8 elders. Typically, for a warlord like General Anthony, the colonizers or backers behind him would send a demigod and 5 or 6 Sequence 5 beyonders to protect their colonial interests. The demigod serves more as a deterrent, while Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 beyonders handle the actual affairs of the colony. However, the ambush on the Fasak Empire caused the loss of 2 Sequence 5 beyonders and several Sequence 6, which led to a disruption in the colonial administration system. In every nation, Sequence 5 Beyonders usually hold positions of real power. As a result, the Fasak Empire and the Church of the God of Combat could only dispatch one Sequence 5 to the southern continent for the time being. The Balk family, being the local power, was already aware of this information. This presented an opportunity. If the Balk family could send a Sequence 5 Beyonder to help the Fasak Empire maintain control, they could gain some colonial benefits in return. It was a favorable trade, with both sides getting what they needed. After all, no one wanted to permanently rely on the profits from the assassination business. But the risks were also substantial. While the Fasak Empire might welcome the Balk family's help now, once they had sufficient manpower, they might try to reclaim the lost benefits. During the meeting in the council hall, 5 of the elders opposed joining the Fasak Empire and sharing the benefits. They believed the family's Beyonder characteristics were too precious to risk any loss. Leaving their current stronghold in the non-existent town would mean facing immense danger and risking the loss of their Beyonder characteristics. They believed the current mode of operation, which the family had been following, was much safer. Before calling for a final vote, Elder Calvin spoke up. Before we make a final decision, I have something to share. There's a young man named Elliot in our family. He briefly recounted Elliot's recent experiences. Elder Bowen, who was in his 30s, responded, "Such abnormal luck surely indicates something is wrong. We should immediately detain Elliot and interrogate him thoroughly." However, Chester, an elder in his 40s and a demigod, disagreed. That may result in us discovering nothing at all. I agree, Calvin added. We should quietly observe Elliot for now, and if an opportunity arises, test him. But we must not interrogate him rashly without being certain. Calvin shifted the conversation. The reason I mentioned Elliot is to remind everyone that the Balk family might be facing a new test. Just like how Elliot unexpectedly brought back a barbarian Beyonder characteristic, could this be a test for us? We can't use old methods of thinking to solve today's problems. Moreover, by utilizing Rex's methods to combat the curse, our strength has significantly increased over the past 2 decades. We've grown from 5 Sequence 5 Beyonders to now having 3 saints, including the family head, who is Sequence 3, along with 17 Sequence 5s. With such strength, we could easily control 2 warlords in the southern continent. It's time to show the world our strength. Once the Fasak royal family realizes we are a demigod family, they wouldn't dare turn against us lightly. Let me quote Roselle, "Opportunities always come with risks." It's time we abandoned some of our conservative strategies. After these words, the elders fell into deep contemplation. In the rented apartment in Backlund, Zio, and Furs. Early in the morning, Furs was lounging in an armchair. "Are you sure? Hobert really mentioned his elder?" Zio, eating breakfast, replied, "I'm sure. Furs, this is the 3rd time you've asked." "This is important," Furs said seriously. "Didn't your investigation show he's the general's son? It's not surprising if his father is a Beyonder." "But he didn't say father, he said elder. This means his family has more than one Beyonder." "We guessed right. He's from a Beyonder family." Zio nodded. "Otherwise, he wouldn't know so much about the Beyonder world." "Zio, you're missing the point." Furz's eyes suddenly gleamed with wisdom as she lit a cigarette. "He drove away a spirit from the spirit world. Such an act requires strong intuition and corresponding Beyonder abilities. If I'm not mistaken, he must possess another magical item he hasn't told us about." She sighed. "Being born into a Beyonder family really has its perks. For us, getting hold of one magical item is nearly impossible, but he has 2. Finishing her breakfast, Zio suddenly added, "Maybe he acquired those items himself." "Why would you think that?" "I just feel he doesn't seem like the type who likes to rely on others." "Think whatever you like." Through her interactions with Hobert, Furs had noticed that Zio and Hobert had a friendship more like that of comrades in arms. She trusted Hobert now and no longer worried about him playing with girls' feelings or anything like that. She concluded, "In any case, having a friend like him will certainly bring us many opportunities." For example, she had searched for years without finding the formula for the Trickmaster's potion. Yet on her first outing with Hobert, they found clues to a potion formula. Later that morning, Hobert took a hired carriage and headed back to the western suburbs. He intended to visit the Henry family again. He knew this visit carried some risk, but after thinking it over, he concluded the risk was manageable. The Henry family had lived in the town for years, and they wouldn't expose themselves unless it was absolutely necessary. So Hobert believed that as long as he wasn't reckless enough to try to seize their sealed artifact, he wouldn't be in any danger. More importantly, Hobert had decided the night before that, since the Henry family had been drawn to him by the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, there must be a reason for it. Actively approaching them and turning the risk into an opportunity was a way to use the law to his advantage and a part of his role-playing. If he ignored the potential risk, it might eventually escalate into a greater danger because of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well face it head-on. Opportunities and risks often come hand in hand. At this thought, Hobert grew curious, wondering if Emperor Roselle had ever said something similar. Hobert first visited Mr. Polly's house. After a brief conversation, he left through the backyard and went to visit Mr. Henry. Polly and Ailey watched from their backyard as this bold young man entered the Henry family's yard. Hobert's entry immediately triggered barking dogs. Even Polly began to wonder if he had been mistaken about the intruder. It seemed more likely that the barking was coming from the Henry family's dog. But then he shook his head. Many had seen the massive dog emerge from Ailey's basement. Hobert was about to knock on the door when he suddenly felt a strong sense of death and decay. Using his spiritual vision, he saw that there were no living beings inside the house. Had the Henry family died of plague? Call the authorities? Or explore first? Hobert quickly made up his mind, kicked the door open, and found two heavily decomposed corpses in the living room. The sight made Hobert's scalp tingle. Judging by the state of the bodies, they had been dead for over a week. So the question remained, who had spoken to him through the door 2 days ago? Polly and Ailey were startled by Hobert's sudden action. Without knocking, he had kicked down the door to Henry's house. Hobert forced himself to suppress the fear rising inside. As he scanned the room, he saw two corpses lying nearby, alongside candles, inverted triangles, occult symbols, mystical materials, and books. He roughly understood what had happened. It seemed that Henry and his wife had performed some kind of occult ritual days ago. Since they held a ritual, they must have needed a wall of spirituality. But it wasn't clear whether the problem lay in the ritual process or the ritual itself. In any case, the couple had perished during the ritual. Thanks to the presence of the wall of spirituality, their spirituality hadn't dispersed immediately. So, when Hobert knocked on their door previously, they had still been able to respond. Of course, it was also possible that the ritual had left them in a strange state. Perhaps they hadn't even realized they were dead. Their rotting corpses had continued to function within the wall of spirituality, even using influenza as an excuse to drive away strangers who might interrupt the ritual. However, once the wall of spirituality began to dissipate, the couple's spirituality also gradually faded away, leading to the scene Hobert now faced. Oddly enough, there were no traces of beyonder characteristics near the two bodies. This suggested that the couple weren't beyonders themselves. Initially, Hobert had intended to enter the house for a brief inspection. But given the increasingly complicated situation, rushing in blindly didn't seem like the best idea. Reporting it to the authorities seemed like the more prudent choice. And after all, this was a specialty of the Tarot Club. He turned to Polly and Ailey, who were standing in their backyard, and said, "Quick, report this to the authorities. Tell them that Henry's family has died under mysterious circumstances. Be sure to emphasize mysterious." The two farmers were visibly shocked. Polly was the first to snap out of it. Okay, I'll go right away." "Wait." Hobert pulled out some paper and a pen from his briefcase, saying, "Please send a telegram from me as well." On the paper, he wrote, "Polly's neighbor family has mysteriously died. I may undergo some special interrogation." On the back of the paper, he wrote, "Number 112, Baymanland Street, Jawwood District. 2, Lawyer Barton." The reverse side has the recipient's address and name. Hobert added, handing Polly a 2 soli note. Please send the telegram first, then report it to the authorities. A telegram would reach Lawyer Barton within 2 or 3 hours, while sending a letter, even within the same city, would take at least until the next day. He chose to inform Barton rather than contacting Christian directly because there was no guarantee that a civilian telegram would reach her. It was more reliable to have Barton notify her. Polly nodded repeatedly. Sending a telegram wouldn't cost anywhere near 2 soli, and the sight of the note ensured he'd follow Hobert's instructions to the letter. From the basement, the dog likely sensed an intruder on its master's property. Its barking grew more intense, accompanied by the sound of claws scratching at the basement door, as if the beast were ready to break through at any moment. Fortunately, Henry's basement door was sturdy enough to withstand the dog's efforts for now. As the nearby farmers' children began to curiously peek towards the house, Hobert turned to Ailey and said, "Mr. Ailey, please keep watch at the gate and make sure no one comes inside. Trust me, if the children see what's in there, they will be terrified." Since it wasn't harvest season yet, the children didn't need to help in the fields, which meant that many were just playing around the village. All right. Ailey began to move from his backyard, but suddenly, the sound from Henry's basement stopped. The world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. In that moment, Hobert's spiritual sense picked up a surge of distortion. Crash! Ailey's basement door was violently smashed open by an immense force. Ailey's basement didn't house any animals, so it hadn't been reinforced, and the door broke instantly. A gigantic dog, the size of a donkey, charged out from the basement. The beast's fur was riddled with tumor-like growths, some of which had already burst open, oozing brown pus. The tumors distorted the dog's face, making it look grotesque, terrifying, and pained all at once. Hobert's sudden intrusion had clearly enraged the creature. Its eyes, now clouded and devoid of reason, locked onto Ailey, the closest target, and it charged at him. "Get down!" Hobert shouted as he rushed towards Ailey's home, gun in hand. Ailey, upon seeing the monstrous dog, was frozen in place. Hobert's shout, along with the sight of the gun, jolted him into action, and almost instinctively, he threw himself to the ground. Bang! 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 Hobert fired 3 shots. The first missed the giant dog, but the second hit its shoulder, and the third struck its head. After the third shot, the dog collapsed to the ground. Both Hobert and Ailey breathed sighs of relief. The giant dog hadn't died immediately, though. Its gaze, no longer clouded, seemed to regain clarity in its final moments. It let out a mournful howl towards Henry's house. Hobert, gazing at the dying dog, said softly, "Your master is waiting for you up ahead. You're finally free now." It seemed the dog understood his words. It stopped howling and passed away peacefully. The dog's immense size, along with its disfigured condition, indicated that it had been contaminated by some beyonder characteristic or sealed artifact. This kind of contamination was irreversible. Hobert hadn't lied. Death was indeed a release for the creature. As for how the dog had ended up in Ailey's basement, it was likely due to the effects of the sealed artifact in Henry's home, which had the power to distort space, connecting the 2 basements that weren't far apart. With Henry and his wife dead, no one was left to continue sealing the artifact, allowing it to contaminate their dog while occasionally displaying its abilities. Given the nature of the distortion power, the artifact was likely related to the lawyer pathway, though it could also belong to the apprentice pathway, though according to the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, the former was more probable. Hobert helped Ailey to his feet. Ailey, still shaken from the encounter, looked at the dog's corpse and muttered, "Storm above. What kind of monster is this? And how did it end up in my basement?" "Please, keep watch over Henry's gate," Hobert said, choosing not to explain. "Better to let the official beyonders deal with it." He then asked, "What faith did Henry's family follow?" "The Evernight goddess," Ailey replied as Hobert helped him to the gate. Hobert nodded. That meant the Nighthawks would handle this case. Ailey leaned against the gatepost, shouting at the children who had gathered to watch, "Go home, all of you." With Ailey guarding the gate, Hobert felt at ease as he approached the basement door. He kicked it open and was immediately hit by the stench of dog excrement and urine. Inside, it was pitch black, as if the sunlight from outside couldn't penetrate the space. All signs pointed to the fact that the sealed artifact was still active. Hobert returned to the front door of the house. Among the scattered books near the corpses, some appeared to be journals, while others were more formal texts. There was a good chance that the journals contained information about the artifact's effects or how it had been sealed. Stepping inside, Hobert first inspected the bodies to ensure that Henry and his wife were indeed dead. Only then did he squat down to search for any useful notes. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, there came a loud banging sound from the second floor. Thud, thud. Hobert drew his gun once again, cautiously looking upstairs. The banging sound on the door continued for a few moments before stopping. Hobert, however, had no intention of investigating it like a typical horror movie protagonist would. He hurriedly grabbed a notebook and retreated to the yard to flip through its pages. Upon opening the notebook, he saw an abstract design of scepter and a sword on the title page. It resembled a family crest. As for which family it belonged to, Hobert wasn't sure, but he soon found the answer within the notebook. It was the crest of the Solomon family. It turned out that the Henry family were descendants of the Solomon lineage. Hobert smiled as though he had expected this all along. It was indeed the family of a lawyer pathway beyonder. After the fall of the ancient sun god, Solomon, with the support of the true creator and Rose's redemption, became the ruler of the northern continent, ushering in the era of the Solomon Empire. Later, the six gods reached an agreement to jointly eliminate the true creator. Under their combined assault, the true creator was forced to retreat to the forsaken land along with a portion of his followers. The Black Emperor Solomon, too, became a casualty in this struggle. From that point onward, the Solomon family was hunted down by all the churches of the Orthodox gods. A large family like the Solomons naturally had survivors, and Solomon himself had even revived once, founding the Second Solomon Empire, which revitalized this Beyonder family. During the War of the Four Emperors, Solomon fell once more. The six gods supported the reign of families such as the Augustus and Castilla, ensuring that no true god ruled over human secular powers anymore. Thus began the history of the fifth epoch. The Solomon family went into hiding again, awaiting Solomon's eventual return. However, in the last few centuries, there had been no word of any descendants of the Solomon family. Presumably, over the long passage of time, their strength had greatly diminished. More than 100 years ago, Emperor Roselle forcefully jumped to non-adjacent sequences, becoming the new Black Emperor, signaling Solomon's complete demise. This must have been another heavy blow to the Solomon family. The contents of the notebook corroborated what Hobert already knew. In the early Fifth Epoch, in order to escape the persecution of the Orthodox churches, the surviving members of the Solomon family scattered across the northern continent, organizing themselves into smaller family units. The Henry family was a descendant of one such scattered family. According to the notebook, the last contact with other family members was over 200 years ago, when a young member of the family sought to bring everyone back together to form a secret Beyonder organization, hoping to restore their ancestors' glory. However, due to long periods of separation, the Solomon family had become fragmented. While it wasn't clear how other families had responded, the Henry family chose to refuse. And so, they lived peacefully for over 2 centuries until the present day, where only the 3 members of the Henry family remained. Aside from the family's history, the notebook also contained much Beyonder knowledge. For a wild Beyonder, this knowledge was invaluable, showcasing the depth of experience held by a Beyonder family. The notebook also mentioned that the family possessed a sealed artifact from the Solomon family, though unfortunately, it did not detail how to seal it. Hobert also noticed some new handwriting in the blank sections under descriptions of certain rituals from the death domain. Coupled with the fact that the occult symbols used in the Henry couple's ritual included an inverted triangle, it was almost certain that the ritual that led to the Henry couple's deaths was from the death domain. Such boldness! Hobert marveled at their recklessness. Without a proper response from the death god or enough mysticism knowledge, they had dared to attempt a death domain ritual. At that moment, Two policemen arrived at the Henry house, accompanied by Mr. Polly. Upon seeing the scene inside, the middle-aged officer immediately instructed the younger one, "Go send a telegram, say there's a case here we can't handle, and request special support from headquarters." It seemed the officer was somewhat familiar with the process of dealing with beyonder cases. Instead of going inside, he began questioning Hobert and Elliot to understand the situation. Hobert's account was clear and logical. The officer smiled and said, "If every witness could explain things as clearly as you, our workload would be halved." He then introduced himself. "You can call me Officer Daniel. Mr. Hobert, until police reinforcements arrive, I'll need your help guarding the scene." Since Hobert was the one who made the report, they couldn't let him leave just yet. Hobert was well aware of this and replied, "I'd be happy to help." Upon seeing the giant dog's corpse in Ailey's backyard, Polly tried to complain to Officer Daniel, "Look, officer, that dog," but Daniel waved him off. "I don't have time for your trivial matters right now." Having heard Hobert's account, the officer had already realized that this was a case involving supernatural elements. He had no intention of speaking carelessly before the special support arrived. Polly shrank back, saying nothing further. Daniel approached the door to the Henry house, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his nose as he asked Hobert, "Has anyone been inside?" Hobert raised a notebook in his hand and said, "Only me." I went in and grabbed this notebook to take a look. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sound of the door banging upstairs rang out again. Hobert was filled with curiosity. He knew that the sound might signify danger, but he still found it hard to suppress his curiosity. Daniel took a step back in surprise, then recalled something. Didn't the Henry family have a seriously ill child? He should still be upstairs. If we let young Henry cry for help inside while we ignore him, that would be a shameful failure on my part. Moreover, with his superior and the special department personnel arriving soon, he couldn't afford to do nothing. "I'll go with you," Hobert said, realizing that his curiosity might be linked to the sealed artifact's influence. It wouldn't be a bad idea to see the sealed artifact's effects firsthand before the official Beyonders arrived. Considering how the sealed artifact seemed to be drawing him in, Hobert surmised it was likely from the lawyer or arbiter pathways. Such sealed artifacts typically involved rules or laws, which was Hobert's area of expertise. There shouldn't be too much danger. "You're quite the helpful young man," Daniel remarked. The two of them checked their weapons and headed upstairs together. Somewhat comically, Hobart had drawn his gun on the stairs, while Daniel only had a baton. Bang, bang, bang. Little Henry seemed to hear someone coming upstairs, and the door pounding increased in frequency. Daniel had thought about calling out Henry's name to calm him down, but for some reason, in this eerie atmosphere, he found himself unable to speak. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like a death knell. Daniel regretted coming upstairs, but they had already arrived at the bedroom door where the pounding was coming from. Using the spirit vision provided by his spirit necklace, Hobart confirmed that no living person remained in the room. He raised his cane in one hand, holding his gun in the other, and kicked the door open. This was the third door he'd kicked in today, and he was getting better at it. The door flew open, and Hobart and Daniel immediately saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy with a pale face, cloudy eyes, and long fangs. It was obvious that this was little Henry. When he saw the two living people at the door, he let out a sound that was somewhere between a cry and a night owl screech, then rushed toward Daniel. Hobart, seeing it was just an ordinary zombie, relaxed and smiled at Daniel, saying he just wants a hug. Daniel also realized something was wrong and quickly dodged, but the little zombie was already struck by Hobart's cane, smashing into the wall. The blow was hard. The little zombie hit the wall like a clump of mud and didn't move. Daniel's mouth gaped open. You killed him." But just then, the little zombie twitched its neck, slid off the wall, and lunged at Hobart. "Look, he's alive again," Hobart said casually. Then, he fired 2 shots, blowing the little zombie's head apart. However, no blood spilled, only some brown liquid on the floor. The zombie finally collapsed and stopped moving. Daniel swallowed hard, realizing that something was deeply wrong with Henry's condition. Hobart calmly ejected the spent shells and reloaded his gun. "Officer, I think it's best not to mention what happened upstairs to Mr. Polly and the others. Daniel nodded vigorously. Right. Hobart glanced around the room where the zombie had been. There was no furniture, and the window was boarded up with wooden planks, reinforced with iron bars on the outside. The walls were covered in scratch marks. From what they'd seen from outside, the second-floor rooms all had their curtains drawn, with another layer of curtains on the outside of the wooden boards for disguise. It seemed this room was specifically prepared for little Henry, not for storing a sealed artifact. After a quick inspection, Hobart turned and headed downstairs, Daniel hurrying to follow. On the way down, Hobart began piecing everything together. Little Henry had probably died 2 or 3 years ago when the neighbors heard he had contracted a severe sunlight-sensitive illness. Henry's parents, desperate to save him, had attempted a ritual from the death pathway to resurrect their son. Instead, they had turned him into a zombie. To Henry and his wife, lacking sufficient occult knowledge, this was likely seen as a success. After all, their child seemed to have life again. It's likely that after pulling the curtains closed, Henry and his wife spent all their time performing rituals, hoping to make little Henry return to normal. The thief who had broken into the Henry house wasn't knocked senseless by Mr. Henry, but was likely terrified into madness by little Henry's zombie state. Finally, about a week or more ago, during one of their rituals, the Henry couple lost their lives. The sealed artifact they had been using was left uncontained, which corrupted the dog locked in the basement. With the artifact gaining freedom, the dog in the Henry basement had been able to occasionally wander into Mr. Ailey's basement. While out scavenging, it had trampled Polly's flower beds and killed his chickens. By the time Hobart and Daniel returned to the yard, Polly and Ailey had retreated to the gate due to the sound of gunshots. When they saw Hobart and Daniel coming down, they rushed forward to ask what had happened. Hobart explained, "Little Henry is dead too. The pounding sound was caused by a bird that flew into the room. I shot it twice to kill it." Daniel, no longer as confident as before, added, Yes, that's right." About half an hour later, a few more police officers arrived, and soon the street in front of the Henry house was filled with carriages. The officers dispersed the crowd, leaving only Hobart, Polly, and Ailey as relevant witnesses. Around noon, a carriage bearing a black sacred emblem arrived in the small town. Hobart perked up, thinking to himself, the main players have arrived. The carriage stopped at the gate. The door opened, and out stepped a man with a scarred face and cold demeanor. His amber eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. Behind him, a woman with emerald eyes, blue eyeshadow, and a hint of blush stepped out, exuding a sensual and almost dangerous beauty. Hobart froze for a moment. Could this be Miss Daly? The woman noticed Hobart's gaze and smiled, saying, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not into little boys." Hobart twitched the corner of his mouth, confirming his suspicion. It was Daly, no doubt. He sighed and thought, "Lady, I've met Audrey. It takes more than that to get under my skin. What kind of look do you think I'm giving you?" Ms. Daly and her companion began questioning Daniel about the case. During the report, the two official Beyonders glanced at Hobart several times, evidently sensing that he was also a Beyonder. Then, the two ordered all the officers to wait outside, but invited Hobart to join them inside. The scarred man closed the door Hobart had kicked open and fixed his piercing gaze on him. Before the man could speak, Hobart preempted, "I am the eldest son of Commander Christian, not some wild Beyonder. I am obligated to assist you, but that's the extent of it. If you intend to arrest me, I will resist. Even if you have legal immunity, I will drag you to court and let the world see how the church treats military personnel." The scarred man coldly replied, "Resist? Do you think you can?" Hobart rested his hand on his gun. "You're welcome to try." In general, official Beyonders held a lot of hostility towards wild Beyonders. Hobart wasn't threatening them, but warning them not to overstep. "I'll help you, but if you go too far, I'll make sure this gets messy." Ms. Daly interjected, "All right, gentlemen, let's focus on the task at hand." She gave Hobart a knowing look. "You're quite sharp," she continued. "Since you're so smart, why don't you tell us what's going on here?" Hobart began recounting everything from when Polly had first hired him, including his suspicions about the dog and his theories about the rituals performed by the Henrys, details missing from Daniel's report. The scarred man listened with increasing respect. Hobart's deductions required both extensive mysticism knowledge and a sharp logical mind. Ms. Deli concluded, "So, there's a sealed artifact in the basement, is there?" Since no artifact had been found on the first or second floor, it had to be in the basement. Daly asked, "According to your description, the sealed artifact seems capable of distorting space within a certain range?" "Yes," Hobert analyzed. "In theory, the ability to distort space sounds a lot like the powers associated with the lawyer path, but that usually involves distorting ideas and rules. However, with sealed artifacts, we can't judge by conventional logic." He didn't elaborate further, pretending to know less than he truly did. Daly nodded slightly, adding, "The powers most closely associated with space belong to the apprentice path, but their abilities are usually about traversing space, not distorting it." She then said, "Let me ask the spirits around here." The scarred man stepped forward, positioning himself between Daly and Hobert. Daly suddenly raised her head, her eyes turning completely black. She was already a spirit guide, easily able to communicate with spirits. For a moment, Hobert felt as if countless unseen eyes were staring at him. The corpses of the Henry couple lay not far away, and the atmosphere in the room grew eerie. After about 10 seconds, Daly seemed to wake from a trance, shivering slightly as her eyes returned to their normal state, her pupils and whites clearly visible. "The spirits around here say that the couple often carried sunflowers, still burning, into the basement," Daly said. "But as for the exact situation in the basement, they don't." Before she could finish, all three of them suddenly turned toward the altar. They felt an overwhelming, terrifying power quietly descend upon the room. Hobert and the scarred man immediately drew their revolvers. The scarred man's revolver was much larger than a standard one, resembling the oversized, extended revolvers Hobert had seen at the mercenary club. The three moved almost simultaneously, ready to destroy the altar. But the corpses of the Henry couple suddenly sat up so abruptly that one of the corpses' eyeballs popped out. Their legs seemed paralyzed, unable to support them, while their upper bodies struggled desperately to rise. Sensing something, Hobert glanced at Daly and saw her staring intently at the two corpses, fighting for control over them against the terrifying power. The scar man fired a shot, shattering the symbols on the altar. He then kicked the altar aside, but the two corpses were unaffected and continued their efforts to stand. Hobert activated his spirit vision and saw black, tubular structures descending from the ceiling, connecting to the corpses. Those were their weak points, but the place from which the black tubes descended, that was where little Henry's body was. To the second floor, Hobert shouted as he dashed toward the stairs. But before he could ascend, the corpses broke free from Daly's control, grabbing a nearby chair and hurling it at Hobert and the scarred man. The three dodged nimbly, but then Hobert felt his stamina and reaction speed plummet. Damn! It was a weakening. The throne chair had allowed the corpses to complete the bribe process. This meant that the Henry couple hadn't been ordinary people. The ritual they had conducted had left their corpses in a strange state, preventing any extraction of Beyonder characteristics. In that moment, Hobert realized that Daly's use of death pathway abilities might have awakened the terrifying entity that had descended through the Henry's ritual. La 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 la. At the same time, a crisp, innocent child's voice began singing a nursery rhyme from upstairs. Hearing the song, both Hobert and the scarred man felt their bodies stiffen to varying degrees. A chill ran through Hobert's heart. In this weakened and stiffened state, they were no match for the two corpses. Fortunately, as the corpses approached, they suddenly started dancing in time with a nursery rhyme's melody. Hobert glanced at Daly. Her eyes had become even more shadowed, and a terrifying aura emanated from her. The song, while having a negative effect on Hobert and the scarred man, seemed to strengthen Daly's powers, allowing her to regain partial control over the two corpses. Seizing the opportunity, Hobert, with stiffened movements, headed for the stairs. The breakthrough lay with little Henry's body. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps descending the stairs. Little Henry's corpse was coming down, its face pale and bluish, its eyes deep and dark. The bullet hole Hobert had shot into its head had vanished, and now it simply looked like an abnormally pale boy with unsettling eyes. Daly avoided looking directly at little Henry. I can't beat it. They now realized that the Nighthawks squad had grossly underestimated the mysterious case. What they thought was merely a strange death had actually drawn in a terrifying power, one that even Daly, a Sequence 6, struggled to handle. Hobert changed his direction. Lead them to the basement. Daly and the scarred man exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up as they followed Hobert. At the basement entrance, sunflowers were piled up. Each of them grabbed one, and Daly used her spirituality to ignite the flowers. The scarred man fired a shot at little Henry, drawing its attention. Although the power possessing little Henry seemed terrifying, it lacked intelligence. Lured by the gunshot, it followed them step by step. Daly opened the door to the basement, while Hobert used his cane to sweep the sunflowers into the basement. Holding the burning sunflowers aloft, Daly led the way, while the scarred man kept a watchful eye on their rear. Daly no longer had the energy to control the Henry couple's corpses. Their dancing ceased abruptly, and they clumsily scrambled toward the basement door. They quickly overtook little Henry, forcing the scarred man and Hobert to fire repeatedly, slowing their advance. As they descended the stairs, Hobert felt the stiffness in his body gradually fade. But that wasn't necessarily a good thing. It meant they were now within the range of the basement sealed artifact. The light emitted by the burning sunflowers pierced through the darkness of the basement. Hobert remembered that when he had opened the outer basement door, the sunlight couldn't even illuminate the scene inside. Clearly, the burning sunflowers, symbolizing the sun's domain, had dispelled the darkness created by the sealed artifact. Immediately, the effects of the artifact began to manifest. Daly, who had been at the front, suddenly appeared in the middle of the group. At the same time, Hobert found himself at the bottom of the basement. "It almost feels like riding an elevator," he remarked. He raised the sunflower to survey the basement. It was large, about 7 or 8 meters in length and width. The first thing Hobert noticed was a stone platform in the center of the basement, upon which sat a palm-sized stone statue. The statue appeared ancient, resembling a bust, though its facial features were indistinct. One could only roughly tell it was a human bust. As soon as Hobert laid eyes on the statue, he sensed a powerful and overwhelming force of distortion. He felt a strange familiarity with its aura. Looking around, he saw remnants of giant dog feces and chicken feathers scattered across the basement. However, none of these remnants were within half a meter of the stone platform. The area around the platform was immaculate. This was odd, prompting Hobert to step aside, wary of rushing forward. Daly and the scarred man, who followed behind, also realized something was amiss. But for now, they could only rely on this sealed artifact, whose powers were still unknown, to deal with the advancing zombies and little Henry. At that moment, the zombies charged into the basement. The scarred man gritted his teeth and strode toward the stone platform. However, just as he was about half a meter away from it, he suddenly appeared on the other side of the platform. The three of them were stunned. The scarred man turned around and tried to approach the platform again, but once more, when he was half a meter away, he appeared to the left of the platform. Daly attempted as well, only to face the same result. They couldn't get within half a meter of the stone platform. At the same time, they had to remain vigilant against the random spatial shifts, which were currently working to their advantage. These shifts caused the zombies to lose their target, pausing in place for a second or two. Otherwise, in such a confined basement, it would be impossible to evade both little Henry and the zombies. After observing for a moment, Hobert grew increasingly certain that the sealed artifact felt familiar to him. Moreover, Daly and the scarred man might not have noticed this, but when Hobert had first entered the basement and been shifted from the stairs to the basement floor by the artifact's power, his position had not changed again. While Daly was wrestling for control of the zombies with Little Henry and the scarred man was firing at Little Henry, Hobert steadily walked toward the stone platform. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. With one more step, Hobert stood before the stone platform. Daly and the scarred man exchanged surprised glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. Hobert reached out to touch the stone statue. In an instant, he saw clear blue skies and white clouds. He saw an ancient town nestled at the foot of a mountain. He saw a towering clock tower and a stone throne atop the mountain. This was the nation of disorder. But it was the nation of disorder as it should be: blue skies, white clouds, orderly days and nights, and the forest and clock tower firmly grounded. It all made sense now. Hobert understood why the statue had felt so familiar. It came from a nation of disorder. But how had it left the nation of disorder? What had it experienced to develop such strange powers? Due to Hobert's special connection with the nation of disorder, the statue resonated with him, and thus did not reject him. The moment Hobert picked up the statue, his spirituality immediately conveyed the abilities of the sealed artifact. First, it could create an area of darkness within a 7-meter radius. Within this area, the wielder could deprive enemies of their sight and intuition. Second, the wielder could manipulate the space within a 10-meter radius, causing distortions such as making an enemy's forward movement turn into retreat or forcing a fleeing enemy to charge forward. Third, it could create a half-meter radius around the wielder where space would be distorted, preventing enemies from approaching. The negative side effects: every 20 minutes of use would result in the wielder's soul and body being distorted once. After 2 distortions, the wielder's thoughts would become entirely chaotic. After 3 distortions, their body would collapse completely. Additionally, if the artifact were wielded by someone who wasn't a beyonder of the lawyer or arbiter pathways, the artifact had a chance of betraying its wielder. The sealing method was using the distortion ability of the lawyer pathway to distort the artifact's limited will every 3 days. If this wasn't done, one wouldn't be able to get within half a meter of the artifact. If more than 3 days passed without twisting the artifact's will, a mid-sequence weakening or distortion would be required to regain control over it. Hobert couldn't help but marvel. This sealed artifact was tailor-made for the lawyer pathway. No wonder the Henry family, despite dwindling to just the 3 of them, could still hold on to such a powerful artifact. "Hey, Hobert!" The scarred man's shout snapped Hobert out of his thoughts. Little Henry had already descended into the basement, his deathly aura clashing with the artifact's distorting energy. Meanwhile, the 2 zombies had been shot repeatedly by the scarred man, losing arms and legs, but still charging forward. As Little Henry approached, Daly's face turned pale. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to suppress the movements of the zombies. Hobert, holding the sealed artifact, instantly shifted the 2 zombies into the basement floor, burying them in the earth with only their heads exposed. They thrashed their heads, trying to break free, but to no avail. Hobert then turned his attention to Little Henry, attempting to trap him in the ground as well. But he was met with intense resistance. Little Henry's eyes grew darker and more terrifying. Daly, a fellow Sequence 6 Beyonder, even felt the urge to kneel before him. Ultimately, the artifact's power prevailed. Little Henry's aggressive intent was distorted into defense, and his desire to summon more power was distorted into withdrawing it. The not-so-intelligent Little Henry's eyes grew clouded as Hobert repeatedly distorted his thoughts and powers, and finally, he collapsed, motionless on the ground. Hobert used the sealed artifact to bring Little Henry's body within half a meter of himself, ensuring that the power within the boy had completely dissipated. He asked, "I'm curious. Why did Little Henry seem like just an ordinary zombie when I encountered him before?" Daly inspected Little Henry's corpse and replied, "That terrifying power didn't originally reside within him. It was after I performed the mediumship that Little Henry's body underwent certain changes, attracting some attention." She shook her head. It seems the rituals his parents performed on him continuously drew the interest of some mysterious existence, which eagerly allowed its power to descend upon little Henry. In other words, through the efforts of Henry and his wife, they had turned little Henry's body into a sealed artifact, one that could easily attract the gaze and power of a powerful entity from the death pathway. Daly waved her hand in front of her nose. The smell here is unbearable. We'd better move back to the first floor to continue this conversation. Scarface instantly understood Daly's intention and lifted his leg, ready to leave. Wait, Hobert suddenly smiled and said, "There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you both while we're still here." Now that he had a powerful sealed artifact in hand and fully controlled the situation, Daly naturally wanted to leave. If Hobert could be coaxed into putting the sealed artifact down and following them out, that would be even better. But Hobert wasn't going to fall for that. Daly smiled. "Smart young man. Feel free to state your terms." Hobert said, "Let me say this again. I am the son of a commander. You don't need to treat me like some wild beyonder. I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation, but I will only accept doing so in a room at the church. Don't even think about taking me underground." Daly nodded. "You saved us earlier, so naturally, we will treat you with enough courtesy." Hobert continued, "My second condition is that we share the spoils of this operation. The statue belongs to me." Daly spread her hands. "That's not for me to decide, but I'll apply to my superiors on your behalf. I've already established a special connection with this sealed artifact." Hobert smiled. "It allowed me to learn the method of sealing the statue." Daly was slightly taken aback. "I'll be sure to include that in my report." Hobert said, "All right, I think it's time we cleaned up this place." He had already weighed his options. Unless he planned to escape with the statue, he would inevitably have to negotiate with the official Beyonders. The key was, in about 10 minutes, Hobert would have to release the statue. If he chose to run at that point, Daly and Scarface would surely chase after him, putting him in a disadvantageous position. Thus, he made the choice to bargain with the official Beyonders. Using the sealed artifact, Hobert moved the corpses of the Henry couple out of the earth. Without that terrifying wraith-like power, the two bodies had lost all vitality and were now just ordinary corpses. Then, Hobert moved all the bodies to the basement door. He noticed that the sealed artifact control over space was limited to a height of only about 3 or 4 meters, just enough to reach the basement door. It was clear that this basement was designed specifically for this sealed artifact. Back on the first floor, Scarface fetched 3 body bags from the carriage and packed the corpses. He then briefly explained the situation to the police officers outside, giving them a few more instructions. Only after that did Hobert, Daly, and Scarface together escort the 2 corpses and 2 sealed artifacts back. Because the statue required a different holder every 20 minutes, and the new holder had to be at least 10 meters away from the previous one, Daly requisitioned a police carriage. The person holding the statue rode alone in the police carriage behind them. When the 20 minutes were nearly up, both carriages would stop simultaneously, and someone from the front carriage would switch to the rear one to replace the holder. Hobert initially rode with Scarface in the Church of the Evernight Goddess carriage. Scarface glanced at Hobert. "The name's Borgia." Hobert smiled. "Hello, Borgia. I assume I don't need to introduce myself." Borgia replied, "You handled yourself well." "Thanks." Hobert knew that Borgia was referring to his adept handling of the supernatural event today. The two fell silent after that, until Borgia was replaced by Daly. Daly smiled. "It's hard to imagine you're just a sequence 9. When I first entered the world of Beyonders, I didn't have such quick adaptability." Hobert modestly replied, "Just luck." "Luck is a crucial element in the world of Beyonders," Daly said, getting to the main point. "I've been thinking, if you're a military-affiliated Beyonder, my superior might not agree to let you keep the statue. But if you're willing to become one of our informants, that changes things. I think our captain wouldn't refuse your request, especially since you've shown us such goodwill." She smiled charmingly. "Before we reach the church, you might want to think about it." Hobert fell into deep thought. Establishing a cooperative relationship with official Beyonders seemed like a pretty good offer. Earlier, he had bluffed about having a military background, but if anything serious happened, the military wouldn't care about him at all. Only Christian would genuinely help him. As the saying goes, it's good to take shelter under a big tree. Having official Beyonders backing him would save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, using official Beyonders to gain convenience and assistance was also a way of working the system. After a few minutes of consideration, Hobert said, "It's possible, but I have 3 conditions." Daly made a gesture for him to continue. "First, we'll only be in a cooperative relationship. I'll provide information that may be useful to you, and when necessary, you'll offer me help. I'll try my best to complete tasks within my capabilities, but I reserve the right to refuse. Second, if I'm involved in any combat, I get a share of the spoils. Third, I need an official document from your organization. With it, I'll be treated as a regular member of the Nighthawks team when encountering other Beyonders." Daly responded, "There's no precedent for the 3rd condition, but the others are reasonable requests. I'll pass them along. Thank you." Hobert then took his turn holding the sealed artifact, and when Daly took over again, they finally arrived back at the church. True to her word, Daly placed Hobert in a private room at the back of the church, leaving Borgia to guard the door. Hobert finally felt at ease. By now, Barton had probably received his telegram and informed Christian of his situation. With Christian stepping in, he was confident there wouldn't be any more danger. A couple of hours later, the sun was setting, and the sky was tinged with the hues of dusk. Hobert's stomach growled, and he called out to Borgia outside the door. "Your superior sure is slow." At that moment, Daly returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s with short hair and wearing a formal suit. His gaze was like a calm lake, giving off a rare sense of tranquility. "That's because you made so many demands. I had to report them to the bishop," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Borgia greeted him Captain. Once inside, Daly introduced him. "This is our captain." The middle-aged man extended his hand. "You can call me Captain Thomas." Hobert stepped forward to shake hands. "Nice to meet you, Captain Thomas." After the 3 sat around the table, Captain Thomas continued, "You are free to use the sealed artifact obtained from the Henry household. However, it must remain in our custody. You'll only need to submit a request to me before using it. Of course, this is contingent on you becoming one of our non-affiliated personnel." Yes, non-affiliated. Thank Roselle for inventing such a term, which has made our system much more flexible. Hobert twitched his mouth at this, suddenly reminded of a certain group that always seemed to be carrying the burden. Thomas said to Hobert, "Actually, I'd still advise you to give up your right to use the sealed artifact. This way, you could acquire the barbarian or briber Beyonder characteristics." Hobert gave a barely noticeable nod. It seemed the Nighthawks had already found a way to extract the Beyonder characteristics from the Henry couple. Besides the 2 sealed artifacts, there were also 2 Beyonder characteristics. This case was quite a haul. He then lamented that his own power was still too weak, which had led him to make the most cautious choice at the time. Otherwise, all these gains would have been his alone. Moreover, dealing with official Beyonders, wild Beyonders were naturally at a disadvantage. In this operation, even though Hobert had made significant contributions, it was the official Beyonders who held the initiative when it came to sharing the spoils. After a brief hesitation, Hobert made his choice. "I still prefer that sealed artifact. Once you understand its sealing method, you'll know why I'm so insistent. However, if possible, I'd like you to keep those 2 Beyonder characteristics for me. In the future, I hope to exchange them through purchase or by accumulating merits." Such a choice had its pros and cons. As long as the official Beyonders were involved, he couldn't use the sealed artifact at will, but also saved him the trouble of sealing the statue himself. Otherwise, he might have had to rent a house with a yard to provide a 10-meter range for the sealed artifact. "It seems you understand our system quite well and even know about accumulating merits," Thomas smiled. "No non-affiliated personnel can enjoy the same treatment as regular members, but after consideration, I've decided to make some adjustments in handling your case. This is because you played a significant role in today's incident, helping 2 Nighthawks escape danger. Therefore, I'll do my best to meet your conditions as a token of our gratitude. First, we will provide you with a document confirming that you are our informant, which will help you avoid attacks from other official Beyonders. You'll need to make some contributions for the Nighthawks to become our non-affiliated personnel. Once you contribute more, I will issue you a formal member's credential. At that point, you will be the only member of our team allowed to act freely. Of course, you'll need to make enough contributions so that others have no grounds for objection. Hobert haggled. Can you just grant me a non-affiliated personnel status directly? Thomas shook his head. Let me put it this way. We must at least conduct some assessments of you and observe you for a period of time. Only after confirming that you won't engage in any wrongdoing will we issue you the non-affiliated personnel credential. Hobert understood. So, as long as I pass your assessments, I can easily become your non-affiliated personnel, but becoming a formal member won't be so easy. Thomas smiled. Daly was right. You're very clever. Hobert then asked, Can I designate Ms. Daly as my contact? Of course. All right then. Hobert said, Please provide me with your informant's proof document. When dealing with official beyonders, there's actually not much room for maneuver. For them, most problems encountered have established precedents or systems for resolution. As Thomas said, unless Hobert's performance was impressive enough to convince everyone to amend the rules for him. After receiving the document, Hobert arranged a way to contact Daly and wrote down the negative effects and sealing method of the statue. Thomas sighed. This is a sealed artifact designed for the lawyer pathway. No wonder you're so adamant about it. Hobert asked Thomas to wait a moment while he wrote an application for the statue, stating the reason as research. After receiving the application, Thomas said, I can't give it to you today. Come back tomorrow morning. Hobert glanced outside. Night had quietly fallen, and it was no longer suitable to enter the Chinese gate. Hobert stood up. All right, I'll come back tomorrow morning. Can I leave now? Of course. Once outside the church, Hobert spotted the carriage waiting for him, with the butler standing by the door. Young master. Hobert smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Christian must have already negotiated with the Nighthawks, or Captain Thomas wouldn't have been so accommodating. After returning home and having dinner, Hobert followed Christian to the study and detailed his experiences from the day. It was a close call, Christian commented. Your choice was correct. Collaborating with the Nighthawks is more beneficial than causing a rift and trying to seize the sealed artifact to escape. Hobert then recounted his previous day's actions with Zio and Furs, sharing the information he had obtained with Christine. Finally, Hobert asked, Father, can you help me defeat the Tamara family's pursuers and obtain the Sequence 7 potion formula and Beyonder characteristics? Christine smiled. You're just like Rex, always getting into trouble. According to Rex's requirements, you must complete this trial on your own. However, if you truly can't manage, I can help. Hobert hadn't expected his father to have such a card up his sleeve. All right, I'll think about it. The next morning, Hobert first went to the law firm to thank Barton for relaying the information. Then he set out again to visit clients. Taking a cab to the Backlund Nighthawk team headquarters in the North Borough, Hobert, who had exited through the church's back door yesterday, now saw the Nighthawk sign hanging that read Blackthorn Security Company. Hobert suspected that the Nighthawks were using this name as a disguise. Upon entering, he found an old-fashioned front desk and a seating area. Daly was already waiting in the seating area. She pointed to a black box beside her. This stone box can effectively seal 2 to 355. Oh, that's the statue from yesterday. The only time you need to switch holders every 20 minutes is when you take 2 to 355 out to use it. If it's in the box, you won't have to worry about the 20-minute limitation. 2 to 355? So the statue, in the eyes of official Beyonders, possessed the power of a Grade 2 sealed artifact? Hobert nodded. Got it. He couldn't help but feel that official Beyonders had a lot more methods at their disposal. After agreeing on the time for returning 2 to 355, Hobert carried the stone box back to his rental unit. After confirming that no one was following or spying on him, he took out 2 to 355 and transported it to the Nation of Disorder via sacrifice. As he grasped 2 to 355 in the Nation of Disorder, the sealed artifact immediately resonated with the Nation of Disorder. The material of the statue indeed came from the nation of disorder. As Hobert held the statue, he felt that there were many such materials in the nation of disorder, but his current control over it was far from sufficient, and he couldn't utilize those materials. Soon, an image of his first time picking up 2 to 355 appeared before him. After watching the orderly scene of the nation of disorder again, the image shifted, and a massive figure appeared outside the sky of the nation of disorder. Hobert immediately understood that this was the information recorded by 2 to 355 that he could only see from the outside. Upon entering the nation of disorder, Hobert no longer held back, presenting all of his memories to 2 to 355. In the scene, the enormous figure was blurry, but even within the nation of disorder, Hobert didn't dare to look directly at it. Then, beyond the transparent sky of the nation of disorder, a massive city appeared. The city seemed engulfed in towering flames, floods, unstoppable plagues, violent earthquakes, and an elusive yet terrifying aura. Hobert felt the resonance of the nation of disorder, and his spirituality was suddenly enlightened. It was another Sefirah. It was the city of calamity. The city of calamity charged fiercely toward the nation of disorder, and for a moment, the heavens and earth crumbled, and everything fell into chaos. The sky and land, day and night, the old town and clock tower within the nation of disorder were all dislocated from their original positions. This resulted in the current scene where the sky and land were intertwined, and day and night coexisted. Although Hobert did not dare to look at the giant outside the sky, he began to speculate about its identity. The celestial worthy? God Almighty? The oldest one? Only these three entities could, without clear reason, control one Sefirah to collide with another. At this moment, the scene before Hobert shifted again. Due to the violent collision of the two Sefirahs, 2 to 355 fell into the real world in the form of a stone. After an unknown amount of time, the stone was picked up by a beyonder on the apprentice pathway because it came from a nation of disorder, making it a naturally mystical object. The following scenes depicted several figures, though none of their faces were clear. In a battle between beyonders, the owner of the stone was killed by someone emitting a dark holy light. As the apprentice pathway beyonder's blood spilled onto the stone, it gained the ability to twist space. Along with the blood, the unwillingness of the beyonder also seeped into the stone, giving it a faint sentience. Hobert speculated that the person emanating the dark holy light was likely Solomon or someone from the Solomon family. Next, Hobert, through his spiritual insight, sensed that if he injected the power of the nation of disorder into 2 to 355, the abilities of this sealed artifact would be further enhanced. However, Hobert chose not to do so because the sealed artifact did not yet fully belong to him. Strengthening it could wait until it was entirely his. After learning the origins of 2 to 355, Hobert used a bestowal method to bring it out of the nation of disorder. Hobert rested for a while, waiting for his spirituality to recover before heading to the Obsidian Bar to return 2 to 355 to Daly. The Obsidian Bar was where Hobert and Daly would meet in the future, as Hobert wasn't part of an evil organization, nor was he a regular informant. Instead, he was more like a collaborator with goodwill toward the Nighthawks. Thus, their meetings weren't too secretive or overly cautious. Daly, sipping her beer, asked, "Have your investigations yielded any results?" The Obsidian Bar had a high-end decor. Located in the Northern District, its main clientele were middle-class individuals, a stark contrast to the bars in the East Borough. The bar had a faint floral scent at the counter instead of the stench of feet and sweat. There weren't many customers in the morning, making the bar feel spacious. Sitting beside Daly, Hobert pointed to the stone box and lowered his voice, saying, "It was once held by a beyonder on the apprentice pathway. The stone gained its ability to twist space when that beyonder was killed." Daly was surprised, not expecting Hobert to have made such a discovery. "Can you tell me what method you used to investigate it?" The Nighthawks had tried several divination methods yesterday, but they couldn't figure out the origins of 2 to 355. Hobert smiled and said, Of course, but you'll have to issue me an external personnel certificate first. Daly half joked, it's not impossible. All right, I'll be waiting for your certificate, Hobert replied with a smile as he stood up to leave. He found a restaurant and spent 2 solely 7 pence on a reasonably delicious lunch. Then, he took a carriage to the police station in the western suburbs, where he requested part of the Henry family's assets as compensation for his client. Usually, such claims weren't given much attention by the police, and it might take 1 or 2 months for compensation to be approved. However, because of the unique nature of this case, and more importantly, because the officer attending to Hobert was Daniel, the process went smoothly. Daniel, though ignorant of the beyonder world, had experienced the events on the 2nd floor of the Henry house. He understood that Hobert must be someone from that mysterious world. At the time, Hobert had solved the issue on the 2nd floor with just 2 gunshots, but when the special department arrived, Hobert and his team fired 20 or 30 rounds inside the house. About 20 minutes later, a man with a scar on his face emerged from the house, looking somewhat disheveled, which was enough to show that they had dealt with something even more terrifying. With Daniel's cooperation, things went smoothly. In just over 2 hours, Hobert obtained 20 pounds from the Henry family's assets. After thanking Daniel, Hobert took another carriage to the Polly family. When he arrived, Hobert glanced at the Henry house, where the doorframe had been cordoned off with police tape, and 2 officers were standing guard in the yard. In his conversation with Mr. Polly, Hobert learned that the Nighthawks had visited again that morning. Of course, Mr. Polly wasn't aware of the Nighthawks. He simply mentioned a carriage bearing the sacred emblem of Evernight had arrived again. It seemed they were checking to ensure there were no more loose ends at the Henry house. It was Henry's dog that dug a tunnel between the Henry and Ailey family basements. That's why the Henry family's dog would sometimes emerge from the Ailey home, Hobert explained. So the ones who should compensate you are the Henry family, not the Aileys. At first, Mr. Polly was puzzled, wondering why the Aileys hadn't noticed this. But as he saw Hobert take out 20 pounds in cash, any remaining doubts vanished. Hobert said, "This is part of the Henry family's assets that I just retrieved from the police. 10 pounds is to compensate for your loss, and the other 10 pounds is my commission." He shook his head, jokingly adding, "I nearly lost my life for that 10-pound fee yesterday." Originally, Mr. Polly had given up hope of receiving compensation, but when he got the 10 pounds, he was overjoyed. Yet, seeing Hobert pocket his own 10 pounds, Mr. Polly couldn't help but feel a little regretful. On the way back, Hobert once again sensed the looseness of his potion. As expected, every time he completed a commission, his spirituality became more active. On Saturday morning, as Hobert arrived at the law firm, he saw Mr. Robin and his cousin waiting at the entrance before he even got out of the carriage. Mr. Robin finally replaced his old hat, looking much more refreshed, though he still seemed somewhat uneasy on the busy, carriage-filled roads. After Hobert stepped out of the carriage, Robin and his cousin David quickly approached. "Good morning, Lawyer Hobert." "Good morning, both of you," Hobert smiled. "It seems your lives have improved. Looks like my advice had some effect." "Your counsel made us see the reality of things," said Mr. Robin. Hobert nodded slightly. Helping 2 misguided people see through the deceptions of this era made him quite pleased. He led Robin and his cousin to his desk. "What difficulties have you encountered now?" Robin looked at David, who was much taller than him and sported a small mustache. Despite his rough appearance, David, like Robin, seemed nervous in front of Hobert. "It's not about us, sir." He hesitated before continuing. "It's about a co-worker of mine. During work, a machine devoured one of his legs and an arm. He hopes to receive 300 pounds in compensation, but the factory owner only offers 100 pounds. He sought out a few lawyers on his own, but they all said the compensation he wanted was too high and refused to take the case. You might be his last hope." Hobert thought back to the laws regarding worker injury compensation, but found that due to his transmigration, the details were somewhat fuzzy. He asked, "Your co-worker is no longer capable of working, correct?" "Yes," David replied. "Not only that, but he has also lost his family and now lives by begging." He hopes to get 300 pounds so he can buy a piece of land in the countryside. He said he grew up on a farm and can still work the fields, even with just one hand. Hobert nodded. To him, 300 pounds didn't seem like an unreasonable amount of compensation. However, he remembered a conversation with a colleague where it was mentioned that there was an unspoken rule in factory injury cases, 100 pounds for disability and 150 for death. Although Hobert sympathized with David's co-worker, he didn't rush to give a response. I need to speak with your co-worker directly. David nodded repeatedly. Okay. I'll bring him this afternoon. After seeing Robin and David off, Hobert went to his bookshelf and started reviewing the civil compensation section. To his surprise, there was only one regulation regarding worker injury compensation. Employers are obligated to cover medical expenses and provide appropriate compensation when a worker is injured. Hobert realized it wasn't that he had forgotten the law due to transmigration. The relevant laws were simply this vague. There was no clear distinction between compensation for injury, disability, or death, and it only mentioned that employers had an obligation to pay. In cases where the law was unclear, judges would have to rely on their discretion, previous case rulings, or established unwritten rules to make a decision. Ironically, the regulations before the worker injury laws were quite detailed about how employees should compensate employers for damages. It clearly outlined how to handle losses below 10 to 20, 20 to 50, all the way up to 800 to 1,000. Hobert chuckled. They might as well have written laws protecting capitalists and aristocrats explicitly. Returning to his desk, Hobert realized that winning David's co-worker's case would be extremely difficult, even though the claim was legitimate and, in fact, modest. Moreover, taking on such a case would likely put him at odds with some unwritten rules. But then Hobert thought to himself, I'm a beyonder now, with connections in high society. Why should I live as cautiously as I did in my previous life? He decided to take the case. Since he had been given a second chance at life, why not experience it differently? With his mind made up, Hobert began preparing for the case. By the time he came up with a feasible strategy, he realized it was already past 10 in the morning. Hobert went to Barton's office to report on the conclusion of Mr. Polly's case, though he only briefly mentioned Henry's family situation. Mr. Polly's case was officially closed. I didn't know this case would involve such great danger, Barton said. If he had known, he wouldn't have assigned it to Hobert in the first place. Hobert smiled. Some dangers are unavoidable, but fortunately, I handled it well, and there were some benefits after the crisis. Establishing a stable connection with official beyonders was his greatest gain, something even access to 2 to 355 couldn't compare to. You should apply for a lawyer's certification, Barton said, shifting to the next topic. Because of your excellent performance, I'll write you a recommendation letter and ask some friends to help ensure you have a smooth exam process. Hobert currently held a lawyer's assistant certificate. Only after obtaining a lawyer's certificate could he handle more complex criminal cases and be eligible to represent clients in formal court. After thanking Mr. Barton, Hobert returned to his desk and began his usual self-reflection. In handling Mr. Polly's case, he felt he hadn't made any obvious mistakes, but there were lessons to be learned. When dealing with official beyonders, he must always consider whether he holds the upper hand, especially regarding the division of spoils. The encounter with the official beyonders had been rushed, leaving him little time to think. In future collaborations, he would make sure to negotiate how spoils should be divided beforehand. As for the third case Barton assigned him, he still had to deal with it. Although there might be some risk, Hobert's growing power and expanding resources made him confident in his ability to mitigate or handle these dangers. The key point, however, was that by actively taking on the third case, he would be utilizing the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. After completing Mr. Polly's case, Hobert felt the signs of potion digestion. If he continued using the law proactively, his potion would definitely continue to digest. Moreover, using the law of beyonder characteristics convergence seemed to accelerate potion digestion. Hobert felt that his lawyer potion was already largely digested. As long as he kept applying the rules and continually reflecting, his digestion speed would likely increase further. Around 2 in the afternoon, David arrived with his coworker. His coworker was named Bob, whose clothes were dirty and tattered, his hair disheveled, and he leaned on a crutch made from a tree branch. Hobert carefully inquired about the details of the incident. The process was actually quite simple. Bob had one leg and one arm pulled into a machine while working, causing his disability. After listening to Bob's account, Hobert made it clear, although Mr. Bob did make some mistakes in this incident, it does not affect our ability to claim compensation. He then addressed Bob. However, this case will still be difficult. You need to be mentally prepared. Bob, who was already quite disheartened, waved his half-remaining arm. Sir, I have nothing left to lose now, and nothing can be worse than it is. Hobert nodded. One more thing. If you want to win, you must follow my arrangements to the letter. No problem, Bob replied. I'm already grateful that you're willing to take my case. If there are no further questions, please sign the contract. Hobert produced a pre-prepared contract. Due to the difficulty of the case, I will charge 18% of the compensation as my fee. Of course, if we win, the other party will pay this amount. In the southern continent, in a small town that doesn't exist on any map, Elliot received a notification that he was to accompany Elder Calvin to Crowlier City for negotiations with the Fasak Empire. What puzzled him was that the other family members accompanying them were all recognized elites, yet he had only recently advanced to Sequence 7. It seemed he wasn't qualified to participate in such an important mission. He suspected that the elders had started to doubt his recent behavior. So, before they set off, he took the opportunity to pray to the Creator in his room, reporting his actions and suspicions. After lunch, Elliot and the others, led by Calvin, left the small town in 5 separate carriages. Not long after leaving the town, a majestic throne and a towering figure appeared before Elliot's eyes. Understood. Elliot breathed a sigh of relief, no longer worried about the journey. Backlund, 192, Blanca Street. Hobert also agreed with Elliot's suspicion. A Beyonder family curse for generations couldn't possibly be so careless as to not have any sense of vigilance. Hobert began to consider whether to let more of the Balk family know about his existence. During the recent surprise attack by lone mercenaries, Elliot had played a significant role, and the spirit necklace he had offered was incredibly useful, particularly since Hobert was planning to take on the roles of Baron and Earl. In Backlund, it would be almost impossible to obtain a title, but in the southern continent, things were different. Though still challenging, there was at least the possibility of gaining real power as a Baron or Earl. Developing the Balk family would be crucial for his future role-playing. Thus, Hobert planned to support Elliot, helping him grow strong within the Balk family while making him his representative in the family. This would require him to display his strength. With the existence of a nation of disorder, Hobert could project powerful forces, particularly in the domains of order and distortion, which could solve many practical problems. And if a problem couldn't be solved, that was fine too. It would simply mean that the great being on the Iron Throne wasn't interested in their prayers, and Hobert had the final say. With this decision made, Hobert waited for Elder Calvin's probing. If everything went as expected, Calvin would certainly find a chance to test Elliot. This matter wasn't urgent, though. What concerned Hobert now was whether there would be any mystical items at the upcoming weekend gathering that he could use. He wasn't sure if he had enough money. At present, this spirit necklace had covered his lack of inspiration, and the combat ring had improved his weak fighting skills. He didn't have any urgent need for other mystical items. But what if something valuable appeared? The Beyonder world is never short of surprises. With this hopeful mindset, Hobert arrived at the mercenary club early on Sunday with all his belongings. After practicing shooting, he waited in the lounge area for the gathering to begin. By noon, the lounge area was filling up with people. Hobert even saw the officer from the last gathering who had purchased the secret supplicant's Beyonder characteristic. They shook hands and exchanged a few brief words. Through casual conversation, Hobert learned that the officer also intended to buy a few items at today's gathering. As always, the gathering began at 1:30 in the Underground Theater. As expected, after 2 team-up requests, someone started selling Beyonder characteristics from the Hunter and Warrior pathways, along with some mystical items. Several of the sellers were familiar to Hobert. They had participated in the southern continent's surprise attack. However, most of the items being sold today were beyonder characteristics and combat-related mystical items. Hobert wasn't interested in beyonder characteristics, and the combat-related items overlapped with the abilities of his combat ring. So, by the end of the trading session, he hadn't made any purchases. Hobert wasn't in a rush, though. From his lunchtime conversations in the lounge, he had learned that the longer the gatherings went on, the better the items would often be. During the exchange segment, Castor Augustus, the mercenary leader who had gone to the southern continent, stood up and said, "After this battle, a certain power vacuum has appeared in General Anthony's territory. If the Fasak Empire doesn't fill this vacuum within a month, a small-scale colonial conflict is likely." Hobert crossed his arms. "From what I know, someone's already willing to fill that vacuum." It was inside information he had gotten from Elliot, but of course, he wouldn't reveal it at the gathering. Castor then pulled out a sketch. "Has anyone seen or heard of this powerful individual?" Everyone scrutinized the sketch closely. It depicted a mysterious figure seated on a throne forged from swords, looking both solemn and divine. Hobert was stunned. That looks like me." Castor continued. "We encountered this powerful individual during the mission. However, they didn't show us much hostility. If anyone has seen this person or can provide valuable information, I will offer a generous reward." Everyone noticed that Castor had used the honorific, "Your Excellency," a sign that this individual was strong enough to command his respect. Hobert thought to himself, "You could never imagine in your wildest dreams that Your Excellency is sitting right here, watching your astonishment and confusion." Naturally, he wouldn't offer any clues. He had money now, and no need to chase after the so-called generous reward and stir up trouble. Seeing no responses, Castor looked disappointed. He had a hunch that this figure would be pivotal in the struggle for control over General Anthony's territory. If they could establish contact with this individual while they were still rising in power, it would deal a heavy blow to the Fasak Empire's colonies. On Monday morning, Hobert did not go to work, but instead took Barton's recommendation letter and rode a carriage to the Ministry of Justice located in the Westboro. At this time, there was no standardized system for civil service exams, and the time for national lawyer exams was not unified. One had to have a recommendation letter from a prominent lawyer like Barton or a law professor to be eligible to apply for the bar exam. The Ministry of Justice had dedicated staff and a special area for the lawyer's certification exam, where applicants could take the test individually. The written portion was not difficult, mainly requiring candidates to write out various legal statutes from memory. The interview part, however, was harder. The candidates needed to quickly identify which legal statute applied to the scenarios presented by the examiners. Fortunately, with Barton's endorsement, Hobert's exam went relatively smoothly, at least without any deliberate trouble. As he walked out of the Ministry of Justice, Hobert sighed. The Lone Kingdom really is a society that values connections and relationships. No wonder the laws regarding workplace injury compensation are so vague, because workers have no channels to establish laws that protect their own interests. When Hobert returned to the law firm, it was already around 11 a.m. The moment he stepped through the door, he was informed that Miss Zio had been waiting for him all morning. Entering his office, sure enough, there was Zio, whose hair looked a bit rough, waiting by his desk. Beside her was a man in his 40s who seemed rather anxious. As soon as Zio saw Hobert, she stood up immediately. "Hobert, I've finally caught you. I'm here to ask for your help." Hobert immediately understood. This was Zio introducing him to some business. "Please wait in the parlor." After sending Zio and the stranger to the parlor, Hobert first went to Barton's office, briefly explaining how his exam went and expressing his gratitude. Only then did he pour 2 cups of coffee and head to the parlor. After some conversation, Hobert learned that the man Zio brought was named Sean, a merchant of general goods. About 3 years ago, Sean had lent a friend 300 pounds in cash and received an IOU. However, last year, when Mr. Sean went to collect the debt, his friend refused to repay it, citing that the IOU did not specify a repayment date. After about a year of back-and-forth disputes, the case finally reached court. Sean had always thought that having the IOU in hand meant he would win the case. But just yesterday, during a conversation with a friend who knew a bit about law, Sean learned that because the IOU lacked a repayment date, the outcome of the case was uncertain. The court hearing was scheduled for this Tuesday, which was tomorrow. Only then did Sean think of hiring a lawyer, but he lacked the necessary contacts and resources. Hence, he sought help from Miss Zio, a respected arbiter in the area. Zio knew her limits. She was good for arbitration, but would likely make a fool of herself in court. That's why she brought Sean to ask for Hobert's assistance. Hobert looked at Sean's IOU and said, "Your friend is focusing on the wrong thing. I guess if the other side hires a lawyer, they'll try to invalidate this IOU. The method is simple. From a legal perspective, the IOU is only valid for 3 years. If the repayment date is specified, the countdown starts from the repayment date. This IOU doesn't have a repayment date, and it has already been over 3 years. If the judge rules the IOU invalid, then you're in trouble." Sean opened his mouth. What should I do then? Zio, fiddling with her messy hair, felt like a curly-haired baboon because, like Sean, she only vaguely understood Hobert's point and knew things didn't look good. Of course, you break their line of thought. Hobert smiled. I already have a good idea. If you hire me as your lawyer, please sign the retainer agreement, and I'll defend you in court tomorrow. Sean reflexively asked, Can I win? According to the rules, I can't give you any guarantees. Hobert spread his hands. I only know that if you don't hire a lawyer, you'll be at a great disadvantage tomorrow. After considering for a dozen seconds, Sean ultimately signed the retainer. Since the case was somewhat difficult, Hobert asked for a 12% commission. The usual rate for such cases is 15%, but considering Miss Zio's influence, I'll only ask for 12%. There wasn't really a usual rate, but saying this made both Zio and Sean happy. Zio felt respected, and Sean thought he saved 3%. After seeing Zio and Sean out, Hobert sighed. Finally, a normal case. Ever since his first case as a lawyer, things had been anything but normal. Not a single case could be fully resolved in court. So much so that, as a legal assistant, he had become unfamiliar with sheriff courts. After lunch, Hobert first thought about how to defend Mr. Sean. It wasn't until around 2 o'clock that he left the office to visit a client. Hobert arrived at number 192 Blanca Street. At exactly 3 p.m., his vision was engulfed by gray mist, and the Tarot Club officially commenced. This time, none of the 3 present had obtained Emperor Roselle's diary, so they moved directly to the trading session. The hanged man, Alger, said to Hobert, I need more information about the elven race. What compensation do you want? Hobert was taken aback. You found the elven ruins? Justice Audrey quickly recalled the first time the Emperor attended the gathering and traded with the hanged man. At that time, the Emperor mentioned that there was a chance to find the potion formula for the sailor pathway in the elven ruins. Alger said, I'm not yet certain if it's the elven ruins, so I'd like to get more detailed information from you. Hobert thought for a moment before saying, Mr. Hangman, you should know that the elven race belongs to the second epoch, and any detailed information about the second epoch is priceless in modern times. Alger's face darkened slightly as he nodded. I know. Don't be so serious. I just want to remind you that this information is very valuable, and you can't let these messages leak out or you'll be in danger. Hobert shifted his tone. But rest assured, I'll offer a price you can afford. He didn't plan to trade highly important elven information with Hangman anyway, since Hangman likely couldn't afford such a transaction. Alger let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. I know what to do. Audrey was thrilled. She hadn't expected to hear some distant second epic history. The fool, Klein, also listened attentively. Hobert organized his thoughts and said, the elves like to turn animal blood into something that, well, resembles cheese or jelly and consumed it in that state. Their utensils were quite different from the ones we use. They used 2 small wooden sticks to transfer food from the plate to their mouths. I remember Emperor Roselle once tried to popularize these utensils. Hobert estimated that the great and mysterious fool behind the gray fog must have made some connections by now. He continued, the elves look quite similar to humans, but their ears are pointed, and they tend to have a fiery temper. This likely has something to do with their beyonder characteristics. The Elf King used to be an ally of the Giant King, but later they became mortal enemies, waging war against each other for many years. Hobert laughed. I guarantee that unless you become a high-ranking member of a church, you would never come into contact with this kind of information. Elven culture is vastly different from our current culture. I can't describe it too specifically, but I can help you identify whether the ruins you encounter belong to the elves, provided I can see the murals or decorative patterns within the ruins. Hobert only shared some non-confidential, trivial information. As for the homeland of the elves, the Queen of Calamity, the Elf King's subordinate god, and other more secret information, he didn't plan on revealing that to the hangman just yet. However, this was already enough to shock the other three. Alger was somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected the Emperor to know so many details about the elves. He was well aware of the value of this knowledge. As the Emperor had said, unless one was a regional bishop or a cardinal of the church, they couldn't possibly know this. Yet, the Emperor was certainly not a regional bishop or cardinal. Audrey, on the other hand, became even more curious about this ancient race. Klein, at this moment, was preoccupied with thoughts of chopsticks and spicy boiled fish. A few seconds later, Alger snapped back to reality. I can reproduce the patterns from the ruins. Mr. Fool, please help me present them. Klein slowly nodded, and paper and a pen materialized before Alger. Alger picked up the pen, and immediately, patterns appeared on the paper. These designs were markedly different from the cultural symbols of the various countries and ethnic groups on the northern and southern continents today. Hobert took a look at the patterns. There were two types. One resembled the Chinese character for Hui, depicting what looked like clusters of clouds arranged together. The other looked like a tipped-over S, but with an added hook at both ends, resembling the continuous forward-rolling waves of the ocean. This is thunder pattern. Although it was different from the thunder pattern Hobert had in mind, the abstract yet vivid, free-spirited essence of Eastern culture, or rather Western continent culture in this context, remained intact. Hobert remarked, these patterns clearly have the characteristics of elven culture. The ruins you encountered should indeed belong to the elves. Alger asked. This ruin should have been discovered by many before, but even so, my spirituality still resonates with it. Why is that? Congratulations. Hobert smiled. If you explore the ruins further, you're bound to find beyonder characteristics or materials that match your pathway. Alger's eyes brightened. How can I find them? Hobert smiled and said, I suggest you try using your beyonder abilities within the ruins. It might trigger a stronger resonance and help you uncover more clues. He paused for a moment before adding, all right, we should now discuss how you're going to pay me. Alger asked, what do you want from me? The first payment is your findings from the exploration, Hobert replied. I'm also very interested in the elven ruins, so part of the payment is that I want to know the results of your exploration. Alger nodded, no problem. Hobert continued, the other payment is 1,000 pounds in cash or items, materials, or information of equivalent value. Of course, I don't need it urgently. You can owe me for now. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. The price was within an acceptable range. Agreed. With the transaction settled, the gathering moved into the sharing phase. Audrey was the first to speak. Recently, I encountered a beyonder with many connections. He seems to only be sequence 9, but through his channels, he's able to facilitate many seemingly difficult deals. For example, he once explained how to cleverly use beyonder abilities to overcome one's past self. At this point, Hobert realized that she was referring to him. Audrey continued, I didn't find too many traits typical of a beyonder on him, but I remember him emphasizing seriously that he was a lawyer. Is there a potion in the lawyer sequence? Hobert scratched his head. That's the terrifying thing about being a spectator. I clearly hid my beyonder abilities, but Audrey still managed to gather so many clues. There is, Alger answered succinctly. Audrey nodded and didn't pursue further questions about the lawyer's beyonder abilities, knowing that the hangman would demand payment if she did. She wasn't new to these gatherings and didn't want to pay for information that wasn't urgent. Hobert switched the topic. As far as I know, a mercenary team from Lone ambushed a group of Fasak Empire Beyonders in the southern continent. The battle eliminated 2 sequence 5s from the Fasak Empire. Alger smiled. Mercenaries again? It seems Lone has no desire for war recently. They aren't even willing to engage in a small-scale naval battle with a dozen ships. Audrey then asked a few more questions about acting and digesting potions. The fool helped her understand the feeling of digesting a potion. With this topic concluded, the gathering drew to a close. Upon leaving the gray fog, Hobert returned to his rented apartment. He stretched and prepared to resume working on Mr. Sean's case and Bob's case. Lying on the bed, Hobert felt a bit sentimental. Handling more normal cases actually made him busier. In the eastern part of the Berserk Sea, on an unnamed island, Alger had found an excuse to leave the sailors of the ghost ship behind, heading alone to the ruins in the center of the island. The ruins were little more than a few slanted stone pillars. They had once been covered by vines until one of Alger's sailors discovered the site while searching for fresh water, and they had cleared away the vines. In the middle of the stone pillars was an emerald green pool of water, its depths unfathomable. Alger had ordered his sailors to dive in and search before, but nothing had been found. Previous explorers had likely done the same. If the secrets of the ruins were easily discovered, whatever was inside would have long been taken. Alger circled the pool once and, following the Emperor's advice, used his Beyonder ability to create a whirlpool within the water. Suddenly, Alger saw a white halo appear at the bottom of the pool, as if a light had been switched on. It really worked. Alger once again admired the Emperor for his profound knowledge in the occult. At the same time, he thought about how the previous people who discovered this ruin were likely pirates. They didn't possess as much mysticism knowledge as the Emperor, and if they dived in without finding anything, they wouldn't have continued exploring. After waiting for the whirlpool to dissipate, Alger took off his coat and prepared to dive down to check. However, after the whirlpool disappeared, the glow below vanished as well. Alger immediately had a realization. He used his abilities once again to create a whirlpool in the pool, then jumped in, diving down through the rapid currents. In the water, faint, illusory scales appeared on Alger's body, allowing him to move more gracefully than a fish. He could now stay underwater for a long time. He dived down over 10 meters, until the surface of the pool seemed far away and the surroundings grew gradually darker. Alger finally saw the glowing objects beneath the water. They were 2 crystal-like stones, with a hole between them just big enough for one person to enter. There were many similar holes in the pool, and even the most skilled divers wouldn't dare to explore these caves, where it was easy to get lost. Those glowing crystals appeared like ordinary stones during normal times, which was why the sailors who had explored before didn't notice anything unusual. Inside the cave, there were more glowing crystals, seemingly guiding the way and providing light. Cautiously, Alger swam through the opening. Seeing that there was no danger, he continued swimming forward. The water level rose higher and higher until Alger broke the surface, emerging into a dark cave. He climbed onto the rocks beside the water and took out a small waterproof torch, lighting it to illuminate the entire cave. The first thing he saw was a skeleton lying on the ground not far from him. There were some miscellaneous items beside the skeleton, but nothing particularly special apart from the staff in its hand. The skeleton's other hand was pointing towards the other side of the cave. Alger followed the skeleton's finger and saw a huge mural on the other side of the cave. The mural was well preserved, still retaining its colors after all this time. Getting closer, Alger noticed that the figures in the mural all had pointed ears, giving them a sacred appearance. Alger quickly understood the content of the mural. The skeleton sitting in the distance was the descendant of a half-elf and human, and his family had always maintained the elven way of life. The family also inherited a secret about the elves. The skeleton had not become a Beyonder. He was the last member of his family, and before he died, he had painted the family's inherited elven secret on the mural. The so-called secret was the locations where the last 3 high elves fell. In other words, At these 3 locations, it was highly likely one could find the remnants of the high elves beyond her characteristics. Alger glanced at the skeleton sitting on the ground. Such an important secret. Why would he paint it on a mural? Wasn't this the kind of secret that should be taken to the grave, buried forever without revealing it to others? Suddenly, Alger recalled the Emperor mentioning that beyond her characteristics follow 3 laws, of which he only knew one. He vaguely realized that the reason the skeleton left the mural must be related to the laws of beyond her characteristics. Thinking about having to consult the Emperor for more beyond her knowledge, Alger felt a bit of a toothache. He already owed the Emperor 1,000 pounds. Did he really want to bear an even heavier debt? At that moment, he looked towards the staff in the skeleton's hand. The staff seemed to be made of crystal, with a blue gemstone at the top. When Alger picked up the staff, he suddenly heard the sound of waves in his ears. He then realized that he could now wield 3 abilities: storm, giant waves, and communication with sea creatures. This made Alger laugh out loud with joy. As a seafarer, he could only cast some water-related spells, like whirlpools and minor changes to ocean currents. Nothing more. Only by receiving the blessings of the Lord of Storms could seafarers and winds-blessed cast more powerful spells. Otherwise, he would have to wait until Sequence 5 or even Sequence 4 before he could use abilities like giant waves. But the staff in his hand made Alger feel like a favorite of the Lord of Storms, able to wield abilities powerful and practical for the sea. This didn't mean Alger now possessed the power of Sequence 5. Rather, the staff was more like a recognition of the sea, akin to a kind of credential. With it, Alger could take on a certain profession. In other words, it was only useful to those on the sailor pathway, such as seafarer and windblessed. Beyonders of other pathways couldn't use abilities like giant waves at all. The Emperor was right, Alger muttered to himself. Searching for elven ruins really can lead to good things for this sailor pathway. Just this staff alone, if traded on the Berserk Sea, would fetch at least 3,000 pounds, and there would certainly be a premium. Of course, Alger wouldn't sell the staff until he reached Sequence 5. Thinking of it this way, the 1,000 pounds debt was totally worth it. On Tuesday morning, Hobert arrived early at the magistrate's court. He put on his barrister's robe, donned his wig, and sat next to Sean, ready for the trial. Several spectators came to the court this time, including Sean's family, as well as Zio and Furs. At 8:30 a.m., the judge took his seat, and the trial officially began. As Sean's attorney, Hobert first produced the promissory note, stating the fact that the defendant had borrowed 300 pounds in cash from Sean. Just as Hobert anticipated the previous day, the defendant's lawyer argued, citing relevant laws, that the promissory note had exceeded 3 years and should be considered legally invalid. This was exactly the kind of argument Hobert had been waiting for. Your Honor, we waive the right to win on this promissory note. In some cases, the plaintiff had a right to win. For example, if the judge ruled that Sean's promissory note was legally valid, Sean would win outright. But the issue now was that, according to the relevant laws, it was difficult for the judge to make a clear ruling on whether the promissory note was valid. This was where the debate between the attorneys came in. Whichever side provided a more persuasive interpretation of the law would sway the judge's decision. This was exactly where the value of a lawyer lay. So Hobert didn't bother arguing about it. Instead, he exploited a legal loophole to find a new angle. He continued, "Yes, you heard correctly. We waive the right to win on the promissory note and will no longer sue for late payment, but instead sue for non-repayment of the loan. Defendant, do you admit that you borrowed 300 pounds in cash from Mr. Sean?" The defendant's lawyer immediately realized Hobert's strategy. He leaned back in his chair, no longer willing to defend. Because now, whether the defendant admitted it or not, the 300 pounds had to be repaid. The defendant, almost reflexively, said, "I never borrowed that money. Sean is slandering me." Hobert nodded. "Good. Since you say that, I can apply for enforcement. Although we waive the right to win on the promissory note, the evidence provided by Mr. Sean is enough to prove that you did borrow the money. The contractual nature of the promissory note still holds, and you must repay the loan. The defendant's scalp tingled when he heard enforcement. I did borrow the money. That's true. Hobert nodded. Good. You have 3 weeks to repay it. Otherwise, it will be considered refusal to repay, and we will apply for enforcement. Hobert's defense was nothing short of brilliant. He skillfully dodged the opponent's attacks while delivering an unexpected blow that left no way out for the other party. However, Hobert knew that this victory was partly due to the opponent's excessive cooperation. He had considered this issue yesterday. If Barton had been defending the accused, he definitely wouldn't have adamantly insisted that the loan agreement was legally invalid. Doing so would either lead to an endless debate with the plaintiff's lawyer or allow the plaintiff's lawyer, like Hobert, to exploit loopholes in the relevant regulations. Neither scenario would be desirable for the defendant's lawyer. Of course, this was just hypothetical. Barton wouldn't be interested in such a minor case. Soon, the judge made the ruling, ordering the defendant to repay the loan within 3 weeks. At the moment the judge made the decision, Hobert once again felt the euphoric sensation of digesting the potion. He immediately reflected, did I digest the potion this time because I completed the commission? No. Completing a commission should only make spirituality more active. Could it be because I exploited the rules of law? No. Hobert suddenly had an epiphany. It was the loophole. I exploited a loophole in the regulations. Compared to his previous potion digestions, Hobert found that the potion he had digested from winning through exploiting a loophole was similar to the potion he had digested when using rules to his advantage. Being adept at utilizing rules and spotting exploitable loopholes within them. This is the essence of a lawyer. Hobert smiled knowingly. Following this principle in his acting would allow him to digest the potion faster than he had planned. Perhaps with 2 or 3 more cases like this, he could fully digest the potion. After the court session, Sean enthusiastically shook Hobert's hand and said, "That was the most brilliant argument I've ever seen." When Sean signed the commission with Hobert yesterday, he had been full of doubts. He thought Hobert was too young and just a legal assistant. He wasn't sure if Hobert could match up against the opposing lawyer. After seeing the defendant's miserable defeat today, Sean felt the attorney's fees were well worth it. When they reached the gallery, Furs smiled and said, "When Zio dragged me here, I thought I was going to witness 2 lawyers droning on about sleep-inducing legal clauses, arguing over each word. I didn't expect you to win so cleanly. It gave me a lot of inspiration. I should come and listen to your defenses more often. Maybe I could write a novel where the protagonist is a lawyer." Hobert smiled and said, "I'll be defending the plaintiff here again tomorrow. If you're willing to come, you can listen in. However, that case will be a tough one. Tomorrow, he would be defending Bob." After chatting for a bit, everyone went their separate ways. The defendant had already agreed to repay the money within the week, and only after the payment would Mr. Sean settle Hobert's commission. Instead of returning to the law firm, Hobert took a carriage to the Ministry of Justice to collect his lawyer's certificate. From today onward, he was officially a lawyer, qualifying him to defend clients in formal court. Of course, that is only if someone hires him. Cases heard in formal courts are usually criminal cases or disputes involving nobles. Those who can afford it would always hire top lawyers to fight their cases. The most common job for official lawyers is to help top lawyers prepare defense materials, with very few opportunities to appear in court. Those who cannot afford legal fees are likely to choose not to hire a lawyer at all. After all, an ordinary lawyer is no match for a top lawyer, and often paying for one leads to losing the case. They might as well resign to their fate and not repay the debt. This mindset and situation severely limited the courtroom opportunities for lawyers like Hobert. However, Hobert believed that Bob's case might require the use of his lawyer's certificate. Thinking about tomorrow's defense, he felt somewhat nervous, unsure whether his plan would succeed. During dinner, Donna noticed something off about Hobert. "Hobert, you seem distracted." "I'm thinking about tomorrow's defense strategy," Hobert replied with a smile. "It's going to be a big challenge for me." "Ha ha. Pressure is a good thing." Christian laughed. "It means you're improving." He sighed and said, "It reminds me of my time in the southern continent. Back then, I was about your age, and thus, The dinner table staple program, the general stories of the southern continent, began. Only this time, before Christian could get far, Donna unceremoniously interrupted. You and your comrade blew up the enemy's bunker, right? Father, you've told this story already. And then the two of you captured 9 enemies, didn't you? Father, you've told this one too. Seeing Christian deep in thought, whether he was making up a new story or trying hard to recall his past glories, Hobert smiled knowingly, feeling much better. The next day, Hobert arrived early at the justice court, but to his surprise, Bob was there even earlier. He was still leaning on that makeshift crutch made from a tree branch. His clothes were tattered with several obvious holes, but they had clearly been washed, looking much cleaner than when they last met. His hair was also tidied up, making him look much more presentable. The two exchanged a smile and entered the court, one taking a seat at the plaintiff's table, the other at the plaintiff lawyer's table. At that moment, Hobert whispered to Bob, "As I mentioned before, this case is tough. I'm not exaggerating. We may end up making many enemies, including the judge." Bob nodded. "I understand how difficult it is for you to be sitting beside me, counselor." Hobert smiled. "I don't mean to brag. I just hope you fully trust me. No matter what I do during the hearing, you need to support me." "I trust you, counselor," Bob said. "David told me about how you accepted their commission and helped them recover their losses." Hobert nodded. "That's good." Then, they waited for the hearing to begin. A few people gradually appeared in the gallery, including David and Robin, several of Bob's co-workers, and Furs sitting in the corner. At precisely 9 o'clock, the judge took his seat, and the hearing officially began. As a plaintiff's lawyer, Hobert first presented the facts. Bob had been disabled at the defendant's factory and lost his ability to work. "We're not denying responsibility," the defendant's lawyer said with a smile. "Mr. Arnold is a benevolent millionaire. He has already paid for Mr. Bob's medical expenses according to the relevant regulations and will compensate him with a lump sum of £100. Hobert replied, "That's exactly the point I want to make. £100 is far from enough to sustain Mr. Bob's future life. So, what's your demand?" "We require at least £1,000 in compensation." His words caused a few gasps. The defendant's lawyer shook his head. "Defense counsel, this is a courtroom, not a circus, and you are not a clown telling poor jokes on stage." The judge, whose face was lined with wrinkles, shook his head, indicating his disapproval of Hobert's absurd request. In the audience, Bob's colleagues were all worried for him. They knew Mr. Arnold would never accept a compensation of £1,000 and assumed this might be Hobert's way of negotiating. Furs, meanwhile, watched the expressionless Hobert, lost in thought. She felt as though she was meeting him properly for the first time today. However, Hobert on the courtroom floor was unfazed by the opposing lawyer mocking him as a clown. He responded seriously, "Defendant's lawyer, you don't understand clowns at all. Every comedy hides a core of tragedy." The defendant's lawyer was visibly taken aback. Sitting in the defendant's seat was Arnold's secretary, who coldly reminded Hobert, "Don't be too greedy. If your demands exceed the relevant laws, you won't get even a penny." Hobert replied, "Our demands are not unreasonable. It's just that, in this world, only reasonable demands seem excessive." The defendant's lawyer chuckled, "We don't have time to discuss philosophy with you. Judge, please announce the verdict." The judge turned to Hobert and asked, "Plaintiff's lawyer, are you maintaining your current demand?" "No change." The judge sighed helplessly, cleared his throat, and was about to announce the verdict when Hobert interjected, "Your Honor, please wait." The judge smiled. "It seems you've changed your mind?" "No, we are withdrawing this compensation claim." This statement immediately drew several gasps from the courtroom. Both the judge and the defendant's lawyer were baffled by Hobert's move. Then, Hobert continued, "We are instead accusing Arnold of negligence that resulted in my client's disability." "Yes, you heard correctly. We are accusing Arnold of intentional harm." A wave of astonishment rippled through the courtroom as the defendant's lawyer, his face turning pale, retorted, "Your accusation is baseless. Mr. Arnold did not directly harm your client. My client was injured while working for Arnold. The causal relationship is clear. Arnold bears undeniable responsibility." Yes, he was injured at work, but Mr. Arnold didn't cause the injury. There's no causality. Knowing full well that the machines in the workshop were dangerous, Arnold, as the person in charge of the factory, failed to issue effective warnings, leading to my client's injury. This is a consequence of Arnold's inaction, and he cannot escape responsibility. The defendant's lawyer leaned back in his chair with a sour expression, clearly needing time to organize his thoughts before launching a new rebuttal. Applause broke out from the audience. Although they didn't fully understand Hobert's strategy, they knew he had won this round. Furs also joined in the applause, already planning to include this brilliant debate in her next book. Only then did the judge belatedly bang his gavel. Gentlemen, your defense has crossed into the realm of criminal law, and this court does not accept criminal cases. Hobert responded, Your Honor, I will prepare the necessary documents to transfer this case to the proper court. The judge nodded. Very well. Good luck, young man. Your argument is quite brilliant. Court dismissed. Hobert could feel the signs of his potion digesting, and it was happening faster than he had expected. He estimated that even without any other cases, by the time Bob's lawsuit was over, his potion would be fully digested. After the judge left, Bob's colleagues came over, laughing and chatting with Bob. Bob turned to Hobert sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Hobert. Hobert smiled. This is only the first step. The real difficulty in this case lies ahead. No, Mr. Hobert, Bob said with a smile. Just seeing Beck, that dog of Arnold's, turn pale and helpless today made this whole lawsuit worth it. His colleagues burst into raucous laughter, all agreeing that it had been a worthwhile day. As the group walked out of the magistrate's court, Bob's colleagues waved goodbye before heading back to work. Hobert watched them walk away. It's rare to see such camaraderie among workers in Backland. That's because we are all believers in the God of steam and machinery. Bob smiled. We often go to church together to discuss the glory of the God of steam and machinery. Hobert nodded. Faith indeed had such an effect. Where do you live? I'll send you a letter with the court date, though it'll probably be next week or the week after. Bob smiled bitterly. I don't have a fixed place to stay, but I can wait at your law firm for you every day after work. Hobert thought for a moment. I'll send you to a poorhouse. Bob's bitter smile deepened. The poorhouse doesn't accept disabled people. What kind of poorhouse is that, then? Hobert scoffed. I have a plan, but if anyone asks about your faith, you'll have to say it's the Evernight goddess. Bob hesitated. Sorry, sir, but I don't want to change my faith. I'm not asking you to change it. This is just a survival strategy, nothing more. You can still believe in the God of steam and machinery in your heart, though these gods don't seem to care much about the lives of their followers. Bob looked uneasy. Yes, sir. Hobert waved a hand. It's settled. Otherwise, the case won't be over, and my client will starve to death. That would be my disgrace. Just as he was about to hail a cab, a simple four-wheeled carriage stopped in front of them. The door opened, and the defendant's lawyer, who had been sitting inside, looked down at Hobert. Mr. Hobert, I believe we should discuss today's case further. Hobert, however, continued walking along the roadside. I don't think that's necessary. The defendant's lawyer urged the coachman to follow slowly. It is necessary. Please stop. Please. Hobert ignored him and kept walking. Is it your idea of courtesy to ask someone for help while acting superior? The defendant's lawyer had no choice but to get out of the carriage awkwardly. Please get in. There's still room for negotiation. All right. Hobert helped Bob into the carriage. I think it's fine if you come alone. Hobert shook his head. I won't negotiate without my client present. The defendant's lawyer relented. Fine. But Bob, leave your cane outside. It might damage the carpet. Inside the carriage, Beck, sitting on the other side, frowned at Bob's entrance and shifted uncomfortably away from him. The defendant's lawyer took out a checkbook. How about 150 pounds? That's the most Mr. Arnold can offer. Hobert shook his head. Arnold's mercy is laughable. Gentlemen, a hunting dog costs 50 pounds. Don't you think this amount is an insult? It's not that serious. The defense lawyer smiled. This is just an ordinary workplace injury case. Let's not make things more complicated. Yes, you've all gotten used to treating people as less than human, Hobert said. You think this injury case should be handled this way, and that's the saddest part. The defense lawyer waved his hand. All right, let's talk about something practical. Even if you sue Mr. Arnold for intentional harm, your chances of winning are low. Why not settle? How about 200? That's far beyond Mr. Arnold's obligations. Hobert shook his head. 1,000. The defense lawyer's face turned grim. Your demand makes it impossible for us to continue negotiating. Very well, goodbye. Hobert opened the car door and helped Bob out. Baker, who had remained silent all this time, sneered, Mr. Arnold will use all his connections to make sure you lose. Don't expect a single penny. Hobert smiled. Why do I feel like you're scared? Why do your words sound so lacking in confidence? Baker snorted coldly, said nothing, and slammed the car door shut. The coachman snapped the reins, and the carriage slowly pulled away. Bob, leaning on his cane, suddenly said, Mr. Hobert, if you had agreed to their terms just now, I wouldn't have blamed you. As Hobert hailed a cab, he chuckled. Everyone needs something to aspire to. Arriving at the Obsidian pub in the Northern District, Hobert told Bob to wait outside. He entered, ordered a beer, and tipped the bartender to invite Miss Daly over. The pub was near Blackthorn Security Company, so Daly arrived within 10 minutes. We're meeting far too often. Are you doing this on purpose to get close to me? Hobert smiled. Miss, I'm not in a mood for romance right now. What a pity, Daly smiled. So, what brings you to me this time? Hobert got straight to the point. I'd like you to help my client get into the Evernight Church's shelter. Daly frowned. That's not within my duties. Helping the goddess's followers through their difficulties. Isn't that within your duties? All right. I can't believe I'm arguing with a lawyer, Daly asked. What's special about him? Miss, Backlund is full of ordinary people. Then why do you sympathize with him? It's not what you think, Hobert replied. I'm sending him to the shelter because I need him to stay alive. He smiled self-deprecatingly. I have my reasons. Oh, Daly tilted her head and looked at Hobert. Really? After a brief chat, the two went outside the pub, and Hobert handed Bob over to Daly. After Hobert left in a cab, Daly asked Bob, Tell me about your experience. Huh? Oh, all right, Mississippi. Back at the law firm, Hobert began preparing materials to submit to the formal court. The next step was to wait for the court to accept the case and announce a trial date. After finishing everything, Hobert stretched and finally had some leisure time. He gazed out the window, thinking about what delicious food he could buy to reward himself after work. Time flies when you're slacking off. After work, Hobert bought some pumpkin bread and desserts to reward himself for his performance at the magistrate's court today. After a pleasant dinner, Christian called Hobert to the study. I've had Dorfus make contact with Jacob Otto. Before that, Dorfus had already conducted an investigation. What they've discovered is indeed a fourth epic ruin. Hobert paused for a moment before remembering that Jacob was the one who claimed to have discovered a fourth epic ruin and had twice formed teams of the mercenary club. During his second attempt to form a team, Hobert had even helped him convey his wish for Commander Christian's assistance. Dorfus was Christian's personal servant, infamous for his incompetence, yet Christian had kept him close. Hobert had long suspected that Dorfus might be a beyonder. Given that Christian had sent him to conduct the preliminary investigation and make contact with Jacob, it seemed certain that Dorfus was a loyal beyonder. Christian continued, Tomorrow, Dorfus will officially join Jacob's team. You'll go along too, make frequent appearances, and by the end, you'll be entitled to a share of the spoils from the ruin. What a stroke of luck. Hobert nodded, understood. He knew well that this wasn't due to Jacob's generosity, but was the tangible benefit of a brigadier's favor. Christian took a deep breath and added, After Rex returned from the southern continent, he did explore some ancient ruins, but I only accompanied him to two. Jacob's discovery isn't one of them. Perhaps there's something of his left in the ruin. Hobert wasn't particularly moved by this, as he felt no real connection to this biological father. The brief conversation concluded, and Hobert left the study to ask Dorfus about their departure time tomorrow. Finally, he wrote a leave request for Barton, asking the coachman to deliver it to the law firm the next day. The next morning, Hobert and Dorfus took a carriage to the northern outskirts of Backlund. Dorfus was about the same age as Christian, with a complexion and hair color that clearly indicated his southern continent heritage. His demeanor was cold, and he was silent and withdrawn, more like a bodyguard than a personal servant. Hobert attempted to start a few conversations, but when Dorfus didn't respond, he gave up and stared out the window. After leaving the city of Backlund, the carriage drove for another hour before reaching the excavation site. There was no trace of Backlund's characteristic smog here. The sun was much brighter, and the air lacked the pungent odor. Jacob's team had set up camp at the foot of a mountain. It didn't look like the secretive, grave-robbing operation Hobert had imagined. It was a grand-scale excavation, with dozens of tents visible. It was clear that Jacob had hired many ordinary workers to move earth, clean artifacts, and carry out other excavation tasks. Jacob had been expecting them and met Hobert and Dorfus at the camp's entrance. "Mr. Hobert, thank you for facilitating our cooperation with Commander Christian," Jacob said politely as he shook Hobert's hand. Hobert smiled. "It was your sincerity that moved my father." He asked, "Won't the local government interfere with your actions?" "We have legal archaeological excavation documents," Jacob replied. "A few years ago, my team protected an archaeological crew, and we formed a deep friendship." Jacob then gave Hobert and Dorfus a brief tour of the camp before leading them to the excavation site behind the camp. The fourth epic ruin was buried underground, and the workers had already cleared a wide entrance. The group entered a grand-looking building. Inside, a line of text was written on the walls: "Don't look the rabbit in the eye. In times of danger, more important than running is to close your eyes." It was signed Rex Heller. The interior of the ruins' entrance resembled an underground street, flanked by what appeared to be houses and shops. For some reason, this cluster of buildings hadn't been buried by soil, remaining remarkably well-preserved, as if a giant bubble had formed underground. Looking up, one could clearly see the dirt and rocks overhead, with a few tree roots reaching down. Such well-preserved ruins often yield valuable antiques. Even if no Beyonder items were found, selling antiques alone would make Jacob's team a fortune. This was why Jacob was eager for Christian to join. Low-cost, high-reward business like this tends to attract envy. Christian's involvement provided ample protection, and even if he had never been to an excavation site before, Jacob would ensure this general received a satisfying share of the profits. The building where Rex left the message was the largest in the complex and looked like a noble's residence. Pointing at the message on the wall, Hobert asked, "Why can't we make eye contact with the rabbits?" "We don't know," Jacob replied with a bitter smile. "But we did find many rabbit holes in the ruins, though nothing strange about the rabbits themselves." Hobert continued, "I remember you mentioned that 2 of your team members have already died, correct?" "Yes, they died while exploring the underground portion of this building. At first, we thought their deaths were caused by some Beyonder creature," Jacob explained. "Some Beyonder creatures love to make ancient ruins their habitat." He added, "But when we conducted a mediumship, we discovered their spirituality was incomplete, making any effective communication impossible. That's when I realized the situation might be beyond our control." Nodding, Hobert followed Jacob to the underground area, which, to everyone's surprise, was incredibly vast, perhaps even larger than the area above ground. On the walls, there were emblem-like designs featuring a black crown. Hobert speculated, "This looks like the Trunsoist family crest." "You are quite the learned gentleman," Jacob complimented. "I consulted some experts on the matter, and they confirmed this is indeed the symbol of the Trunsoist family." He shook his head with a smile. But the professors couldn't figure out why the Trunsoist family's ruins would appear in the northern part of Backlund. Their tombs and ruins are mostly found in the Fanapotter Kingdom and the Intis Republic. The mainstream theory is that the family of the Night Emperor originated in the western part of the northern continent. Backlund was never a major area of activity for the Trunsoist family. Even if these ruins truly belonged to them, they shouldn't have left behind any highly magical items. Hobert was taken aback. He had forgotten that these long-fallen Beyonder families had been buried in the dust of history. Few people now knew that. Trunsoist and Tudor once served the Black Emperor Solomon together and even briefly co-ruled. Under pressure from Solomon's return, the Trunsoist family sought help from the six gods, eventually advancing to sequence 0 Justiciar with their aid, leading to the division of the joint government. Before the Trunsoist Empire was established, the majority of the Night Emperor's family members would have been in Backlund. After walking for a few more minutes, the group stopped at a fork in the path. Jacob said, "There's unknown danger ahead. From here, we'll rely on Mr. Dofes to lead us." Dorfus nodded. Hobert looked down the corridor, uncertain of where it led. In the flickering light of the torches, it seemed as if some monster lurked in the nearby darkness, watching them all. He reminded Dorfus, "Perhaps the relationship between the Tudor and Trunsoist families is closer than we imagine. Maybe in the fourth epoch, the Trunsoist family's power in Backlund was greater than we think." Dorfus, without caring whether Hobert understood, coldly responded, "They were both families of Beyonders on the lawyer pathway. Maybe it was an alliance formed under external pressure?" Hobert mused. "I recall that the Lone Kingdom and Fainapotter Kingdom were allies for a time." Dofus gave Hobert a deep look, surprised that he had understood the underlying implication of his words. Not only that, but Hobert had also reminded him that for ruling Beyonder families on the lawyer, arbiter, and hunter pathways, political considerations sometimes mattered more than conflicts between their respective sequences. For example, tensions between secular governance and divine authority, or even rivalries between different gods, could force these ruling Beyonder families to make seemingly irrational decisions. Dorfus grunted in acknowledgement, showing he understood Hobert's point. On the side, Jacob was utterly confused by their veiled conversation. Although somewhat knowledgeable, Jacob could sense they were discussing something far more advanced than he could grasp. The group returned to camp just in time for lunch. Hobert planned to return to Backlund by carriage after the meal. The camp's lunch was simple but had a unique flavor, consisting of wild vegetables and rabbit meat. After finishing his meal and enjoying the surrounding scenic beauty, Hobert saw Jacob approach with a man in his 30s. "Mr. Hobert, I've heard that you're an undefeated lawyer. Would you be interested in taking on a criminal case?" Hobert thought to himself, "If it were last week, I'd definitely have no interest. But this week, I am interested because I've just earned my lawyer's license." As for Jacob praising him as undefeated, that was true enough. Hobert had only taken 3 cases so far. One was a practice case that Barton guaranteed would be won. Another was Sean's case, where Hobert found a legal loophole, and the only difficult one was Bob's case. He wondered what Jacob would think if he learned about Hobert's actual track record. Politely, Hobert responded, "You flatter me. Let's hear about the case first." Jacob introduced the man in his 30s behind him. "This is Darren, a foreman among the workers. He's encountered a legal issue and is seeking your help." Hobert invited Darren to sit across from him. After some simple questioning, Hobert learned that Darren was seeking a lawyer on behalf of a friend. About half a month ago, Darren's friend Bill was navigating a small boat on the Tussock River when he collided with another vessel. Since Bill had been drinking at the time, the owner of the other boat had filed a lawsuit against him for drunk driving. Hobert was secretly delighted, not at Bill's misfortune, but at the prospect of fully digesting his potion. Hobert concealed his emotions and said, "I regret what happened to your friend, but I must tell you, he needs a lawyer to defend him. Otherwise, he will not only have to pay compensation, but also face jail time." "Oh, storms above," Darren said, a bit agitated. "Bill's driving is at its best when he's had a drink. It's that wretched tobacco merchant. He doesn't understand the rules of navigating the river at all. That damn scoundrel." No one was hurt, but he's determined to send Bill to jail. Hobert quietly waited for Darren to vent his emotions before saying, "If you want me to defend your friend Bill, ask his family to bring the lawsuit and related documents to my law firm tomorrow or on Saturday." Then Darren asked the question nearly every client would. "Can we win this case? I need to review the plaintiff's lawsuit before giving you a specific answer." Hobert responded while taking out paper and a pen from his briefcase, writing down the address of his law firm. Darren pocketed the address, thanked Hobert and Jacob, and hurriedly left. Hobert also bid farewell to Jacob, promising to return in a few days. By the time Hobert returned to the law firm by carriage, it was already after 3 p.m. He pulled out the third case Barton had given him and began reviewing it again. This case wasn't urgent, so he had placed it at the bottom of his list. In fact, Hobert had already gone over the materials several times, but now he just wanted to sit quietly until the end of the day, at least appearing busy. "Hobert," a colleague called out as Hobert was idling. "A client specifically requested you to defend them." Hobert was surprised. "Me? Since when did I become so famous?" "Yes," the colleague reminded him. "I overheard earlier. It's a plea of not guilty, and it seems quite complicated. If you're not confident, you might want to decline." "Thanks." Hobert stood up and went to the reception room. Upon entering, he saw a well-dressed woman in her 40s or 50s sitting in a chair, wearing some jewelry, though she looked a bit anxious. Behind the woman stood a middle-aged man who seemed somewhat familiar and a young man who was a stranger. They were likely a butler and a servant. The butler smiled when he saw Hobert enter. "Lawyer Hobert, we meet again." Hobert finally remembered. This was Mr. Barron's butler. "Yes, butler, we meet again. How is Mr. Barron?" Now Hobert understood why this lady had specifically requested him. It was a referral for Mr. Barron. "Very well," the butler replied. "A few days ago, the master bought another horse." You can often hear his hearty laughter. Hobert smiled and nodded. The woman sitting in the chair asked worriedly, "This is Lawyer Hobert?" He was much younger than she had expected. Could she really trust him? "Yes, madam," the butler introduced. "This is Mrs. Kent, Mr. Barron's aunt. She has a legal issue and hopes for your assistance." Hobert sat down opposite Mrs. Kent and began to understand the case. Mrs. Kent had an only son, Bruce Kent. Bruce divorced last year and had harbored resentment toward his former in-laws ever since, feeling that his wealthy in-laws had ruined his marriage. Recently, Bruce had bought some explosives from the black market, fashioned them into a bomb, and threw it into his former in-law's yard. The family was quite frightened. After reporting the incident to the police, the prosecutor charged Bruce with explosion and attempted murder. Mrs. Kent, a widow, had been traveling with friends when this happened, and upon returning, was informed that Bruce's trial was set for this Saturday, just 2 days away. In a panic, she sought help from relatives and friends, and Mr. Barron recommended the diligent and responsible Lawyer Hobert to his aunt. After understanding the general situation, Hobert asked Mrs. Kent, "Are you certain that Mr. Bruce did not ignite the fuse when he threw the homemade bomb?" "I'm certain," Mrs. Kent said. "I visited poor Bruce in prison. He said it was just a prank. The fuse was taped to the outside of the bomb, so even if it was lit, it couldn't have ignited the explosives." Hobert nodded. "Did you bring a copy of the plaintiff's lawsuit?" "I did." While reviewing the lawsuit, Mrs. Kent, both angry and anxious, said, "The Wyatt family, Bruce's former in-laws, are a bunch of scoundrels. When Bruce fell in love with their daughter, I warned him that Wyatt's was poor and arrogant. I told him to be cautious with the marriage, and I was right in the end. Oh, goddess, that loathsome Wyatt ruined my son's family, and now he wants to send my son to jail. How can such a scoundrel exist?" "There's no need for you to get upset, madam," Hobert smiled. "It's precisely our value as lawyers to seek justice for our clients. I've reviewed the plaintiff's lawsuit and feel quite confident about this defense. Do you wish to hire me to defend your son?" "Of course, Lawyer Hobert. The moment I saw you, I knew only a young and talented lawyer like you could save my poor Bruce," Mrs. Kent said earnestly. Hobert thought to himself, "Madam, earlier you didn't trust me at all, but now that you've seen my confidence, you've changed your mind, haven't you? Then please sign the retainer agreement," Hobert said. "I'll need to keep the plaintiff's lawsuit for further study." After sending off Mrs. Kent and her party, Hobert realized that his previous diligent handling of each case was finally paying off. All the cases he received this week, except Darren's, had been referred by acquaintances. This indicated that his past work had helped him build a network, allowing him to establish a foothold in the legal industry. If he continued to handle every case with the same level of care, this network would only expand. For his first not guilty defense, Hobert was very serious. In addition to reviewing relevant materials, he visited Minsk prison the next day, Friday morning, to discuss the bomb details with Bruce. After thorough preparation, Hobert arrived early on Saturday at the Backlund court, one of the 3 official courts in Backlund, primarily handling criminal cases for ordinary citizens. The official courtroom was much more spacious than a magistrate's court, with the judge's seat elevated on a high platform, creating an imposing atmosphere. There were also court officers maintaining order, adding an invisible sense of pressure. The public gallery was quite large, with an estimated seating capacity of 200 to 300. Among the audience were Mrs. Kent, Mr. Barron, and Bruce's friends, numbering 20 to 30 people in total. Additionally, the plaintiff Wyatt's family and their relatives were present. The 2 sides sat in different sections, occasionally glaring at each other. Furs also arrived on time. This time, she had brought a notebook, ready to jot down details of Hobert's defense. At around 9 in the morning, as a young judge in his late 20s took his seat at the bench, the Bruce murder case officially began. Hobert felt the pressure emanating from the judge. He suspected this judge might be a genuine judge, coming to court just to act the part. The prosecutor spoke first, listing Bruce's crimes. The defendant threw about 8 pounds of explosives into Mr. Wyatt's yard. Before the trial, I consulted experts, and they confirmed that 8 pounds of gunpowder could collapse Mr. Wyatt's house, causing a catastrophic disaster while they slept. Additionally, the large explosion could affect Mr. Wyatt's neighbors, causing varying degrees of injury and potentially triggering a fire with more casualties. Your Honor, we believe the defendant's actions severely endangered the lives and property of dozens of citizens. This is a clear case of explosive crime and attempted murder. The prosecution rests. The judge said, "Now the defense may speak." Hobert, dressed in a black barrister's gown and wearing a wig, rose and said, "Honorable Judge, esteemed spectators, I never imagined that the prosecution could make such an absurd statement." As soon as he said this, the relatives of the Wyatt family in the audience stirred, some even muttering curses under their breath. The judge said to Hobert, "Defense counsel, watch your language." "Your Honor, I'm only stating the facts," Hobert continued. "The evidence provided by the prosecution is right there on the table before you. I believe they've already confirmed that the fuse was nothing more than twisted paper. Even if it were lit, it would barely reach the bomb, and the fuse wasn't even connected to the explosives. It was merely glued to the bomb's exterior. Everyone, can such a bomb even explode? No matter how powerful the gunpowder is, this bomb simply wouldn't detonate. More importantly, Mr. Bruce didn't even light the fuse, which means he had no intent to commit a crime, nor did he treat the gunpowder as a real bomb. I must remind the prosecution that explosive crime is a specific dangerous crime. Unless the plaintiff can provide evidence that this bomb was certain to detonate, or that Mr. Bruce intended to trigger the explosion, their accusation lacks specificity. Therefore, the explosive crime charge doesn't hold. And if the explosive charge doesn't hold, then neither does the charge of attempted murder. That's why I find the prosecution's argument utterly absurd. The gallery immediately erupted with curses from Wynette's family and friends, while Bruce's friends and family cheered and jeered. The judge lightly tapped his gavel. "Order. Defense counsel, do you have anything further to say?" Once the room quieted down, Hobert replied, "Your Honor, the defense rests." The prosecutor then spoke again, reiterating the dangers of the explosives and their instability, maintaining that the gunpowder posed a threat to the lives and property of the Wynette family. When it was Hobert's turn to speak, he smiled and said, "Your Honor, prosecutor, shall we conduct an experiment? Let's throw this piece of evidence at me and see if I die from the explosion." Hobert keenly exploited the flaw in the explosive crime charge, forcing the prosecutor to shift tactics. "Your Honor, it's possible the defendant acted in a crime of passion, which is why the fuse wasn't properly handled. But the moment the defendant threw the bomb into Mr. Wyatt's yard, he committed the crime of intentional harm. This was a retreat from the explosive crime charge, now focusing on the defense line of attempted murder." "Prosecutor, let's consider a hypothetical," Hobert said. "What if I shouted, 'I'm going to kill you,' and then threw an unloaded gun at you? Would you also claim that I'm guilty of attempted murder? Mr. Bruce may have had a grudge against the Wyatt family, but he didn't take any effective action. Ladies and gentlemen, since when did holding a grudge against someone warrant a prison sentence of 20 years or more? If convicted of attempted murder, Bruce would face at least 20 years or life imprisonment. Hobert then questioned the prosecutor. Are you trying to strip people of their right to feel emotions? Even demons and evil gods aren't this cruel. What gives you the right to do so? Hobert's brilliant thought experiment and defense sparked applause and cheers from the gallery. The prosecutor began to falter under Hobert's assault. Defense counsel, please stop twisting the facts. The defendant resented the Wyatt family and threw a bomb at them. The cause and effect relationship is undeniable. Are you suggesting that throwing a bomb into someone's yard is not a crime? Guilty, of course, it's a crime, Hobert said. Everyone was a bit shocked by this answer, with a few gasps heard in the gallery. However, Hobert continued, Mr. Bruce's crime is the purchase and possession of dangerous goods. According to the relevant statutes, he should be fined between 10 to 30 pounds and be detained for more than 15 days, but less than 3 months. As for throwing a bomb at the Wyatt family, that's a completely baseless accusation. That object can't even be called a bomb, and Mr. Bruce had no intent to kill, so the charge of attempted murder simply doesn't stand. At this point in the trial, Hobert's defense of innocence was practically secured. The prosecutor could no longer mount an effective assault in the following exchanges. On the gallery side, Bruce's family and friends began to smile, while the Wyatt family and friends grew more solemn. During his closing statement, Hobert said, Your Honor, while this case appears to be a debate over a model bomb, it actually represents the dwindling tolerance of Backlund citizens. If my client is truly imprisoned for a mere prank, the open and inclusive spirit of the Lone Kingdom will suffer a severe blow. These words moved the judge. Finally, it was time for the verdict. The prosecution has not provided sufficient evidence to prove the defendant's intent to kill, nor has it established a concrete case of dangerous crime. This court rules that the prosecution's charges of explosive crime and attempted murder are not valid. However, due to the defendant's purchase and possession of dangerous goods, and considering the serious nature of the situation, a fine of 30 pounds and 3 months detention is imposed. Bruce's family and friends breathed a sigh of relief. A 30-pound fine was not much to them, and 3 months wasn't a long time. This outcome was far better than a conviction for attempted murder. Mr. Wyatt, sitting in the plaintiff's seat, was unsatisfied with the result, loudly declaring his intent to appeal. The judge paid him no mind, gathering his files and slowly leaving the bench. At this moment, Hobert was in a peculiar state. The judge's verdict seemed to echo back to him, reinforcing how he had skillfully navigated the legal loopholes in the prosecution's case. As the ruling was completed, Hobert seemed to hear a faint sound of shattering, and at that moment, he felt both his body and spirit elevated. The lawyer potion had been completely digested. The digestion of the potion progressed more smoothly than Hobert had planned, thanks to his serious approach to every case, which earned him a network of connections. If he continued to handle the cases Mr. Barton had assigned him, it would take at least another 2 or 3 weeks for the potion to be fully digested. The cases brought by Mr. Bob, introduced by Robin's cousin, Mr. Sean, introduced by Miss Zio, and Mr. Bruce, introduced by Mr. Barron, accelerated the digestion of the remaining potion in Hobert's body. What comforted Hobert most was that these 3 cases were the fruits of the network he had built himself. Thank you, Lawyer Hobert. Bruce's sincere gratitude brought Hobert back to his senses. He smiled and said, Your happiness in the future will be the biggest mockery of your past life. You come from a good family and are still young. I believe it won't be hard for you to achieve this. Don't do anything foolish again. Your advice is my will. After saying a few more words to his mother, Bruce followed the bailiff to serve his sentence in prison. Although they won the case, Mrs. Kent was still in tears. After all, Bruce would have to spend 3 months in a cold prison. Hobert exchanged a few words with Mr. Barron before they all left one by one. Outside the courthouse, just as Hobert was about to board a hired carriage, Furs came over and said, "We're heading in the same direction. Let's ride together." Sharing a carriage? Sure. Although Hobert was now quite wealthy, he still adhered to the principle of saving whenever possible, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. In the carriage, Furs suddenly asked, "Hobert, don't you think Bruce's punishment is a bit inappropriate?" I don't mean anything by it," Furs clarified. "I also believe that Bruce's actions shouldn't be considered intentional murder or grievous harm. But he does have a tendency to hurt others." "I understand what you mean," Hobert smiled. "This is actually a common issue for non-legal professionals. They tend to use moral judgment to decide the standard of punishment for a person." Furs was taken aback. It did seem to be the case. "Miss Furs, you should know that people's moral standards have never been completely unified, so judgments made based on morality are also hard to standardize," Hobert explained. "Take Bruce's case, for example. The Wyatt family believes he should be in prison for 20 years, which is clearly unreasonable. Bruce's mother, on the other hand, believes her son should be released immediately, which is also unreasonable. Do you notice? Most of the time, the law is a compromise. At the same time, the credibility of the law, along with its power of violent enforcement, allows most people to abandon their own moral judgments and accept the judgment of the law. That's the value of the judicial system." Furs smiled. "It seems like my perspective was too naive." "No, it's just my profession," Hobert said. "Just like how I don't understand writing or medicine, everyone has their own areas of expertise." Furs nodded, feeling that Hobert's explanation of the law had greatly benefited her, and the image of the protagonist in her mind became clearer. Returning to the law firm, Hobert's thoughts were no longer on his work. Since the potion was fully digested, it was naturally time to advance as soon as possible. He had known for a long time that the Sequence 8 potion was called Barbarian, and he had even fought a barbarian named Upton. But he still eagerly anticipated the new abilities that would come with becoming a barbarian. Hobert wanted to slack off, but it just so happened that Saturday afternoon was quite busy. First, Mr. Sean, who had already received his repayment, came to pay Hobert a £36 commission. After thanking Hobert again, Sean left. Then, Mrs. Kent arrived to pay Hobert a £38 commission, also thanking him profusely before leaving. Since these two commissions were not cases assigned by the firm, according to the firm's regulations, Hobert only had to pay a £2 hosting fee for each case, as he used the firm's premises to meet with the clients. However, if Hobert had initially opted for a fixed salary from the firm, these two commissions would have to be handed over to be distributed according to the firm's guidelines. These two cases earned Hobert a total of £70, with an after-tax income of £61.07 solely. Commission fees are considered service fees, and the tax rate in the Loan Kingdom for services is lower than for commercial taxes. However, because both of these commissions exceeded £20, the tax rate exceeded 10%. This made Hobert sigh. The lone government sure knows how to make money. He then wondered if he could use the Nighthawks squad's credentials as an external member to avoid taxes. How envious he was of Klein. His income wasn't taxable. He also envied how many of Klein's mysticism materials could be reimbursed, whereas Hobert had to pay for even a spoonful of nightshade powder out of his own pocket. In the end, Hobert found solace in the fact that his current income was higher than Klein's, perhaps the only comfort. While he was lost in thought, Darren, whom he had met at the excavation site yesterday, arrived with Bill's wife, hoping to hire Hobert to defend Bill. Hobert originally planned to use Bill's case to digest the potion, but Mrs. Kent had beaten him to it. Still, Hobert didn't refuse Bill's case. Even after taking a new potion, he intended to continue practicing law for a while. After reviewing the plaintiff's indictment, Hobert was confident about the defense and had Bill's wife sign the contract. However, Bill's family wasn't very wealthy. Considering the need to compensate the plaintiff for financial damages, they could only afford to pay £10 in legal fees. Hobert considered this a reasonable price, as Bill's case was much simpler. After finishing everything, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Hobert took a carriage home, arriving just in time for dinner. After dinner, Hobert followed Christian to the study. Once the door was closed, Hobert couldn't wait to say, "Father, I've fully digested the lawyer potion." Christian was stunned. "So soon?" "Yes, the recent cases have helped me grasp the essence of being a lawyer," Hobert explained. After role-playing, I quickly digested the potion. Christian nodded, suddenly staring at Hobert. Hobert immediately felt immense mental pressure and had to use all his strength to resist it. The pressure lasted for over 10 seconds before it suddenly disappeared. Christian nodded. "Indeed, you've fully digested it," he said. "You're faster than Rex and I were at digesting our potions back in the day." He then asked, "Do you want to advance to Sequence 8 now?" Hobert nodded. "Yes. I must remind you," Christian said solemnly, "the higher the sequence, the harder it is to obtain potion formulas and mystical materials. Don't forget the curse on you." Hobert had almost forgotten about the curse on him. According to the information left by his biological father, Rex, the madness would return 6 months after each promotion, making it easier for the Heller family members to go insane and lose control. Thus, the optimal choice would be to wait a while longer and take the Sequence 8 potion just before the 6-month mark. This would give Hubert more time to search for the formula and main materials for Sequence 7. However, after becoming a lawyer, Hobert had trapped the madness in the pool before the Iron Throne, so 6 months later, it might not affect him at all. That's why he wanted to advance immediately to increase his strength. Once he obtained many useful Beyonder abilities at Sequence 7, he could slow down his advancement. "My strength is too weak right now," Hobert said. "I can't investigate the family curse at all, so I need to improve my strength as quickly as possible." Christian sighed deeply. "I respect your choice, but after you finish digesting the Sequence 8 potion, don't rush to promote. I'll tell you some secrets about the Heller family, and then you'll face new choices." Hobert nodded. "I will." Christian didn't say anything further. He opened a drawer and took out the key to the safe. He first retrieved a scroll of parchment, followed by 2 Beyonder materials. He spread the parchment on the counter, then took out beakers, graduated cylinders, scales, and other tools from the cabinet, as well as some auxiliary materials. Hubert leaned in to glance at the parchment, which contained the formula for the barbarian potion. Main materials: 1 wild rage grass, a solid horn crystal from the earth rhino. Auxiliary materials: 1 deep woven walnut, 1 lemon balm, 10 milliliters of pure dew from soaking aspen bark, and 100 milliliters of strong liquor. Alcohol again? Hobert thought after seeing the potion formula. Could it be that the auxiliary materials for the Black Emperor Pathway potion also include alcohol? Christian began preparing the potion according to the formula, starting with the black vein walnut and the fragrant lemon balm, followed by the pure dew and strong liquor. The 4 auxiliary materials were added to the container, but there was no reaction. Once a handful of the wild rage grass was added, the container began to emit a sizzling sound. Both the deep-woven walnut and lemon balm started to melt to varying degrees. That handful of wild rage grass was an entire plant. Though he didn't know when it had been harvested, it still had vitality and appeared to be writhing before it was placed in the container. Finally, the earth rhino's horn crystal, which looked like a small piece of black crystal, sparkled like a cat's eye gem under the light. After adding the horn crystal to the container, a small puff of black smoke emerged, instantly melting all the solid materials. Without any heat, it began bubbling. Seconds later, the bubbles disappeared, and the potion in the container turned into a deep red liquid, occasionally sparkling with red starlight. He poured the liquid into a prepared cup, and the container was left with no residue. Hobert took the cup, looking at the liquid with a smile. "I didn't expect it to look so disgusting. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten dinner first." After joking about the potion, Hobert tilted his head back and gulped it down. Before he could savor the taste, the warm potion slid down his throat into his stomach. As soon as Hobert set the cup down, his entire body stiffened. A wave of intense pain surged through him, as if every muscle and bone was being reforged by an invisible hammer. When he took the lawyer potion, he hadn't experienced much discomfort. But the barbarian potion was different it felt as if it were completely transforming his body. After the intense pain, a violent heartbeat followed, as if his heart wanted to leap out of his chest. The unrelenting discomfort made Hobert sink into his chair, bowing his head in silent endurance. After about a minute or two, the palpitations and discomfort gradually faded, and Hubert let out a long sigh of relief. Christian, who was standing nearby, asked, "How is it?" Feeling the pain of promotion. Hobert took a deep breath before asking, "Is the discomfort of sequence 7 worse than this?" The mid-sequence potions primarily impact the mind rather than the body, Christian explained. So even after fully digesting the sequence 8 potion, you'll need to wait some time before attempting to promote. Hobert nodded. "I understand." Christian poured himself a glass of strong liquor. "Now, feel your new abilities." Hobert expanded his spiritual awareness and began to understand the abilities of the barbarian. First, his mental strength had significantly increased. If he faced ordinary people, he could easily distort their thoughts. Even against low-sequence beyonders, he could still create noticeable contradictions in their thinking. Additionally, he could resist most low-sequence mental attacks, with some capacity to withstand mid-sequence attacks as well. Moreover, his ability to analyze patterns and find weaknesses had significantly improved. Beyond these changes to the abilities already possessed by a lawyer, the barbarian potion also granted Hobert a new ability, Berserk State. And this Berserk State could be maintained while retaining all his rationality. Currently, Hobert could sustain this state for several minutes, and as the potion was digested, the duration would increase. In Berserk State, Hobert would unleash astonishing strength, with his physique also receiving a corresponding enhancement. He felt he could lift objects weighing 3 times his body weight like an ant. Such incredible strength in combat would be even more ferocious than that of a warrior. Unfortunately, during his battle with Upton, Hobert discovered a shortcoming of the barbarian. His speed couldn't keep up. However, the combat ring on his hand could effectively compensate for this shortcoming. After the Berserk State ended, Hobert felt no discomfort or weakening of his strength. He just needed to wait for his mental energy to recover before he could enter the next Berserk State. The barbarian potion primarily reinforced his physique, granting Hobert combat abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. As for the Beyonder abilities, they mainly manifested in the aspect of distorted language. After understanding his condition, a new question arose for Hobert. How should I act as a barbarian? Should he live with the local tribesmen in the rainforests of the southern continent for a while? The leap from a well-dressed lawyer to a wild man was quite significant. Moreover, what common ground exists between a lawyer and a barbarian? Christian replied, "This is something you need to experience for yourself. Remember, playing a role is an important experience for a Beyonder. Others' opinions are just for reference. You must form your own understanding of potions and Beyonder abilities." Hobert left the study, deep in thought, and returned to his bedroom. He contemplated Christian's words before eagerly entering the Nation of Disorder. As soon as he entered the Nation of Disorder, Hobert felt the difference. His spirituality seemed to support him for 1 or 2 hours within the Sefirah. He could also use the sacrifice gate to retrieve items with weaker spirituality, and he could handle 2 to 3 sacrifices at once. However, this situation should be unlikely, as he currently had only 1 follower. Including himself. That made 2. Next, Hobert noticed that the vague figure he had trapped in the pool was becoming clearer. It was evident that the figure was a young male. This surprised Hobert. Even after trapping the figure in the pool, the curse hadn't been resolved, and now that Hobert had become stronger, the figure seemed to have become more substantial and powerful. Hobert feared that one day the figure would crawl out of the pool and sit on the Iron Throne, thereby taking control of the Nation of Disorder. Fortunately, after Hobert's promotion, he had increased control over the Nation of Disorder. The vague figure showed no signs of breaking free for now. He needed to investigate the family curse as soon as possible. Hobert thought to himself, this curse was like a ticking time bomb. After calming himself, Hobert projected his spirituality and discovered that the entire mountain where the Iron Throne was located was under his control. In the middle of the mountain, there was a small grove of trees. Previously, when it wasn't under Hobert's control, the grove seemed unremarkable. However, now Hobert sensed something unusual about the trees. Hobert stood up and took a step closer to the trees, which seemed to remain unchanged despite the passage of time. He reached out, and a branch appeared in his hand. His spirituality immediately sensed the branch's ability. It was a one-time magical item. First, a spell had to be preset for activation. When using it, one must channel their spiritual power into it and chant the spell. The branch would then grow into a large tree. The holder could manipulate the order beneath the tree's canopy, making the area advantageous to themselves and disadvantageous to opponents, while also distorting the targets of opponents' attacks and beyonder abilities. The tree would exist for 10 minutes, after which it would quickly wither and return to being an ordinary branch. As Hobert leveled up, the duration and range of the tree's existence would gradually increase. After the tree withered, another branch would sprout from one of the trees in the Nation of Disorder, keeping the Order's power within the Sefirah constant. If he completely controlled the Nation of Disorder, these branches would become reusable magical items. However, before that, if he used a branch outside, there would be a very small chance of it regrowing in this grove, effectively meaning that one used branch would equal one less branch. Still, this was a significant advantage, giving Hobert another trump card. Hobert looked at the branch in his hand and wondered how he could take it out for use. He couldn't just carry a branch around everywhere, could he? Did he need to bring the branch to court for a defense? The image was almost comical, and during battles, enemies would definitely notice the branch and prepare against it. Hobert pondered. After some experimentation, he found that the branch could indeed change shape. Eventually, Hobert transformed it into processed ebony. After leaving the Nation of Disorder, he could try attaching the metal tip of his cane to the reshaped branch. Returning to the Iron Throne, Hobert named the branch Wood of Order, with the activation spell set as Order. Soon, he planned to take the Wood of Order outside through a bestowal. Looking at the scattered sky in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert suddenly had the idea of constructing a grand hall here. It felt unseemly for a creator to work in the wilderness. Thus, a huge hall rose from the ground, placing the Iron Throne on a high platform inside, making Hobert appear especially imposing. The pool in front of the Iron Throne resembled an ancient emperor's water basin for discussions with ministers, enhancing Hobert's mystery and sense of distance. As the Grand Hall was about to cross over the pool, it suddenly halted. Hobert sighed. With his current capabilities in the Nation of Disorder, he could only build this much. Thus, the Creator's Palace was left unfinished, and he would have to wait until he advanced to Sequence 7 to continue building. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so Hobert didn't feel embarrassed. Finally, Hobert discovered that his true vision projected through the stars had increased several times. Previously, he could only see the scenes near Elliot and Raft, but now he could extend his view to 7 or 8 meters. Having clarified the changes in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert used the bestowal method to obtain the Wood of Order. He felt his spirituality was almost exhausted and quickly entered a meditative state to recover it. In these first few days after consuming the potion, exhausting his spirituality was extremely dangerous. On Sunday, Hobert slept in. Feeling both his physical and spiritual energy replenished, he went to the tool room to get some carpentry tools. He carefully removed the metal tip from his cane and reattached it to the Wood of Order. After sanding it down to remove any installation marks, Hobert lifted the cane to inspect it. His craftsmanship was excellent, and it was impossible to tell it had been modified. After lunch, Hobert took the family carriage to the mercenary club for the Beyonder gathering. Just as he had anticipated from the previous week, this week's gathering was filled with many mercenaries selling magical items. They had made significant gains recently and would continue to be the main attraction in the gatherings for weeks to come. As he was lost in thought, a mercenary stood up. "I have a magical item for sale. As he spoke, he produced a small piece of a candle wrapped in what looked like human skin. The wick was about a finger's length, entirely black, with finely detailed, scale-like patterns. Hobert immediately sat up straight. The mercenary continued. This candle can help you enter your opponent's mind. It's great for interrogation, but be careful not to use it for too long, as the holder can easily get lost in the mind's world. Hobert fixated on the small piece of candle. It was truly the mental terror candle. Sequence 8 was here, and things were about to get interesting. The mercenary clearly hadn't fully researched the use of the mental terror candle. Entering an opponent's mind was just one of its abilities. Its more important functions included dragging the opponent into the deepest layers of dreams and splitting personalities. The mercenary quoted, £900. This was an excellent opportunity to snag a deal. Hobert immediately stood up and said, I'll take it. He could confidently say that out of all the people at the gathering, only he understood all the capabilities and negative effects of this small piece of candle. From its appearance, the mental terror candle didn't look particularly special. A magical item that could enter an enemy's mind was worth around £1,000. However, if the mental terror candle only had that single ability, selling it for £900 to £950 would be reasonable given its negative effects. If its full range of abilities were known, the price could immediately quadruple or quintuple. Such a magical item, nearly on par with Sequence 6, would definitely have a premium. This was the advantage of having a God's eye view. Many participants at the gathering sensed that the candle seemed to possess more than just the ability to enter an opponent's mind, but they wouldn't risk betting that it truly had additional capabilities. In recent weeks, numerous magical items have been traded at these gatherings, and most would use their money to purchase items they felt more confident about. Only Hobert knew the specific details about the mental terror candle, and he had to seize this opportunity. The Mercenary Club had clear rules stating that if a transaction required authentication and notarization, a fee of about 10% of the transaction amount had to be paid for notarization. Anyone proposing notarization had to pay this fee, so generally no one bothered with it. Of course, even without notarization, any malicious fraud against a transaction partner would still be punished. Hobert could only consider this a lucky find without violating any relevant rules. However, another officer was interested in the candle and stood up, saying, I'll offer £950. Hobert immediately followed with £960, £1,000, £1,010. The officer shrugged. Fine, it's yours. This officer had a magical item and recognized the candle's uniqueness, but £1,000 was his limit, as many more enticing magical items were available that day. This time, Hobert didn't feel regret as he immediately announced £1,010. His savings had dwindled to the point where his wallet could barely hold anything. Of course, he didn't plan to sell. A bigger plan was forming in his mind. The gathering lasted unusually long, resulting in numerous transactions, and it was around 4 in the afternoon when it finally ended. After leaving the underground theater, Hobert first wrote a letter to Daly, agreeing to meet her the next day. Then, without pause, he hurried home to store the mental terror candle before feeling at ease. With no time to catch his breath, he took the 2-wheeled carriage to the Harvest Church on Rose Street in the south of the bridge. This golden church had a prominent spire and a life emblem engraved on its outer wall, featuring a simple depiction of a baby surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs. It was already dusk, and the church was dimly lit, seemingly devoid of congregants. As Hobert entered the church, he saw rows of neatly arranged pews with candles lit on either side. In the front row, there was a tall man in brown clerical robes, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. The man had light and sparse eyebrows, with noticeable wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth. He was bowing his head, seemingly in the midst of a devout confession. Hobert approached slowly. Hello, Bishop Utravsky. You know me? The bishop raised his head. I prefer others to call me Father Utravsky. All right, Mr. Bishop, Hobert replied. I'm Hobert, a lawyer. Utravsky assessed Hobert from head to toe. I've heard about you from Caesar, and your presence here suggests that there's new progress? Caesar was the servant of the Harvest Church who had spoken with Hobert at Mr. A's gathering. Yes, Hobert said. Before that, I need to confirm our previous debt relationship. You still owe me 3/5 of the apothecary's potion formula, correct? That can also be converted to £150 in cash. Of course, neither of us would prefer a cash transaction, but can help gauge the next deal. Utravsky nodded in agreement, awaiting Hobert's next words. Hobert continued, I found a magical item you need at today's gathering. He explained, it's a candle that can access the depths of an opponent's and holder's mind, materializing corresponding scenes, as well as splitting personalities. Preliminary analysis suggests it possesses some abilities of both the dreamwalker and hypnotist. The first ability can pull an opponent into a scene favorable to the holder, and the second ability is exactly what you need. It can split your persona and eliminate it. The negative effect is that it can be used for a maximum of 5 minutes, after which the holder risks losing themselves in the dream world. Upon entering the opponent's mind, the holder's mind is also exposed, allowing the opponent to influence them. This magical item is priced at £3,800. Utravsky's expression revealed no sign of joy, as if the matter at hand had no bearing on him. That's a fair price. Hobert smiled. If I buy this magical item, considering the risks I take and the intermediary fees, adding £50 to sell it to you isn't unreasonable, right? Not unreasonable, Utravsky replied. Hobert continued, adding the £150 you owe me, that totals £4,000, while the value of the apothecary's potion formula ranges from £230 to £250. Let's say it's £250, so even if you give me the apothecary's formula, you would still owe me £3,750. Utravsky nodded. Correct. Hobert chuckled helplessly. The giant bishop is indeed skilled at killing conversations. He had no choice but to ask, Father, do you have this much cash? No. Hobert followed up. Then how do you plan to repay the debt? Utravsky glanced at Hobert. It seems you've already found a way for me to settle my debts. Hobert smiled innocently. I'm mainly thinking of you, Bishop. You're here to preach, not to do business, and it's hard to accumulate such wealth. Utravsky showed little reaction, merely watching Hobert silently. Hobert continued, as if performing a monologue. Here's the deal. I have a friend. What's with that expression, Father? I really mean a friend, not referring to myself. I have a friend who got involved with a Beyonder family. Members of that family plan to send a Sequence 6 and 2 Sequence 7s after him. If you can kill or seriously injure the Sequence 6 on their side, you can clear £2,000 of debt. If you can only hold off or drive them away, you'll still clear £1,000. If you can kill both enemies in the battle, you'll clear all debts. As Hobert expected, Utravsky agreed to his proposal. For him, it was just a fight worth between £1,000 and £2,000, which was quite a good deal. For Hobert, as long as the giant bishop could keep the opponent's Sequence 6 busy, Hobert planned to capture at least one Sequence 7. If things went smoothly, both Sequence 7s could be captured. Of course, to be cautious, if 2 additional Sequence 8s showed up, they would be dealt with as well. The Beyonder characteristics of 4 Beyonders alone were worth £4,000 to £5,000, and any other loot would be a bonus. This fight was a sure win for Hobert. Additionally, Hobert could gain more information about the Tamara family. For him, this information was far more critical than the loot, as the Tamara family might become his main enemy in the future. After negotiating the terms of repayment, Hobert said, Father, I'll need the apothecary formula first. I don't have enough money to buy that mystical item, so I'll need to sell the apothecary formula before I can purchase it. Very well, Utravsky replied, taking out a pen and paper and writing down the potion formula. Hobert glanced at it. The main ingredients: a unicorn Pegasus horn from an adult and 3 grams of crystallized venom from a crown jellyfish. The auxiliary ingredients: 10 grams of dragon blood herb powder, 3 drops of autumn crocus essence, 6 petals of a blooming spoonflower, and 80 milliliters of pure water. After putting away the formula, Hobert smiled and said, "I'll bring the mystical item to you tomorrow morning." Utravsky nodded and lowered his head again, preparing to continue his prayers. Hobert took a few steps toward the door before turning back and asking, "Father, aren't you worried that after I take the potion formula, I won't return?" Without looking up, Utravsky replied, "You're a man who understands restraint. People like that usually know the dangers of greed." Hobert chuckled and left quickly. He had only increased the price of the mental terror candle by 3.8 times. To be fair, the price was still quite reasonable. As he got back into the carriage, Hobert had the strange feeling that Utravsky resembled the monks he had read about, wise and insightful, though not very talkative. After leaving the Harvest Church, Hobert rode to the residence of Viscount Glaint. Glaint was somewhat surprised to see the apothecary formula, as it indicated that Hobert had struck a new deal with the bishop of the Harvest Church. The Viscount summoned his butler to bring 270 pounds in cash and said, "Mr. Hobert, as per our agreement, you need to tell me the full story of the transaction." "Oh, should I invite Miss Audrey to join us? It's already dark, though. Perhaps we should visit her together." Hobert smiled and replied, "As you said, it's quite late today. I'll share the story with Miss Audrey when I have the chance." "Very well. I'm sure Audrey will enjoy the tale." Hobert then briefly recounted the events, leaving out the details of the mental terror candle and the price increase, only mentioning that he had helped Bishop Utravsky find a mystical item at a Beyonder gathering. "I would have loved to witness how one splits and kills a person's personality," Glaint said with some regret as he picked up the potion formula. "Where can I buy these ingredients?" Hobert answered, "I could try to help you acquire them. From what I know, the auxiliary ingredients are easy to obtain and not too expensive. The main ingredients aren't too rare either, but you'll need some luck to come across them." Glaint nodded. "I'll leave it to you then. Please gather the materials as soon as possible. I'm eager to become an apothecary." After discussing the main business, Hobert shared a few intriguing stories about the Beyonder world, which the Viscount enjoyed. He then stood up to take his leave. Watching Hobert depart, Viscount Glaint's gaze deepened. He turned to his valet outside the door and said, "Write a letter to Miss Zio and Miss Furs for me. Tell them I'm interested in learning some information and that I'm willing to pay for it if necessary." The valet gave a slight bow and went off to draft the letter. On Monday morning, Hobert first stopped by the law firm, then went out to visit clients. He first went to the Harvest Church and handed the mental terror candle to Bishop Utravsky. Then, he rushed to the Black Obsidian Bar in the Northern District to meet Daly. Daly smiled and said, "I'm starting to regret recommending you as our informant. I've never seen a handler as busy as me." Hobert laughed. "Madam, this time it's something important, and you stand to gain quite a bit from it." "Oh, soon there's going to be a—" Hobert glanced around the quiet bar and lowered his voice. "There's going to be a Beyonder battle. Beyonder battles happen in Backlund every day. This one's different. It's my plan." Daly's interest was piqued. "Tell me more." "I have a friend." "Yes, I know what that look means, but this is truly my friend," Hobert said. "My friend is being hunted by a Beyonder family, and I want to set up an ambush to counterattack. I've already found a Sequence 6 ally. For safety's sake, I'll need another Sequence 6, and I'd like to ask for your help. This is a private request, not a request for the Nighthawk squad." Daly blinked in surprise. "So, you're not reporting this? You're asking for my help?" "Exactly," Hobert replied. "If you're not interested, the battle will happen anyway, just without the Nighthawks knowing." Daly's blue-shadowed eyes flashed as she looked at Hobert. "It sounds like you're threatening me. If I don't help, things will spiral out of control beyond the Nighthawks' reach." "Absolutely not. I'm just being honest," Hobert explained. "I sincerely hope you'll help. If you join, you'll have the right to a share of the loot, but your pick will come after mine. If you manage to kill a Sequence 7 or higher, your pick will come before mine. Your main opponent will most likely be a Sequence 7. Daly hadn't expected Hobert, a newly appointed Nighthawk informant, to be orchestrating a Beyonder battle involving Sequence 6s and 7s. This made Hobert seem even more mysterious, as if there was much more to him than just being the eldest son of a colonel. After a few seconds of consideration, Daly said, I'll help you, but you need to tell me how you learned the origins of 2 to 355. Hobert had anticipated this question and was prepared. 2 to 355 is connected to a sealed artifact or mystical item related to the lawyer pathway that I've encountered before. I divined the origin of 2 to 355 through that item. Got it. Daly nodded. Let me know the time and place half a day before the battle. I'll need time to prepare. No problem, Hobert said, relieved. With 2 sequence SXS on his side, the battle was now much less risky. Law of similar sequence beyond her characteristics conservation. In a stone chamber underground, a Nighthawks team from the Backlund Diocese. Captain Thomas asked Daly, who had just finished her divination, what was the result? Daly replied, Hobert spoke the truth. That means Brigadier Christian really has an artifact related to 2 to 355? Thomas frowned. How come I've never heard of it? T/N. Change his rank to Brigadier. Daly speculated. Maybe it's not an artifact that Brigadier Christian possesses? No, that's impossible. Thomas said, Hobert is only sequence 9. How could he have a grade 2 artifact? At this moment, they still didn't know that Hobert had been promoted. Daly shook her head. It was right to develop him into an informant, or even an external member. At least we have a general idea of his movements and can impose some constraints on him. Thomas sighed, no longer entangled in the question of sequence 9 versus grade 2 artifacts. He asked Daly, have you made your decision? This is the second invitation from Sesamir. Joining the Red Gloves would provide you with broader development opportunities. Daly smiled. Joining the Red Gloves means being busy everywhere. It's too uninteresting. Thomas lamented. This is a dream opportunity for many. At around 2 in the afternoon, Hobert arrived at 192 Blanca Street. What he told Daly that morning was, of course, the truth. The Nation of Disorder is precisely the unique artifact and wondrous item of the lawyer pathway. Moreover, 2 to 355 does indeed have a certain connection to the Nation of Disorder. This was his premeditated explanation, sufficient to deal with divinations or any means to discern lies. As for the diviner seeking more specific information, due to the standing of the Nation of Disorder, the other party's divination would definitely end in failure. So the Nighthawks could only verify the truth of Hobert's words and could not glean more detailed information. At 3 o'clock, Hobert's vision was engulfed by gray mist, and familiar figures flickered in the ancient hall. The Tarot Club officially began. The Fool Klein and Justice, Audrey, one with spirit vision and the other a spectator, immediately noticed that Hobert was different from the last gathering. Especially Klein, with his spirit vision, found Hobert's astral form more solid, with a color leaning toward black. He had already advanced? He had only just joined the Tarot Club a month ago and was already sequence 8? The hanged man, Alger, was the last to sense something was off. He didn't know what to say, and for a moment, the hall fell into a brief silence. Finally, Audrey's greeting broke the silence. This week, Hobert and the other two still had not obtained Emperor Roselle's diary, so they jumped straight to the trading segment. Hobert and Audrey looked toward Alger together. Alger cleared his throat and said to Hobert, "Thank you for your suggestion. It helped me find new clues in the ruins." Audrey seemed even happier than Alger. So there really are hidden clues in the ruins? Yes. Alger, according to the agreement from the last gathering, briefly recounted his secret exploration of the ruins. However, he only casually mentioned his findings and did not disclose the 3 locations left by the skeleton. Audrey smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Hangman. You should have more gains following these clues." Hobert reminded, "Opportunities always coexist with risks. I hope you can continue to be as cautious as ever." "I will," Alger replied. "Before I continue exploring the clues, I really want to understand one thing." He said, "Suppose my family is hiding a secret, and I do not have the ability to enjoy the benefits that this secret brings. Then before I die, I would never leave this secret in the world. But why did the skeleton take such unusual actions? Is there some kind of trap involved? Or is there a secret I don't know about?" Alger's gaze was fixed on Hobert, clearly asking him. Hobert organized his thoughts before saying, I mentioned before that there are 3 laws of beyonder characteristics. Your question can be answered using the second law. Not only that, but you can also understand the adversarial relationships between deities, why nations have the current situation, and so on. Everyone tried to conceal their inner astonishment. The reason deities are adversarial isn't due to different doctrinal beliefs. The catalyst for their conflicts is actually the laws of beyonder characteristics. Alger hesitated slightly before asking, If I want to know this answer, what price do I have to pay? Hobert smiled and said, First, I need to clarify that whether it's the laws of beyonder characteristics or last week's details about the elven race, the value of this information can hardly be measured in money. I know, Alger said. So please suggest a reward that I can afford. 1,500 pounds, Hobert replied. However, I suggest that this payment come from Miss Justice. Alger didn't understand Hobert's meaning. Audrey was also taken aback. Me? Yes, Hobert said. Didn't Miss Justice want to obtain this information before? Moreover, last week when I communicated with the hanged man, I didn't deliberately avoid you, which allowed you to acquire elven information for free. Not only that, but you also heard the whole story of the hanged man's exploration of the ruins for free. So I believe it's most appropriate for you to pay for today's information, so that none of us owe each other, and we all gain information that's difficult to obtain in our respective circles. Klein, shrouded in mist, sighed. Indeed, he was a lawyer, effortlessly clarifying the debt relationship among the 3 parties. Of course, the happiest one in this transaction was still Klein, who didn't spend a penny yet received information from both the hanged man and the emperor. At that moment, he reflected that the platform was the biggest winner. Audrey thought for a moment and found that what the emperor said made sense, and she was genuinely interested in this information, willing to spend that amount. All right, Mr. Emperor, may I ask if the payment is still to be sent to the original address? Not in a hurry, Hobert said. He wasn't short on money at the moment. I'll ask you for it when I need it. Perhaps I may need your assistance later, which could offset this debt. Audrey nodded, all right. Hobert then said to Alger, I have one more request. I want to know about your subsequent exploration process. No problem. Having settled the payment, Hobert then said, the second law of beyonder characteristics is called the law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics conservation. There are only so many beyonder characteristics in the world. They won't increase or decrease. The ancient hall fell silent again as Klein, Alger, and Audrey each had their own associations, and then these associations exploded, and they realized just how astonishing this information was. Hobert added, there's a saying in the beyonder world. From the moment you consume a potion, you've already decided who your enemies are and who your friends are. Hobert's words made the other 3 sink into even deeper contemplation. Klein finally understood why the church didn't openly disclose the acting method. Beyonder characteristics are conserved. The amount is fixed, and if everyone quickly digests their potions, the simplest way to advance, rather than seeking increasingly rare beyonder materials, is to acquire beyonder characteristics from others. Even thinking about it briefly, it was a bloody and terrifying scenario. Hobert continued, let's return to Mr. Hangman's question. The skeleton left behind this secret, hoping that someday someone would retrieve the beyonder characteristics left by the 3 upper elves. Back then, when the Elf King's authority was taken away, the remaining elves harbored deep resentment. Whoever held the authority of the storm would be hated by the elves. That's why they want more pirates to know about those 3 locations. As long as those 3 beyonder characteristics don't belong to the Church of the Lord of Storms, the ones who obtain them will surely be enemies of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Of course, the secret could very well be acquired by the Church of the Lord of Storms. But even if someone from the Church got hold of such important information, there's a high chance they wouldn't report it to their superiors. After all, this is a prime opportunity to establish their own power. If they could acquire just one of the beyonder characteristics, the 4 kings of the seas would become the 5 kings. Klein glanced meaningfully at Alger, and Alger, hearing these words, felt a surge of excitement. What the emperor said was exactly what he had been seeking. Hobert added, since there's a high likelihood of causing trouble for the Church of the Lord of Storms, or even the Lord of Storms himself, it's natural that the skeleton would try every means to preserve this secret. Understand, Alger said. No wonder the kingdom of Lone and the kingdom of Fainapotter have been enemies for most of history. But, he asked again, why, then, does the Church of the Lord of Storms oppose the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun? Hobert smiled and said, that's another question, and the answer is just as valuable as the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics, if not more so. In other words, this would require a new trade. However, the law of similar sequence Beyonder characteristics conservation was enough for them to digest for now, and neither Alger nor Audrey intended to continue trading. Everyone had their own speculations, and the deal ended there. Alger understood the risks he faced and planned to start investigating from other angles. During the free exchange session, no one had any noteworthy information to share this week. So after a few brief words, this meeting of the Tarot Club concluded. After leaving the gray fog, Hobert returned to his rented apartment. Stretching, he thought about how he still had to go buy the materials for the apothecary potion and make a trip to Upton. Lying on his bed, Hobert reflected, this week has been incredibly busy. Alger sat in his captain's quarters, silent for a long time. He hadn't expected that the animosity among Beyonders originated from fundamental law. Captain, an urgent telegram from the Chasm of Storms. A crew member knocked on the door. Alger was surprised. As someone who pretended to be a pirate while serving the Church of the Lord of Storms, he had almost never received a telegram from the Chasm of Storms. He immediately opened the door and took the telegram from the subordinate's hand. Investigate the whereabouts of Kalangos. Kalangos? Alger's gaze sharpened. Why would the Chasm of Storms investigate him? Backlund, Empress Burrow, Zio, and Furs exited Viscount Galaint's residence. Zio seemed concerned. We've revealed so much information about Hobert to Viscount Galaint. Is it really okay? Unless the Viscount is a member of the Aurora Order, Furs replied with a smile. Hobert himself briefly mentioned your search for Zachary with him. This shows that, to him, this operation doesn't need to be kept secret within the Justice League. We just added a few details. It shouldn't be an issue. Zio still seemed puzzled. Why has Viscount Galaint suddenly taken an interest in Hobert's affairs? Hasn't the Viscount always enjoyed hearing stories about the Beyonder world? Furs didn't think too much of it. Zio nodded slowly, thinking that if there was an opportunity, she should remind Hobert. Backlund, 51, Henry Street. Hobert entered Gal's herbal shop, where Gal was wiping down the counter. Dear Mr. Hobert, you've come to support my business again. Hobert smiled. I need to purchase some special materials. Gal immediately understood what Hobert meant. Please follow me. He rang the bell behind the counter, signaling for a clerk to take over, and then led Hobert through a side door into the backyard. Having done business with Gal a few times before, Hobert had come to trust him to some degree, so he followed Gal to the backyard. The backyard of the herbal shop was large, with many herbs hanging out to dry, filling the air with the scent of medicinal plants. Gal led Hobert to a small room and asked, "What do you need?" Hobert replied, "The horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus and crystallized venom from a crown jellyfish." By only purchasing these two main ingredients, Gal wouldn't know what Hobert needed them for. Gal said, "We have an adult unicorn Pegasus horn in stock, but the crown jellyfish venom is out of stock. Please come back tomorrow morning after 10 a.m. I guarantee I'll have both materials ready for you. These two materials are quite expensive. The price should be between 320 and 350 pounds. Hobert nodded. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. After leaving Gal's herbal shop, Hobert returned home briefly to inform his butler that he'd be home late and asked him to save a portion of dinner for him. Then, Hobert took a carriage to the outskirts of the city, walking several kilometers to the woods opposite Upton's estate. First, using the last rays of the setting sun, Hobert observed from a distance to confirm that Upton was still alive. After night fell, he used his agility to climb to the second floor and enter Upton's bedroom through a window. Upton was delighted to see Hobert in his mask. His appearance meant that Hobert had made up his mind to help him deal with the Tamara family. Hobert got straight to the point. You need to move to the vicinity of the Harvest Church to south of the bridge. I'll set up an ambush there, waiting for the Tamara family members to arrive. The Harvest Church was legal in Backlund, but Bishop Utravsky was not a legal beyonder. With Daly's involvement and the sharing of spoils, a fight involving the giant bishop near the Harvest Church would be something the Nighthawks could overlook. But fighting outside the city was a different matter. Moreover, the Harvest Church was an ideal ambush location. Upton nodded repeatedly. All right. I'll rent a quiet place in the South Bridge district tomorrow. He added, as I mentioned before, my mother was an astrologer, so we naturally have high spiritual intuition. I have a premonition that the family members might find me in the coming days. Once you've moved to south of the bridge, I'll be waiting nearby, Hobert said. Make sure you wear the astrologer's hair often. If your spirituality gives you any warnings, contact me immediately. He added, also, unless you play a major role in the battle, you won't have the right to share the spoils. Hobert's plan for distributing the spoils was met without objection from Upton. Surviving the upcoming battle was reward enough for him. However, Upton had another request. He said to Hobert, I don't need any spoils. I will also give you the reward I promised earlier, but I'll need the corpse of a recently deceased member of the Tamara family. Hobert realized this was probably for some kind of ritual to avoid being tracked by the Tamara family's divination abilities. He asked curiously, can't you use your mother's corpse? Upton shook his head. My father's notes said it has to be the spirit of someone outside of our family. Hobert nodded. Once you've rented the house, meet me at Harvest Church. The next morning, Hobert wrote a letter to Zio, informing her that he had agreed to help Upton and advising both Zio and Furs to be prepared for a potential battle. He didn't explain the specifics of Upton's request, but he was sure that Zio would understand the situation once she saw the letter. After spending the morning in his office, Hobert set out once again on his client visits. He returned to Gar's herb shop and spent 330 pounds on a complete unicorn horn from a mature specimen and 5 grams of crystallized jellyfish venom. He also purchased 30 pounds worth of herbs commonly used in mysticism, including extra auxiliary materials for the apothecary potion. Hobert bought far more than he needed, such as an entire bottle of autumn crocus essence when only a few drops were necessary, and 2 full earthspoon flowers when only a few petals were required. Altogether, the materials cost $360, and Hobert quoted Viscount Glaint $420 for the total, reasoning that he had made 2 trips and taken some risk in acquiring them. The Viscount readily paid, then requested Hobert's help in preparing the potion. As Hobert was about to begin the preparation, he suddenly had the eerie sensation that someone was watching him and Glaint. He quickly opened his spiritual vision, but found no traces of hidden spirits or other supernatural entities. Glaint urged him, Aren't you ready yet? Shaking his head, Hobert continued preparing the potion while keeping a close watch on their surroundings. That unsettling sense of being observed lingered until Glaint eagerly drank the finished potion. Only then did the feeling dissipate. Hobert glanced at the Viscount, who seemed completely unaware of what had just occurred. Glaint closed his eyes and took a deep breath, exclaiming, I feel like I've gained so much knowledge about herbs and recipes. Hobert, maintaining his calm, simply smiled and replied, That's the magic of potions. Glaint then asked, Do you have any advice for an apothecary? With a smile, Hobert answered, In my opinion, an apothecary can also be a poison apothecary. After all, one of the key ingredients is the crystallized venom of a jellyfish. Besides granting you resistance to toxins, you should theoretically also have knowledge of various poisons. The Viscount closed his eyes again, as if recalling something. After a long pause, he nodded. You're right. I can indeed concoct several types of poison. Thanks to your reminder, I realized this much sooner than I would have otherwise. After checking his pocket watch, Glaint leaned in and whispered, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Please do come. Hobert was puzzled. Why the secrecy over a simple dinner invitation? However, recalling the mysterious sense of being watched earlier, he didn't question it and quietly agreed. After leaving the Viscount's house, Hobert grabbed lunch and then made his way to Harvest Church in the southern district of the city. Before entering, he put on his mask and stepped through the church's grand doors, where he found Upton nervously waiting in one of the pews. Bishop Utravsky, seated at the front reading the Bible of Life, glanced at Hobert before returning to his scripture. Upon seeing Hobert's masked face, Upton let out a sigh of relief. "You're finally here," he whispered. "This church's bishop is terrifying." Hobert nearly chuckled. "Aren't you afraid of the giant bishop's fists?" He asked, "Did you rent the house?" "Yes, at 103, on the next street over." "Good. Now go back. If you sense any danger, come to the church and inform me immediately." Upton nodded, took a deep breath, and left. Once Upton was gone, Hobert removed his mask. Only then did Bishop Utravsky speak. "This is a church, not a place to plot your schemes." Hobert smiled. "Isn't the Church of the Earth Mother supposed to welcome everyone?" The bishop was briefly taken aback. Hobert sat down beside Utravsky. "Father, I hear your church is beyond skilled in agriculture?" "Yes, they can double crop yields and have mastered grafting and cultivation techniques." Images of fish and mushrooms suddenly flashed through Hobert's mind, but he shook them off. "Father, have you ever been to the East Borough of Backlund?" "No, but I've heard of it. Why are so many people still starving there, Father?" Utravsky looked at him intently. "That's why I spread the Earth Mother's light. When her radiance graces this land, no one will starve." "You're mistaken. Even if there's enough food for everyone, people will still go hungry." "Do you believe that?" Hobert gazed at the sacred emblem of life. "Humans have given life meaning, yet live as if they have none." He paused before adding, "In my opinion, everyone should have the right to a full meal." Utravsky slowly responded, "In the eyes of the Earth Mother, every life is meaningful." "That's not enough." Hobert shook his head. "Let's not dwell on such heavy matters." "Father, may I read your church's Bible of Life?" "Of course." Hobert spent the rest of the afternoon meticulously reading the Earth Mother's Bible of Life. The church was silent, the only sound the sacred rustle of turning pages. As night fell, and with no warning from Upton, Hobert made his way to Queen's Avenue. Viscount Glaint was already waiting in the dining room. After some polite conversation, they began dinner. The Viscount's chef was clearly a master, as every dish was both beautiful and delicious. However, each portion was so small that after 10 courses, Hobert found himself only just satisfied. During their conversation, Hobert learned that this was how the Viscount's family always dined. He smiled and remarked, "This way of eating doesn't feel like home." The entire experience was more like dining in a high-end restaurant. Viscount Glaint sighed and smiled bitterly. "I have no choice. I've been told since I was young that a Viscount must eat like this. If I simplify the process, there will be rumors by morning that the Glaint family is on the verge of bankruptcy." Viscount Glaint's words made Hobert smile as he sipped his red wine. While looking at the tidy dining table, his thoughts suddenly wandered to the meals of a cheap cafe. After finishing the dessert and fruit and having a few more sips of tea, the dinner finally came to an end. Viscount Glaint stood up and said, "I have many more questions regarding the apothecary. Please follow me to the study." Once the two entered the study, Glaint glanced at his pocket watch before quietly saying, "Mr. Hobert, the real reason I invited you is that I have a commission I'd like to entrust to you for investigation." Hobert sat across from the Viscount, saying, "In principle, as one of the founders of the Justice League, I should assist. However, your commission is too dangerous. I'm sorry, but I must refuse." Glaint was taken aback. "But I haven't even told you what the commission is yet. I just know that while I was preparing the potion for you, someone was watching us the whole time." Hobert leaned back in his chair. "I'm only a Sequence 8, and it seems my father is not in a favorable position either. I don't want to get involved in the disputes among nobles." Glaint smiled and said, "You're more vigilant than I expected." He continued, "Let me tell you about my commission first. You can choose to refuse afterward." Hobert gave a wry smile. "Respected Viscount, sometimes just knowing certain things can bring trouble." Glaint assured, "Don't worry. No one is eavesdropping on us." The person who was secretly monitoring me left this afternoon after confirming that I had taken the apothecary potion. He showed Hobert his pocket watch. The watch appeared quite old, and the hands were completely still, as if it was broken. Glenn explained, "This is a mystical item. If someone is listening to or watching me, the hands will move. If no one is eavesdropping, the hands remain still." Recalling how Glenn often checked his watch, Hobert realized that what he had once thought was the Viscount's punctuality was actually him ensuring he wasn't being watched. "All right," Hobert said, "let me hear about your commission first, but you must explain the risks involved." "I've been observing you for some time," Glenn said. "You handle Beyonder events with great caution and professionalism. Even if you don't complete the commission, you won't bring danger upon us." Glenn pulled out a sketch from his drawer. "The commission is actually simple. I want you to retrieve my father's ring. This is a drawing of it that I sketched earlier today." The ring had a plain design. Beside the drawing were the words, "Gold," with a red gemstone. Looking at the ring, Glenn sighed deeply. "On my 18th birthday, my father told me that the origins and history of the Glenn family are tied to that ring, along with many valuable materials passed down by our ancestors. My father said that once I got married, he would pass the ring down to me, so I could continue our family's legacy. But," Glenn's tone turned cold, "but I did not find the ring on my father's body." The usual warmth in his demeanor vanished completely, replaced by an icy chill. Hobert memorized the ring's design. "I remember that your father passed away from illness, correct?" Glenn nodded. "That's what they say." Hobert didn't ask who they referred to. The items inside the ring may have already fallen into the enemy's hands. "That's impossible," Viscount Glenn said. "It requires a spell to open the ring's space, and only my father and I know the incantation." He added, "Moreover, they didn't give me my father's Beyonder characteristic either." "That's right," Glenn continued. "I'm not completely ignorant of the Beyonder world. The Glenn family has always been a family of Beyonders. However, when it came to my generation, because I am an only child and taking potions carries the risk of losing control, my father insisted that I wait until after I had children to take any potions. But unexpectedly, before I could marry, my father passed away from illness, and I was placed under surveillance." Glenn gave a cold, bitter smile. "Only after I took a potion that posed no threat to them did they finally lift their surveillance. These plans and thoughts must have been suppressed for a long time." After finishing, Glenn's expression visibly relaxed. He covered his face and said, "Although I've shaken off their monitoring, I may never be able to avenge my father." Hobert remained a good listener. Just as he had claimed earlier, he didn't want to get involved in noble disputes. After a while, Viscount Glenn regained his composure. "As for the risks of this commission, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if my father hid the ring before his death or if it was taken by the murderer. These are things you'll need to investigate. Of course, your safety is paramount. If you sense any danger, you're free to abandon the investigation. The choice is entirely yours. For me, preserving the Glenn family's legacy is most important, so I must retrieve the family history and those precious materials. This will be a long-term commission. I understand that it may take years, even decades, before there are any results. From today, I won't mention this matter to you again until you have something to report. As for the payment, I can assure you it will be satisfactory." After a moment's thought, Hobert replied, "Viscount, I must say your caution is the wisest choice." He continued, "Unless I find clear clues, I will only proceed with the investigation when I'm stronger and have better means of mitigating risks." Glenn smiled. That promise is enough. Though free from surveillance, Glenn seemed to have developed a habit of acting as though he were still being watched. As he saw Hobert off, he continued chatting enthusiastically about matters of the occult. Even after Hobert boarded his carriage, Glenn still looked as if he hadn't had enough. In the carriage, Hobert chuckled to himself. Nobles certainly have their own troubles. Upon returning home, Hobert was informed by his butler that Christian was still in the study. He knocked on the door and shared with Christian his plan to use Upton as bait. Christian nodded approvingly. "Sounds good." Then, out of the blue, Christian mentioned another matter. "I made a significant choice some time ago, and now it's time to face the consequences. This might affect you as well. About half a year from now, you'll need to pay attention to each of my questions and make your own decisions carefully." Hobert was taken aback. It seemed that not only the nobles of Backlund were caught in predicaments, Christian too had his burdens. "All right, I'll be mindful," he replied. Back in his own room, Hobert lay awake for a long time, feeling that today's conversations with Glaint and Christian were packed with information. It left him with a sense of foreboding, like the calm before a storm. It wasn't until midnight that Hobert finally managed to settle his thoughts and fall asleep. The next day, he still had to continue reading the Bible of Life. On Wednesday morning, Hobert went out early again to visit clients. He spent the entire morning reading scriptures at the Harvest Church and even got a free lunch. Around 2 p.m., Upton hurried into the church. Looking flustered, "I just put on the astrologer's hair and immediately sensed danger." Having met with Upton and donned his mask, Hobert said, "I understand. Don't panic. You sense danger. They might monitor you within 6 hours. This is Backlund. They won't launch their attack until at least the latter half of the night. We have enough time." Hobert's calm demeanor eased Upton's anxiety. Hobert continued, "You should go back. When the battle erupts tonight, if the enemy matches our earlier estimates, 1 sequence 6, 2 sequence 7s, and 1 sequence 8, you need to use the sealing item to at least entangle 1 sequence 7 for half a minute." Upton nodded repeatedly and quickly left. Hobert turned to Bishop Utravsky, saying, "Father, the horn of battle has sounded. Please prepare yourself." Utravsky nodded slowly and began confessing to the sacred emblem, repenting for resorting to violence again. After leaving the church, Hobert took off his mask only once he was seated in a cab. At home, he left a note for Christian. Tonight is the time for hunting. This was Hobert's trump card. Although Christian hadn't agreed to help, he would surely come to watch. If things spiraled out of control, he could ask Christian to intervene for safety. Next, he went to the Northborough to pick up Daly from the Blackthorn Security Company and collected 2 to 355. Finally, he went to fetch Zio and furs. Hobert and Daly arrived at the address left by Zio. Hobert knocked for a long time before an old woman opened the door. "Young man, who are you looking for?" Hobert stood dumbfounded. He didn't recall any mention in the original text of Zio or Furs having hired a maid. Moreover, this old woman looked like she could drop dead on the spot. Who would dare hire her as a maid? At that moment, the door across the way opened, and Zio smiled at the old woman. "Aunt Martina, he's looking for me. I think he must have mistaken the door number." Hobert twitched his mouth in resignation. Once everyone was in the carriage, he said, "You all are being too cautious." Zio looked a bit embarrassed, turning her head to smooth her tousled hair. Furs, however, smiled. "You're the only man who knows our address." She might have realized her words sounded a bit ambiguous, so she added, "We need to evade the searches of official Beyonders and be cautious of other wild Beyonders." Hobert pointed to the silent Daly. "I have unfortunate news for you. This is an official Beyonder." Furs's eyes widened as she looked at Daly, who wore blue eyeshadow. She immediately prepared to bolt from the carriage, her first thought being, did Hobert betray us? After all, even wild Beyonders who had committed no crime could still be arrested by official Beyonders, imprisoned, and used as experimental subjects for sealing items. So wild Beyonders were like born prisoners. Zio asked, "Does this official Beyonder also participate in our operation?" Normally slow to process, Zio remained calm, knowing she could trust Hobert not to betray them. "Exactly." Hobert introduced. "Madame Daly is a seasoned member of the Nighthawks team. She agreed before we boarded that she wouldn't use today's opportunity to hunt you down." Daly was taken aback. They hadn't even discussed that topic. "But the condition is that I will monitor your states," Hobert continued. "If there are any signs of losing control, come to me immediately. Trust me, I can help you avoid losing control as long as it's early enough." Furs sighed in relief and assured Zio that they would keep a close eye on their states. Daly subtly nodded as well. Hobert's words meant he was responsible for the states of the two ladies. If their conditions fell within the monitoring scope of the Nighthawks, it wouldn't necessarily warrant their arrest. with Daly as the official Beyonder. Furs and Zio were less lively than usual. Amid the slightly tense atmosphere, the group arrived at the Harvest Church. Daly stood at the door. Harvest Church. Hobert, walking ahead, confirmed, "That's right, the Harvest Church." Furs gazed at the modest church. "I had no idea there was a Harvest Church in Backlund." Upon entering, they sat in the front row, and the imposing figure of the giant bishop caught their attention. Hobert felt as though he had returned home, saying, "Make yourselves comfortable, don't be shy." After Daly and the others took their seats, Hobert explained, "Among the enemies, there is a Beyonder skilled in divination. Waiting for them here in the church can effectively disrupt their predictions. Don't underestimate this church. Even the smallest church holds significance. As long as it's connected to the divine, the results of divination could be affected or distorted." Daly remarked, "You really know a lot." Zio and Furs also felt a sense of enlightenment. Suddenly, Utravsky interjected, "Your plot will catch the attention of the divine. This is not a good thing for you." Hobert directly ignored the priest's warning. "This is my other helper, Bishop Utravsky. You can call him Father. Father, please come here. We need to hold a pre-battle meeting." Utravsky reluctantly bowed his head for a moment of confession before sitting down. Zio and Furs exchanged glances, wondering what sort of friends Hobert had. "I suspect the enemy's divination can roughly determine Upton." "Oh, my friend who's being hunted." "Haha, just by your expressions, I can tell you didn't expect I really had such a friend, did you?" Hobert said cheerfully. "They can likely discern that Upton is currently a Sequence 8 with a sealed artifact. Facing such an enemy, deploying 1 Sequence 6 and 2 Sequence 7s is quite a luxury. Meanwhile, we have 2 Sequence 6s, 2 Sequence 8s, 2 Sequence 9s, and can utilize a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Our strength is not to be underestimated." Zio, Furs, and Daly were momentarily stunned before realizing that Hobert had indeed leveled up. "Daly and Father Utravsky have more combat experience than I do," Hobert stated. "So I'll only outline a general tactical plan. If necessary, you can adjust tactics at any time." Just past midnight, a carriage halted on the street adjacent to the Harvest Church. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, disembarked one after another, swiftly moving towards number 103 under their leader's guidance. The plan had already been discussed in the carriage. Upon nearing 103, 2 Sequence 8s approached the building across from it. During their reconnaissance earlier that afternoon, they had discovered Upton had hired 2 relatively weak female helpers, and the 2 Sequence 8s were tasked with dealing with those 2 helpers. The leader commanded the attack, and 3 mid-sequence Beyonders launched a surprise assault. At that moment, a beam of dawn light suddenly appeared on the street, and a tall figure descended from the sky. Bishop Utravsky's attack marked the beginning of the battle. He wielded a great sword made of radiant light, and every strike, whether a downward slash or a sweeping blow, carried an awe-inspiring momentum. At this moment, he had shed his priest's robe and donned a larger, longer knight's uniform, making each of his movements swift and clean. The gentle and kind demeanor he had during sermons was nowhere to be found. 3 mid-sequence Beyonders were blocked by Utravsky alone. From the building the giant bishop had jumped out of, a masked man and woman also leaped into the fray. Upton took the initiative, using his astrologer's hair to summon an ally from the spirit world. However, the 3 mid-sequence Beyonders remained unshaken. One of them tossed a stone toward Hobert and the others, completing a bribe. Weaken. This Beyonder was a Sequence 6 Baron of Corruption. Hobert and Daly immediately felt a significant drop in their strength and speed, but the light of dawn on Utravsky and his greatsword remained unaffected. His giant sword could cleave through all Beyonder attacks, provided the enemy's attack wasn't too far beyond his level. After reaching her tactical position, Daly, disregarding her weakened spirituality, connected with the spirit world to summon a spirit with a long, slender head and wielding a longsword. This spirit was dressed in tattered clothing, with only its skeleton remaining, but it moved nimbly, its eyes glowing with a red light, exuding an indescribable majesty. Another mid-sequence Beyonder from the opposing side struck at the right moment, directing his power at the skeleton. Exile. The newly summoned skeleton barely had time to make an appearance before it was forced to retreat step by step by an invisible force. Hobert and Daly exchanged glances. The enemy had not just one, but two sequence SAXS. The Beyonder who had just banished the skeleton was a sequence 6 judge. Even so, they had to stick to their original strategy. The skeleton's appearance was meant to cover for Hobert. At that moment, Hobert had already reached the middle of the battlefield. He slammed his staff into the ground with both hands. Order! A black sacred light flashed from his staff. It rapidly grew taller and thicker, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters before branching out. In an instant, a treetop began to take shape. Each leaf on the treetop was pitch black, blocking out the faint moonlight. The branches stretched, forming a canopy that spanned several meters in radius. The sudden appearance of a towering tree in the middle of the battlefield was a sight so shocking that everyone present, including those watching from afar, turned to look. Immediately after, the light of dawn on Utravsky's body brightened, illuminating an area of 20 to 30 meters around him. The skeleton summoned by Daly radiated golden light, clacking its teeth in laughter. The previous exile could no longer hold it back. Hobert's Tree of Order enhanced both the power of the light of dawn and the necromantic energies. Aware that the enemy likely possessed a sealed artifact, Hobert's strategy was to go all out from the beginning. They would break down the weaker sequence members first. With the support of the Tree of Order, Daly and her two companions gained the upper hand against the 3 mid-sequence enemies. Hobert quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Manipulating the order beneath the tree's canopy, he distorted the distance, quickly reaching the other side of the battle. At this point, the 2 sequence 8s had yet to encounter Zio or Furs, as neither had any long-range Beyonder abilities and were forced into close combat. Earlier in the afternoon, they followed Hobert's plan, intentionally getting spotted by the enemy to divide the battlefield. As Hobert rushed into their part of the fight, he already held 2 to 355 in hand. This made him think of a historical figure: Linglong Tower, Tower Linglong, Linglong Treasure Tower. T/N. Bah, I'm not Nez's father. Hobert quickly cleared his thoughts, pulling out the dagger he had prepared in advance. He made a stabbing motion with his other arm and used 2 to 355 to pull one of the sequence 8s towards him. Splat! The opponent hadn't even realized what had happened before they were struck with a dagger. But a single stab wasn't enough to be lethal for a Beyonder, especially one who was a barbarian, known for their physical toughness. The berserk barbarian realized what had happened and threw a punch at Hobert, but it was as if he punched the air. His fist vanished when it came within half a meter of Hobert. This was why Hobert dared to pull the enemy close. Only Beyonder abilities could harm him while he held 2 to 355. All physical attacks were rendered ineffective. Since they were in the city, Hobert refrained from using a gun, or he would have made the enemy crash into the barrel. While the barbarian was still confused, his position shifted again. Splat! Before he could react, Zio's trident had already pierced his abdomen. "You're too despicable," the barbarian roared angrily, swinging his fists at the short Zio. Zio nimbly dodged, preparing for her next strike. On the other side, Furs, wielding a short blade, used her door-opening ability to pass through walls, evading attacks or launching sneak attacks from behind, growing braver with each strike. This tactic had been Hobert's suggestion earlier in the afternoon. Furs seemed to have unlocked a new world. She had always thought her ability suited her for being a master thief, but had never considered using door-opening to dodge attacks and ambush enemies. Although, as Hobert had put it, it's a bit dirty. At this moment, Hobert was executing his dirty tactic to perfection, pulling enemies towards him, stabbing them with a dagger, then tossing them over to Zio for another trident stab. The sound of splat echoed repeatedly. The barbarian hated his sturdy physique by now, wishing for a quick end instead. In just over half a minute, the 2 sequence 8s had been stabbed into sieves by Hobert, Zio, and Furs. Before their deaths, they had tried to warn and seek help from the distant judge. But by this time, Utravsky was growing even more ferocious, and the Baron of Corruption was struggling to keep up. Daly had summoned a second spirit, this one with a large hood. Its presence caused a freezing effect on the judge, and the combined scythe attacks of the skeleton and the spirit left the judge unable to help his allies. The only one still holding their own was the astrologer, but she lacked any effective offensive measures and couldn't aid the two sequence 8s. The judge was the leader of this operation, but he still couldn't understand why his companion's divination had been so wrong. Weren't they told the risks were small? However, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He didn't linger, quickly saying, "Retreat." But it was too late. Hobert, now wielding 2 to 355, had already joined the fray, while Zio and Furs tidied up the battlefield. The retreat of the three mid-sequence enemies was stopped by Hobert using 2 to 355. The judge and the Baron of Corruption weren't fools, shouting out their beyonder abilities, corrosion and imprisonment, aimed at Hobert. Hobert, utilizing his position as the holder of the Tree of Order, twisted the target of their abilities onto the Tree of Order. For the Tree of Order, their attacks were essentially nourishment. Under the protection of the Tree of Order, in 2 to 355, it was difficult for Hobert to be harmed. However, that's all it was. He didn't have enough means to harm the two sequence 6 enemies. Trying to pull either one closer was asking for death. The barbarian lacked sufficient beyonder abilities for attack, while the judge and Baron of Corruption were not short of such methods. Hobert didn't dare to be careless. He moved behind Utravsky and Daly to provide support. Seeing no hope of victory and no chance to escape, the Baron of Corruption shouted, "Prepare!" The judge and the astrologer immediately moved behind the Tree of Order. Hobert quickly realized something was wrong and shifted the Baron of Corruption to stand in front of the judge, who once again dodged. At that moment, the Baron of Corruption had already put on a black glove, and suddenly, his form became towering and imposing. His eyes seemed to burn with black flames. He appeared to be in extreme pain, his deep, solemn eyes glancing coldly at Hobert and the others. Immediately, Hobert and his companions froze in place, feeling as if their spirituality had suffered varying degrees of damage. Two of the undead summoned by Daly turned into a pile of bones and a lone hood, before swiftly vanishing back to the underworld. Even Zio and Furs, who were far away, felt a sense of weakness. Fortunately, the attack didn't last long. After one strike, the Baron of Corruption returned to normal, pale and leaning heavily against a wall, gasping for breath, clearly unable to continue fighting for a while. No wonder the enemy had hesitated to use the sealed artifact. The negative effects must have been severe. Nevertheless, that single blow had been enough to completely disrupt the battle. The judge immediately launched an offensive, death. He leaned forward and swung a punch, rendering Hobert immobile, as if awaiting judgment or execution, standing frozen while the judge's fist homed in on him. At that moment, Hobert realized he had lost control of both 2 to 355 in the Tree of Order. Utravsky, trying to gather his strength to form a great sword to block the blow, found himself struggling, a testament to the power of the sealed artifact's earlier strike. Just as the fist was about to strike Hobert, a skeleton in tattered clothing suddenly appeared in front of him. The judge's punch shattered the skeleton's skull, sending it back to the spirit world. It was Daly. She had summoned an undead from the spirit world to block the fatal blow for Hobert. But after doing this, she also collapsed to one knee, clearly unable to launch another attack for the time being. Seeing his strike fail, the judge kicked Hobert in the abdomen. Hobert was sent flying, crashing into the wall, and 2 to 355 slipped from his grasp. The judge quickly rushed forward, intending to grab 2 to 355. At that moment, Utravsky's greatsword finally materialized, though much dimmer than before. There was no time to dwell on it. Utravsky, wielding the sword, slashed at the judge. The judge was forced to dodge Utravsky's attack, and used exile to hold him off. If this had been the beginning of the fight, Utravsky would have easily broken through the exile, but not now. It held him back completely. However, Utravsky's attack gave Hobert an opportunity. Despite the pain racking his body, he crawled over to retrieve 2 to 355 and buried the judge underground. With 2 to 355, Hobert could manipulate about 3 meters of the area around them, easily trapping the opponent underground. In Backlund, only the major roads and main streets had hardened surfaces. Most ordinary streets were made of packed coal cinders or gravel, so even in the rain, they wouldn't become muddy. Such streets wouldn't kill a Sequence 6, but they could certainly trap one. This granted Hobert, Utravsky, and Daly a brief moment to catch their breath. Suddenly, the ground erupted like a fountain, soil churning as the buried judge used exile to push the earth above him away. Hobert quickly struggled to his feet and teleported the enemy astrologer in front of Upton's summoned spirit. Earlier, while the judge was wreaking havoc, the enemy astrologer had been simultaneously protecting their Baron of Corruption while attacking Upton. She had been casting trip and burn repeatedly at Upton, leaving him bruised and battered, his clothes torn, and his hair singed. If not for Hobert's intervention, Upton would have met a fate worse than the 2 Sequence 8s who had died earlier. The spirit Upton summoned had also been weakened by the sealed artifact's earlier attack, but it still retained some strength. When the astrologer appeared in front of it, it reached out and gripped her by the throat. The astrologer lacked any powerful Beyonder abilities. Her usual attacks like flash, burn, and freeze were ineffective against the spirit. Meanwhile, the Baron of Corruption still leaned against the wall, barely able to lift his arm, clearly not yet recovered. Seizing the moment, Hobert buried the Baron of Corruption underground as well. With no means to resist, he could only await suffocation. Just as Hobert finished these actions, the judge jumped out from the ground. Hobert immediately moved him to the edge of the battlefield, preparing to let the judge leave and deal with the remaining Beyonders. Even though Utravsky and Daly's spirituality had begun to recover, they still weren't a match for the judge. Moreover, the judge would surely avoid prolonging the fight, as Hobert still held 2 to 355, preventing the judge from killing any of them. With time passing, Daly and Utravsky would recover most of their spirituality within minutes, and by then, the judge wouldn't be able to escape. The judge hesitated momentarily, then rushed toward the astrologer, clearly hoping to rescue her while Daly and the others were still weak. At that moment, Utravsky pulled out a syringe-like object containing a vial of fresh blood. He injected the blood into himself. Hobert looked at the judge, his gaze cold, as though he were staring at a dead man. Utravsky had a mystical object resembling a syringe that could restore him to his peak condition for a short time. Due to its significant side effects, he rarely used it. The attack from the sealed artifact had dealt Utravsky great harm and shock, leaving him no opportunity to use it. However, since the judge didn't flee but chose to return and rescue his companions, Utravsky wasn't going to let him go. Under the judge's terrified gaze, Utravsky once again conjured a solid greatsword, and the light of dawn on him shone brightly. Hobert moved the judge under Utravsky's greatsword. Although Daly hadn't fully recovered her strength, she still summoned 2 ghostly hands to grip the judge's ankles. With one mighty strike, Utravsky cleaved the judge in half. Hobert collapsed to the ground, panting and laughing. The result of this battle exceeded his expectations. The Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 6 alone was worth about 6,500 pounds, and with a premium, it could fetch between 800 to 8,500, which was quite normal. Daly leaned against a tree, arms crossed, resting. The damage to her spirituality from this battle couldn't be easily healed with ritual magic and would take 3 to 4 days to recover naturally. Hobert, looking up at Utravsky, said, "Father, your final blow made a huge difference. Your debt is fully repaid." In fact, Hobert had already planned this from the start. Regardless of the battle's outcome, as long as Utravsky did his best, Hobert would clear his debt. After all, Hobert had spent 1,010 pounds on metal terror candle, and with the 150 owed from the conquering your past method, minus the 250 offset by the apothecary potion, Yutravsky's actual debt was only 910. Hobert wasn't exaggerating, as the mental terror candle was indeed worth that much. Hobert's intention was clear. First, he felt Yutravsky had repaid the debt by fighting for him. Second, he feared that after the battle, Yutravsky might turn against him out of greed for the spoils, especially since Yutravsky's negative persona was still active. If the battle had triggered his ferocity and Daly refused to help Hobert, Hobert would have to make greater concessions to resolve the matter. In reality, Yutravsky was still at his peak, while Daly was quite weak, so Hobert cleverly offered debt forgiveness to test Yutravsky and stabilize him. No, as per our agreement, I've only repaid half of the debt, Yutravsky said as he made his way back to the Harvest Church step by step. Hobert smiled. What an honorable priest. He had no intention of pursuing the other half of the debt. At this moment, Upton's scream shattered Hobert's thoughts. It turned out that the spirit Upton summoned, after killing the astrologer Asterisk, had turned on Upton and was trying to strangle him. Hobert muttered, I told you it's a suicidal sealed artifact. He glanced at the spirit, then grasped to 355, moved a notebook from room 103, tore out several blank pages, crumpled them up, and tossed them at the spirit. The spirit shrieked, as if seeing the most terrifying thing in the world, and returned to the spirit world. At this moment, the leaves of the tree of order began to fall, turning into wisps of black mist before they hit the ground, disappearing without a trace. The tree vanished quickly, and within 10 seconds, the towering tree on the street was gone, leaving only a black ebony-like staff and a metal staff head lying on the ground. Hobert began to use 2 to 355 to clean the battlefield. He moved the corpses of the enemies into room 103, which Upton had rented. The Baron of Corruption, previously buried underground, had already suffocated to death. Hobert then buried the bloodstains into the ground, filled in the pits created by the judge, and finally picked up the ebony staff and the metal staff head. From a glance, it was impossible to tell that an intense Beyonder battle had just occurred here. However, the freshly filled pit wouldn't be as solid as the other pressed-down roads, and after a heavy rain, it might reappear. Hobert couldn't care about such long-term matters. The Beyonder characteristics of the 2 sequence 8 members who were first killed had begun to precipitate. One was a barbarian, and the other a sheriff. Daly, the last to enter, said, I'll speed up the precipitation process. Taking advantage of this break, Hobert turned to Zio and Furs and said, Your contributions are enough to earn you the formula for the Trickmaster potion, but you'll have to wait until I perform spirit channeling to retrieve the formula. I suggest you head back for now. Tomorrow, come find me, and I'll give you the potion formula. Zio and Furs were still somewhat unfamiliar with the concept of Beyonder characteristics. In their eyes, the sealed artifact was the greatest reward tonight. They were aware of their contributions and knew they weren't entitled to a share of the sealed artifact. Earning the Trickmaster potion formula was more than satisfactory. Hearing Hobert's words, Zio nodded and bid farewell with Furs. Hobert reminded them, visit the church 2 or 3 times in the next week, and you'll effectively avoid divination. Furs responded, remembering what Hobert had said earlier. Churches could effectively interfere with divination, which was valuable knowledge for them. As Zio and Furs left, Hobert planned to summon himself later and use distortion on the streets outside to block all divination. Soon, Daly expedited the precipitation of the Beyonder characteristics of the judge, the Baron of Corruption, and the astrologer. All the spoils were gathered, 1 sealed artifact and 5 Beyonder characteristics. Additionally, Upton had found 63 pounds and 6 soli in cash on them, as well as a crystal ball used for divination. Upton also wanted to take their rings and other jewelry, but Hobert stopped him. These items weren't valuable and were likely easy to track through the astrologer's divinations. Given that the enemy had an astrologer, they needed to be vigilant about counter-divination measures. Following their prior agreement, Hobert was the first to pick from the spoils. He chose the sealed artifact in the form of a black glove. Daly chose the judge's Beyonder characteristic. In the second round, Hobert picked the Baron of Corruption's Beyonder characteristic, while Daly took the astrologer's. In the third round, Hobert selected the sheriff's Beyonder characteristic, and Daly took the barbarian's. For the final round, Hobert took the cash, leaving Daly with the crystal ball. In terms of contributions, Utravsky played a greater role in the recent battle compared to Daly, but the spoils Daly received had already far exceeded 3,750 pounds. Aside from the fact that this result far exceeded Hobert's expectations, it was also because Daly is an official Beyonder. Splitting the spoils with Daly was akin to bribing an official Beyonder. Without the consent of the Nighthawks, Utravsky, an illegal Beyonder in the Lone Kingdom, would never have been able to fight so openly outside of Harvest Church. It was also impossible for all the residents on the street to remain asleep, with not a single person waking in the middle of the night. Most importantly, by splitting the spoils with an official Beyonder, Hobert's gains were now legal. In the final round of choices, the crystal ball had a slightly higher value than the cash, but Hobert had no use for it. Selling it would require taking risks, so he opted for the cash instead. An amusing image suddenly popped into Hobert's mind. An astrologer from the Tamara family divining the whereabouts of the crystal ball, only to end up locating the Nighthawks headquarters in Backlund. Hobert couldn't help but smile at the thought of such a funny scenario. He then examined the sealed artifact, the black glove. Suddenly, his spiritual intuition revealed the glove's abilities and its negative effects. It turned out that this artifact wasn't related to the corpse collector pathway or the abyss pathway as Hobert had speculated. Instead, it came from a deranged imperative mage. T/N. They gave a grade 1 SA to a Seek 6. Due to its connection to the Arbiter pathway, Hobert's special link with the Nation of Disorder allowed his spirituality to establish a preliminary bond with the sealed artifact. The glove's ability was, it can mimic the appearance of an imperative mage to intimidate enemies and use the mage's gaze to sentence creatures within its sight to death. Those with weak spirituality will instinctively obey the judgment, their bodies losing all vitality, their spirituality dissipating, leading to real death. For low-sequence Beyonders, it will cause irreparable damage to their spirituality. For mid-sequence Beyonders, it will cause injuries that take several days to heal. After using this ability, the target will be immobilized for 1 to 3 seconds. The negative effect was, for 10 minutes after using the ability, the holder will lose all vitality and spirituality, becoming like a lifeless zombie. After 10 minutes, the spirituality begins to recover, but takes 10 hours to fully return to a normal state. After 5 cumulative uses, the holder will be prone to fatal misfortunes. After 10 uses, they will irreversibly meet their death. If it remains within 2 meters of a living being for 5 hours, that being will immediately die. Hobert's heart tightened. In his very first battle since advancing to Sequence 8, he had already sustained irreparable damage to his spirituality. However, he quickly realized that Beyonder potions or ritualistic magic could still be used to heal spiritual injuries. It might take some effort to research, but the problem shouldn't be too severe. Hobert furrowed his brows again. This sealed artifact's power was indeed great, and it had an area of effectability. However, despite its strength, it could only be used 4 times. It would be much more suitable for a Beyonder organization. Klein could use it 4 times, and Dunn could use it 4 times. That's 8 uses. Moreover, it was best suited for official Beyonders. For example, the members of the Tamara family they encountered tonight wouldn't dare to use this artifact right at the start of the battle. They didn't know how strong their enemies were, and losing an important combatant right away would make them more vulnerable. They couldn't let either of the 2 Sequence 8s hold the artifact, either. In the chaos of battle, they might not have the time to put on a glove before being killed. After all, if Hobert saw someone taking the time to put on gloves during a fight, he'd immediately focus on attacking their hands. Without hands, how could they wear gloves? Official Beyonders were different. In the Lone Kingdom, It was the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind who ruled the battlefield. They could easily use the glove's power at the start, while their teammates would clean up the enemies afterward. As for Hobert, he was still fighting alone. He didn't need this sealed artifact anytime soon. Looking at Daly, who was carefully collecting the Beyonder characteristics, Hobert suddenly had an idea. "Madam, I believe this sealed artifact meets the criteria for a Grade 2 item. Doesn't it?" He raised the glove in his hand. Daly nodded. "Yes, it does meet the criteria for a Grade 2 sealed artifact." Hobert decisively said, "I'd like to trade it for half the usage rights of 2 to 355, an official auxiliary personnel identification, 1 Briber Beyonder characteristic, and 2 Barbarian Beyonder characteristics." Daly was slightly stunned. The trade Hobert proposed was beneficial to the Nighthawks. Half of a Grade 2 sealed artifact's value definitely surpassed 1 Sequence 7 characteristic and 2 Sequence 8 characteristics, and the auxiliary personnel identification was just a piece of paper. However, because it involved a Grade 2 sealed artifact, she couldn't make the decision. "Bring the glove to the security company tomorrow morning. Our captain will give you an answer." All right. Hobert felt there was a good chance this deal would go through. To him, while 2 to 355 wasn't as powerful as the Black Glove, it was far more practical and easy to use. When paired with the Wood of Order, its combined power exceeded the sum of its parts. As Daly packed up her spoils and pointed to the corpses, she said, "I'll help you deal with these bodies." "No," Hobert refused. "These are Upton spoils. We'll handle them." "All right, then." Daly didn't ask what they intended to do with the bodies. She took 2 to 355, bid farewell to Hobert and Upton, and left. With Daly gone, only Hobert, Upton, and the 5 corpses remained in the room. Hobert said, "I need a room where I won't be disturbed." Far from Harvest Church, a Nighthawk squad member, holding a large and thick telescope, said, "Captain, Daly's out, and she's given us the no accident signal." Thomas stood by the window of the bell tower, arms crossed, letting the early autumn breeze rustle his robes. He was still reviewing the recent battle. There was no doubt this Beyonder fight had been both intense and impressive. Utravsky and Daly's performances needed no explanation. They were both experienced Beyonders. But Hobert's performance greatly surprised Thomas. When Daly reported Hobert's role in the Henry family case, he thought it was just luck that Hobert had encountered a sealed artifact related to 2 to 355. Yet tonight's battle showed Thomas a calm and collected side of Hobert, especially when he summoned that massive tree. The visual impact was striking, and even the high-grade telescope they brought couldn't clearly see what was happening beneath the canopy. It should be noted that the telescope was a Grade 3 sealed artifact.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.